This is blunt politics. And we ain't stopping till they put us in the grave. We ain't gonna be quiet. And we ain't gonna be scared. And we ain't gonna go along with the crowd. This is blunt politics. And it ain't about left or right. It ain't about Dem or Republican. It's about right and wrong. It's about us versus them.
You guys ready to rock and roll? You guys ready to rock and roll? What do you say we get into another day of craziness, another day of nonsense in this political world that we live in? Welcome back to Blunt Politics. I appreciate you guys once again for joining me. Thank you to everybody over there on this space as well. Thank you to the Matt. Thank you to the mods. I don't know why I called him the Matt, but that should probably be his nickname for the rest of the time. We'll just call him the Matt from now on. But I appreciate you guys. I'm going hatless. I know I'm going hatless. I feel naked, but we'll see how it works. I also feel like the camera's like unbelievably colored today for some reason, unless my eyes are being weird, but we'll roll with it. Doesn't take much to get through this anyway. What do you say, guys? How are you guys doing? Early Sparks raid. What's up, Sparkles? Appreciate you guys. What's going on, Peter? What's going on, Damon? What's going on, Damon 2? We got 2 Dames in there. Appreciate you guys. Dame Square. What's up, Just Saying? What's up, What's up, Will? What's up, Julie? Appreciate you guys. What's up, Jackie? What's up, Flipper? Appreciate you guys. Make sure you hit that like button on the way in. So obviously, lots to discuss, lots to talk about. We'll be diving into, again, as always, a few different topics, a few different articles, a few different clips. We only got an hour on the early show today, but believe me, we got it chock full of stuff to talk about. So appreciate if you hit that like button, and I would appreciate more if you subscribe to the channel. We're trying to get to 20,000 subscribers. It's a long haul. It's a slow roll, but we're on our way there. We're just passing 16 now. So if you could get us to 20, it'd be really, really helpful and beneficial. What's going on, mods? Appreciate you guys as always. Thank you to everybody on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, wherever you guys watch this. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. All right. What do you say we get into just a couple of the things that we'll be talking about, discussing today? Some action going down on Jeffrey Epstein's estate in New Mexico. We talked about this a couple weeks ago as far as like the likelihood of them, finding anything, discovering anything there. But it does seem like that the New Mexico authorities have launched a search into the ranch, obviously previously owned by Epstein, now by a Trump supporter, if not a Trump donor, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll be getting into a little bit of that, what the search kind of entails. I'm curious if it's, going to be the entirety of the property, or if it's just going to entail kind of the establishment, the house itself, and kind of the surrounding buildings there, or, what it entails there. But again, we talked about how much could have switched, how much could have changed, how much these people already knew as far as the investigations and probably the cover-ups involved and the time that they had to change that. But I guess we're all hopeful that something comes out of that. So we'll be discussing that as well. We'll be discussing, obviously, the price of crude, the price of oil, as we've seen kind of spike back up after Donald Trump's comments, trying to kind of manipulate the market, trying to kind of ease everybody's worries as far as that was concerned. But the recent strikes in the Strait of Hormuz, which we'll be discussing, obviously, has had another big impact and will continue to do so, as we've talked about on this show, how it's not necessarily going to take the Iranian military, a blitzkrieg or just overwhelming presence to continue to inflict damage, not only on the world economy, but on U.S. bases and allies in the surrounding area. Just they don't need to have that much capabilities in the way of doing that. So we'll be taking a look at that and how it's affecting you guys on a day-to-day basis. We have this clip here from Jennifer Griffin on Fox News, who kind of gave Brett Baer an answer he really wasn't expecting or wasn't hoping for. You guys can be the judge of that one when we watch the clip. But she makes it pretty clear, the same thing that, again, we've been saying here, that the president absolutely knew about this strike. And again, whether or not it was a mistake, whether or not it was by accident or on purpose, they knew this quite rapidly. Like they knew this in quick succession after the strike. And there's no guesswork. There's no investigation that needs to be prolonged into this to figure out who is responsible for the strike on the girls' school in Manab, as we've been continuously discussing. So we'll be looking at that clip. We got Megyn Kelly. Remember the clips we showed yesterday of Lindsey Graham talking about, what was he talking about? Spain. He was talking about Saudi Arabia. He was talking about cutting deals by himself, basically. But Megyn Kelly has a few choice words to say. And again, this is basically just to highlight the, kind of the rift in the MAGA base, the rift in the conservative movement right now, and how, again, going into midterms, they are not a cohesive bunch. Like, typically they are, they'll always have the infighting, parties always do, but to a large extent, the Republicans typically have the same rhetoric, the same talking points, the same intent, the same destruction they want to see to the rights and to the Constitution. But now they don't have that. Like, they're all fighting with each other. They're all battling with each other. This whole Iran war has stirred up another whole hornet's nest as far as like disagreement within the MAGA base, within the conservative movement itself. So I thought we'd laugh at that and, kind of see, Republican on Republican violence as far as the show is concerned. And then obviously we'll be diving into the recent strikes on the ships in the Strait of Hormuz, what that means going forward. Kind of how that aligns with what we've been saying here on the show. This time, actually looks like it did strike a ship or a few ships. I know I've heard a few reports saying that it was kind of unsubstantiated as far as what the debris was that hit the ships. But again, we'll see if CNN can kind of fill us in a little bit more detail. We also have some more evidence showing that Iran still has the capabilities to strike different areas and to impact different areas, not only in the Strait of Hormuz, but also within Israel and obviously the surrounding areas. So this is a BBC clip that I wanted to dive into, just kind of, reiterating the fact that they don't necessarily need all of their missile power, all of their missile capabilities to inflict damage. Here's another article from the Washington Post I thought was kind of revealing, where it says Israeli officials are growing concerned, not only with the public backlash, not only with the resentment kind of coming from the surrounding areas and the allied areas in that in the region there, but also with the surrounding regions now kind of being up in arms and kind of questioning whether or not they have enough of the interceptor missiles, if they have enough capabilities and ammunition to sustain. To make sure that they can shoot down the drones and missiles that continuously come in there. So I thought we'd dive into that a little bit. We got an illegal eagle video too as well. So this is another one kind of depicting Trump's most illegal war yet. We won't have enough time to jump into all of that. It's about a half hour long, but we could jump into a few different portions of it, and I could throw the link in the chat for you guys to finish it out, or maybe we could finish it tonight on tonight's show. And then a couple Preston Stewart videos, and then just a little bit of an update on what's taking place on the front lines of Ukraine. So want to make sure that we're keeping tabs on that as well, not to lose sight of that. So I appreciate you guys sticking with me. I appreciate you guys taking your time out of your busy day, your busy schedules to kind of join me here. Hit that like button, make it worth your time, make it worth the show's time. All right, let's jump into a little bit. Let's start with this, all right? Because boy, oh boy, right? I know we've talked about this a lot. It's been speculated. He's got the fucking nickname of Cankles and shit. But this has got to be a step beyond swollen ankles at this point. Like, this looks like he swallowed a goddamn buffalo and it went straight down to his fucking foot. Like, I don't know what's happening here. I'm not a medical fucking professional. I'm not a surgeon. I'm not a doctor. Okay. I'm not here to speculate what this is about or what's going to come from it. But I do know that that is not good. Okay. I do know that that is not good. That is one of the most swollen ankles you could possibly have fucking showed me. And, my grandmother was also, anytime she was out and about, she'd kind of have the same kind of effect. But again, I've never in my life seen anything to that extent. I mean, that looks like an elephant's foot wrapped in a leather Italian shoe. I'm sorry. That's what that looks like. Okay. Looks like Dumbo escaped the fucking zoo and somehow found his way into an Italian leather shop and got himself a nice spiffy pair of shoes is what's going on. And then decided to throw on a pair of slacks, I guess. I don't know. That's what that is. I couldn't tell. Is that an animal with fucking shoes on, or is that the president of the United States? Because that's horrendous. Okay. Like, what do you make of that? You know what I mean? What do you make of that? And I know, like I said, it's been well speculated on and people have talked about it. It's nothing new, but it kind of seems to come and go. But is this stress related? Is this because of the pushback and the backlash he's been seeing from the from the war he started here? I don't know, but that is obscenely fucking swollen. Okay. That's a lot of fluid. That's a lot of fluid. I mean, I guess if Israel's going to keep hitting desalination plants, we could always take the fluid out of Donald Trump's fucking ankle. Sorry. I know, it's gross. My bad. I apologize. But again, I just wanted to start off with that one because, like I said, I've seen it happen. I've seen it reported, right? I've seen it talked about. But to this extent, I don't think we've seen that. Like his pants can't even fucking cover it at this point. Looks like he's wearing shin pads, right? Looks like he's a goalie in hockey and he has slacks covering his pads. That's crazy. That's crazy. That is crazy. All right, next. Sorry, but I do want to just dive on to this story because this is something that I'm sure everybody has been kind of waiting to see as well. This should have happened a long fucking time ago. But now it's being reported that New Mexico authorities have launched a search into the ranch that was previously owned by Epstein. This is the Zorro Ranch, obviously, was the site of numerous alleged abuses, but was not the subject of intense scrutiny. And this just kind of details a little bit about that. New Mexico authorities launched a search of a ranch previously owned by Jeffrey Epstein. State officials announced on Monday the late convicted sex offender and financier, so-called Zorro Ranch, was the site of numerous alleged abuses, according to civil and criminal proceedings. But the location was not subject to the same scrutiny as other Epstein properties, as the Guardian investigation in February revealed that the federal authorities apparently never searched the New Mexico Ranch, which again is just an egregious oversight in this whole fucking thing. Just one of many egregious oversights in this whole thing. The New Mexico Department of Justice said Monday it had, quote, initiated a search of the Zorro Ranch, which state police and Sandoval County Sheriff's Office assisting the search. The search was carried out under the direction of New Mexico Attorney General Raul Torres. There has been renewed attention on Zorro Ranch. It doesn't seem to give too much detail. I don't know if there's like a way or an ability to get the actual document stating what they're allowed to look at, what they're allowed to search, what the search is going to detail. But as far as this is concerned, I don't think there's too much kind of revealed. But I think there'd be a big difference between the entire property, considering how much, the expanse that the property is on, and kind of the established buildings on it itself. Oh, thank you, Jen. Appreciate that. Thank you so much, guys. School picture debut, Snazzy. No, I felt like going hatless for one day. I felt like going hatless. You never know. Sometimes I wake up on one side of the bed. Sometimes you wake up on the other. You just never know. But I appreciate the contribution. And you too, guys, can contribute just like Jen there in the chat. You can give a super sticker, a super chat, or you can reach up top there on the Venmos. All you got to do is take a picture with your phone, send you right to the Venmo. $1 or $2 is all I ask for. Or you can, sign up just underneath me for a YouTube membership, or hit the Patreon at patreon.com/Boston Brian. Other than that, there's no ads, no sponsors, no backers, no content hidden behind a paywall. You don't have to pay to see any of the content. We try to do it the right way, or at least what I consider the right way. So if you guys could, bust out a buck and try your luck in supporting some independent media, that would be greatly appreciated. So we go on here, though. There has been renewed attention on the Zorro Ranch since the U.S. Department of Justice recently disclosed about 3 million documents related to Epstein. The search comes several weeks after Torres announced the state would reopen the 2019 investigation into claims of illegal activity at Epstein's ranch. The state said it had put the case on hold at the request of federal prosecutors in New York, who were carrying out the second investigation into Epstein's sex trafficking scheme, which led to his arrest. I don't know if you guys recall that we played a video, I want to say a couple weeks ago at this point, of a young kid who happened to have stayed on the ranch at some point. I guess his father, I forget directly what the affiliation was, but his father was like the property manager, or, took care of something on the property there. So he got to stay there, and him and his buddies were out kind of dirt biking or ATVing, and they ran into Epstein. But he had said that, so much has changed and enough time has passed where anybody that would get in there would basically have remodeled the place. Any DNA would obviously be very difficult, if not impossible, to get at this point. Not only that, but again, the expanse of the territory surrounding the property itself, or the house itself, is so vast and so fucking wide that it would be damn near impossible, and it would take, God knows how long to sift through and to comb through all of the different nooks and crannies and places that a helicopter or a private jet, which we know they all had access to, could fly out to from that position. You know what I mean? So, we could tell that is a very uphill battle, not only with the time passed, with the criminals involved and them trying to cover up and make sure that, investigators, or again, so if witnesses try to say, okay, well, show me a picture of the place. And I remember, okay, I remember coming out of that room. I remember that bathroom, and this person was sitting on that ledge. Well, if that's all been remodeled, if that's all been changed, then there's really nothing left to corroborate, or to, spark any memories, or to jog any memories from witnesses or survivors that would pinpoint who was there, where it was. You can see the difficulties involved here. So It also says here that the state legislators have also established a, quote, truth commission to examine activity at the ranch. The bipartisan commission, which is made up of 4 state lawmakers, issued a statement on Monday saying that it welcomed the action by New Mexico Department of Justice and commends Attorney General Torres for taking long overdue steps to investigate the former Zorro Ranch. Quote, what should have been done years ago is now underway, and we are grateful to the people of New Mexico and survivors everywhere of finally being heard. For years, this property has stood as a symbol of unanswered questions. Today marks an important step toward the transparency and accountability that justice demands. The commission said that it is in active communication with the New Mexico Justice Department regarding the results of the search, and at the same time, the commission will be conducting their own independent investigation. The sprawling 10,000-acre, 4,000-hectare ranch is located outside Santa Fe. I mean, you can see just what we're talking about as far as expanse and how much territory they'd have to cover there. Epstein allegedly abused teenage girls and young women there with impunity. According to testimony from several women survivors, detailed a range of horrors that they said unfolded at the isolated plot of land. It was a location where powerful men allegedly visited, including a former New Mexico governor, and it was also proposed a setting for Epstein's reported plans to spread his DNA across the human race by impregnating as many women as possible. The Guardian's investigation last month revealed that prior to the state's recent reopening of the case, there appeared to be no active criminal investigations into the ranch. So you can see how long overdue this was. I think it actually does state who the owner was here. Yeah, the property is currently owned by Don Huffines. Don't give a shit if I'm pronouncing that wrong. A Texas businessman and the Republican candidate for Texas State Comptroller. Isn't that funny? And I'm sure at some point has given money to the Republican Party or Donald Trump specifically. So the connections there, I mean, they're pretty uncanny when we continue to talk about the relationships and who now occupies these properties and, you know, the past dealings that they've had and just who they're friendly with now, the administration. I mean, where's Alex Acosta? Where's all the rest of these people? Where's Steve Bannon? Who's he affiliated with? Who's he associated with? You know what I mean? I mean, it's just crazy the amount of people that continue to be named and listed and talked about that are either actively inside of our government, affiliated in a secondary position with somebody in our government, best friends with people in our government. And you'll wonder why it's, you know, still actively being covered up. But, you know, at least some motion, at least some movement. Again, I'm very skeptical typically of most things, but here to think that anything substantial is going to come from this, and this isn't just kind of like almost like I don't know. I don't want to call it theater because it's definitely necessary and it has to be done. But again, I'm just, with all the time it's passed, knowing what we know about the, you know, the devious nature of these fucking criminals and them really, fucking determined to cover up their crimes. I'm skeptical that anything substantial will come from it. But let's hope and keep our mind open to see if anything else comes from that. So other than that, we kind of have to move on to the main story, which is the strikes inside the Strait of Hormuz and kind of the secondary impacts that we've continued to see, not only with oil prices, but as it trickles down to you putting gas into your vehicle. We've now seen a substantial jump just today, even since I started looking at this morning. I think it was at about 83, 84 when I started looking at it. The WTI crude is now up to 87.60, plus 4.9%. And you can see a lot of green on there as well. So again, the impacts have already been felt, and they continue to be felt along the lines of like the Strait of Hormuz, the disruptions to the world economy, the different shipping containers, the shipping companies not allowing their ships to go through the strait, the insurance companies being like, hell no, like you're gonna have to pay a fortune above and beyond what you thought you were already considering was to be a fortune to even think about going through there. And people, they're more than happy to just sit there with their anchors in the water and let the fucking price go up and down and let it fluctuate and just hope, you know, when they eventually get through there that the price is well above $100 a barrel. So, you know, the oil that went into these ships at what, $55 a barrel, $56 a barrel it was, is now sitting on these ships at 80 something dollars a barrel, right? Was up to over 100 at one point. Has kind of seen fluctuations depending on what Donald Trump comes out and says as far as his bullshit and propaganda to try to ease, the pain that he's seen and what he's caused on the world economy. But again, there's nothing better to look at than the concern from the entire globe here on what this means for them and their wallets and them and their ability to consistently live their daily lives, considering what's going on and the hurt that's causing to them. So not only have the prices jumped, but we've also seen ships actively attacked. So let me jump to this one. And this is a CNN clip just kind of detailing the 3 ships that were struck in the Strait of Hormuz, the secondary impacts, why we've seen the price kind of spike back up, and kind of the inconsistencies in how, this isn't going to be figured out anytime soon. I don't think. Like, this isn't going to straighten out. This isn't going to level. It's going to continue to go up, down, up, down. We could see the record highs. We could see it come down with Donald Trump's bullshit. We'll go back up when the Iranians continue to lob, drones and missiles into the strait. So let's see if we can jump into just a couple minutes of this and get some more details on what took place with these ships, what it means going forward, and what people are saying about it. So hit that like button again. I appreciate you guys. I'm Boston Brian. Let's jump into this.
New images near the Strait of Hormuz off Iran, where new attacks are now sending oil prices on another wild ride today. This is a Thai-flagged ship, one of at least 3 vessels that have been struck today in that critical waterway. Thailand's Ministry of Transport says 20 crew members have been rescued. 3, though, remain unaccounted for. I'm going to show you a map of the approximate locations of these attacks on ships today in the Strait. A reminder, some 20 million barrels of fuel a day move through this critical shipping route, and it is clearly, effectively remains shut down because of this very real threat. Let's get right to Paula Hancock's live in Abu Dhabi for the latest on this.
This is all they have to do. This is all they have to do, right? They just continuously lob some shit over there, make it so no ships can pass through. The world's going to feel the impact. We're obviously going to feel the economic impact. Like, they don't need this. Like, they don't need this overwhelming, like, D-Day type of invasion landing. They don't need to necessarily take out more bases or take out more soldiers than they're losing on their end. They don't have to have this, like, I don't know, Leningrad type siege that the Germans held, which, lasted some 800, 900 days and killed, nearly 1 million people, 1 million civilians. They don't necessarily need all that. They just need to be able to disrupt shipping enough to make it so that these companies and these people in the insurance companies don't want to send, again, a large, substantial portion of the world's oil that flows through here. And we're going to see the economic impact. Not only that, but to continue to lob drones and missiles into allied nations, continue to lob drones and missiles into U.S. bases, into Israel. Like, that has a huge impact, and they don't necessarily need all that much to be able to like inflict those damages. You know what I mean? We talked about the people of Hamas were able to do with pipes and stuff like that, and kind of how they were kind of able to strike back in their own way. It's just that's all it was covered. You know what I mean? It was talked about, and that's all they really have to do is have this talked about, have it covered, have these ships scared to go through. You know what I mean? That's basically all they have to do.
What are you hearing here?
Speak.
Okay, we just heard from the UK Maritime Agency, and they say that as of now, they believe that about 13 vessels have been impacted since this war started. Now, you mentioned that Thai-flagged ship. We have some more information on that as well from authorities. They said that there was an explosion at the stern and then a fire broke out in the engine room. Now, this is believed to be where those 3 missing sailors were on duty at the time. So 20 rescued by the Omani Navy. We know that the captain told the crew to evacuate. They got in lifeboats and were then saved, but 3 still missing at this point. So it is a great concern that Iran appears to be ratcheting up these attacks on vessels in the Strait of Hormuz and in these very critical waters. Now, one of the vessels we understand was a cargo vessel, so we're not just talking about the restrictions of oil getting to where it needs to here. There's a lot more that there are concerns of. Now, a quick look at what else has been happening since Iran has said that it's going to have its most intense and heaviest operation. We do appear to be seeing a fairly consistent retaliation across the Gulf nations. Here in the UAE, we have...
Again, that kind of goes against everything that Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump have been saying, Marco Rubio have been saying about kind of obliterating the abilities of the Iranians to strike back, taking out this number or that number of sites and this many people in their leadership and this many drone and missile, this many missile factories and stuff like that. But again, consistently not mention the drone capabilities, not mention the drone factories, not mention, again, the effect that they still have and the ability that they still have to impact not only global shipping, but also the bases and the surrounding areas. It's just something that they're not talking about. They're talking about how this is a victory. They're trying to get 1 foot out already. They're trying to give themselves kind of this off-ramp to kind of claim victory, even though the original intent there, the regime change, has not been accomplished and seems to be taken off the list of goals completely. But again, it just goes to show that it doesn't take much in order for this to become and stay a huge problem as far as this is concerned, this situation.
Been hearing a number of different waves of interceptions. Dubai airport, there were 2 drones that hit nearby. We understand that 4 people have been injured there. Authorities saying in the vicinity of Dubai airport that fell. Flights have started to take off.
So these were the Iranian strikes you can see on the screen. I'll hop out of the way for just a second here. You can see Iran strikes, updated morning of March 10th, 2026. And just kind of the widespread nature of not only the missile and drone attacks, but just how many countries are involved, just how many countries have to deal with this right now. You can see obviously the concentration of strikes near in the Strait of Hormuz as we continue to talk about. But just a clear depiction of how widespread this is and how kind of out of control and out of Donald Trump's hands it is at this moment in time. Like, he kind of lit the match, but I don't know if he necessarily has the ability to put this out completely. Like, even if he was to, at this moment in time, kind of remove all U.S. troops, end all U.S. involvement, I'm not so sure Israel would kind of do the same. Not only that, but even if Israel were to do the same, I'm not sure that this would settle back down to where we were beforehand anyway. I mean, I just think the instability in the region has kind of kicked off and been sparked in a way where it's going to be hard to kind of put the toothpaste back into the tube. I hope I'm wrong. It would be great to see, if that were to happen, it would go back to, whatever we considered, stability in that region beforehand. But it remains to be seen exactly what takes place. We're getting no clear answers from the Trump administration. We've heard basically everything and all things that they could be said would know we're going to be there forever. We're going to be out of there in 2 weeks. We're just about done. We've won. No, we have a long way to go. We're still ramping up. Like, everything that they could possibly come out and say, they've tried, and none of it really makes sense, and none of it kind of aligns with what we're seeing as far as the realities on the ground. So.
And now, though, we also know that in Bahrain, in Kuwait, in Saudi Arabia, they have also seen interceptions and alerts over the past 24 hours. And Iran has also expanded, if you like, its target list. We are hearing from Iranian officials through state media that they say now offices and assets of major American tech companies with operations in the region would be considered a legitimate target. Now, clearly, there are many in this goal.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate that. Thank you for the $20 contribution from Jeff. Jeff says, admin to us, quote, our great military has the don't worry, we are winning. But we may need to get the draft going. Right. So that's basically, hey, kind of don't worry, everything's going to be over. But hey, be ready for a draft at the same time. It's like, well, those two things don't align, right? Those two things don't add up. Like, there's something seriously wrong if we just went from we're already winning, we've already won and achieved our goals to, hey, just kind of be ready for a draft in the background, just in case, just in case. So good point there, Jeff. I appreciate you. Thank you for your contributions to the show. But I mean, it kind of really is. It's laughable and it's insane and it doesn't make any sense. But that's kind of what we've been hearing, right? Like, that's kind of right in line with what we've been hearing. Like, be ready for a 2-week campaign, be ready for a 2-year campaign. Pete Hegseth has consistently said that Donald Trump has the ability and all the power in the world to kind of set a timeline, whether that be 17 years or fucking 7 seconds and anything in between. We've talked about how none of the achievements, none of the goals that they originally set out to do, as far as the main goals, the regime change have been, have been seen, have been realized at this point. But now, again, they're kind of switching their goals around to the Navy, the nuclear systems, and the missiles. Again, as we continue to say, totally discounting the drone threat, the drone manufacturing and the capabilities that they still have on that front. Totally not discussing and talking about Russia and China's involvement in this whole thing. The strikes from Israel and the ground attacks in Lebanon that we continue to talk about. Like, this is something that has kind of spread well beyond what I believe this administration kind of planned for, if there was any plan whatsoever, or kind of considered was to come from this. I think we're well past that point here. And here's just kind of another video, another clip here depicting the same thing. This is BBC talking about the cargo ships that were hitting the strait as well, but also the wave of launches and strikes that Iran has launched to kind of reiterate and reestablish that they do still have capabilities. Like, as much as Pete Hegseth and the rest of these idiots want to say they've already won, like, there's Americans in the region, there's bases in the region, there's American companies in the region, the shipping that we've talked about, like, there's still a lot at stake right now. And again, it wouldn't take much, and it wouldn't take many Shahed drones to enact a lot of terror as this continues. So again, let's just dive into a couple minutes of this BBC. If this is kind of repetitive, if they go over the same thing, I just want to see if they depict and show any other of the strikes that Iran launched here.
Projectiles, as they phrase it, in the last little while. One of them is a cargo ship that was hit in the Strait of Hormuz, close to Oman. That started.
Probably started from the beginning. That's always good to do, though. You know what I mean?
Hello. Countries around the Gulf are reporting a new round of Iranian missile and drone attacks. Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain said they were responding to incoming fire and warned residents to seek shelter. Drones have reportedly fallen near Dubai airport, injuring 4 people. A UK maritime monitor said a cargo ship was struck in the Strait of Hormuz, starting a fire and forcing the crew to evacuate. It comes after President Trump warned Iran over mining the strait. The US military says it's destroyed 16 Iranian mine-laying vessels near the Strait of Hormuz. The narrow waterway is the world's busiest shipping lane for the transportation of oil.
So that was the one of the the more recent kind of news releases that they've talked about, the 16 mine-laying ships that they've destroyed. When again, the article that I said was there was actually no report that they were out there laying explosives. As far as these boats were concerned, that may have changed as far as the reporting is concerned, but that's I believe it was the New York Times article that I was reading. If I'm mistaken on that one, I do apologize. But at least that was the reporting to that moment. But yeah, 16 Iranian mine-laying ships were destroyed. But again, to think that that's the only way that they'd be able to impact the Strait of Hormuz is kind of like, it's lacking in education. It's lacking in being, knowledgeable of the situation as far as drone technology and how that's advanced. And again, the dangers posed to the shipping channels and the shipping lanes and the ships themselves with the drones, and obviously the missile capabilities that they still have intact. But again, this whole thing has blown up to a point where, again, I don't know if they're necessarily going to be able to put the toothpaste back in the tube. And that goes for like the girls' school, the strike on the girls' school, as well as the lies we continue to hear from Pete Hegseth, from Donald Trump. Donald Trump doesn't know anything about it, but he's more than happy to point the finger at anybody else. The lies that he told about, the Tomahawk missiles being like, everybody's got one. You know what I mean? You go outside right now and people are probably walking down the street with a Tomahawk missile strapped to their fucking side, just ready to go. You know what I mean? It's America after all. But no, it's kind of ridiculous that, as we pointed out on the show, we talked about the countries that use them, how they're not in the area, the likelihood of Iran not only having these, but having the capabilities to launch them, considering what it takes to launch them, and then the ability to actually strike targets that they set out to strike using our U.S.-made Tomahawk missiles. Again, we went into that and how stupid and ridiculous it was. But here's Jennifer Griffin. She is, I believe, military strategist with Fox News. I forget her exact title on here, but she's one of the, more sane people on Fox News. I don't want to go, wholeheartedly into that one, but, one of the more established people, one of the more trustworthy people as far as Fox News is considered. Her reporting, not everything, believe me, I'm not going out on that limb. But to a certain degree, she's no Brett Baer. She's no Jesse Waters. You know what I mean? Like, she's no the rest of these idiots that work for them. So she kind of went on with Brett Baer, not that I'm calling him out for too much, and actually was questioned by Brett Baer what she thought about what Donald Trump was saying about the girls' school, the strike, and kind of what she knew from there. And I don't think that Brett Baer was quite ready for the answer that she gave, because she kind of told it like it was, like we've been saying, like there's pretty much no doubt in my mind that the president knows exactly what took place. He knows who struck it. He knows if it was an accident or for on purpose. So we don't really need to know about this investigation. And the fact that they're trying to kind of kick the can down the road should tell us everything that we need to know, not only about the incompetency, the corruption of this regime, but the fact that they know exactly how bad this looks, how bad it is, how bad they fucked up, and the repercussions and consequences they should face. So they're going to continue to push this down the road, hope some big thing happens that everybody will make everybody forget about this, and everybody will be on to the next thing, and they can obfuscate and they could, push it down the road even further. But let me see if we can play this clip again. This is Jen Griffin on with Brett Baer. Sorry that we have to look at fucking Ryan's penis here on the screen, but it does go on. Let's check this out.
I want to bring in Jen Griffin, a national security correspondent. One of the questions, Jen, in that news conference was about the strike on the girls' school that's next to a base in Iran, and it was a Tomahawk missile. The president saying Tomahawks are used by other countries, but an investigation.
Brett sounds like Kristina just shot his dog. I'm not going to lie. Brett does not sound happy at all to have to kind of toe the line here, to kind of repeat Trump's propaganda, knowing what he knows. I mean, I know he's best buds with the guy. I know he golfs with him all the fucking time. But typically, Brett, I don't know, he's known to give Trump kind of the more difficult interview on Fox. I won't go as far as to call it a difficult interview by any stretch of the imagination. But, with the softball interviews that Fox normally gives him, it kind of stands out when Brett does interview him and ask kind of like any follow-up question whatsoever. But in this case, it looks like Kristina just shot Brett Baer's dog. Like he's having to repeat this, like, well, are you sure we know? He sounds like fucking Eeyore. Are you sure we know it was a Tomahawk? How do you know? Are you sure? Like, check this out. And she goes straight up, fucking 100%. There's no doubt. Donald Trump knows exactly what took place here. If not immediately, definitely within the first few minutes of this strike, you can be damn sure. So check this out.
Is ongoing. What do we know about where that stands?
Well, that was a bit surprising to me because basically the U.S. has Tomahawks. Tomahawks have to be fired from either submarines or from warships. The Brits and the Australians have Tomahawks.
There are also some land-based, some ground-based launchers that you could launch it from as well. But again, like I said on the show the other day, if Iran has some U.S. Submarines and they have some U.S. warships that they're launching Tomahawks from, I think we should probably know about that. Don't you think? Don't you think that'd be a pretty big news story for us to kind of dive into? Whether or not Iran kind of has the ability to not only procure submarines, U.S. submarines, but also U.S. warships. And not only that, but to procure U.S. Tomahawk missiles. And not only that, to be able to have the ability to launch them from those submarines or the warships or the ground launchers. Like, that would be a huge thing. That would be a big, big fucking deal, you'd think. But again, that's the bullshit that the president of the United States decided to come out with on the world stage in front of cameras and actually with a straight face try to say.
But they're not part of this conflict. And then you also have the Japanese who are in a testing phase. So it seems highly unlikely that it would be anyone's Tomahawk other than a U.S. Tomahawk that hit that school. And I think the president knows that. He just knows that this is certainly a mistake, a big mistake, and it's being investigated, but he's trying to sort of muddy the waters by talking about the Tomahawks.
Yeah, they were saying that they didn't believe it was theirs, or they believed that Iran misfired something. Are we sure that it was a Tomahawk that hit that school?
There's no evidence that the Iranians fired anything at the school. If you look at the satellite imageries, and there've been a lot of investigations from the air, from these satellite photos, showing the impact and showing the likelihood that it was a Tomahawk.
So again, she gives it pretty straight and clear there. And not only that, but there's been multiple reports, detailed reporting from multiple established articles and corporations. Not only that, but she just said, multiple investigations into the satellite imagery, what we know about the area, what we know about who was attacking in that area, the photographic evidence that we have of the missiles going into and striking things in the area. It's pretty clear cut at this point. And again, for anybody to say and suggest that not only the commanders, but the commander-in-chief himself wasn't up to speed on this, didn't know about this right away. Again, whether or not it was a successful tactical strike or, again, a huge fucking mistake and should have never happened. Both ways, both instances, that would have been reported and reported up the chain to exactly who it should have got to, the president of the United States. And he definitely knows exactly what fucking took place because he's had ample time to look at the intelligence, to look at things that we're not privy to here, right? Again, if we have better intelligence on Instagram and fucking, YouTube and TikTok and shit, then we get a bigger problem. we get a much bigger problem. But again, that has kind of stoked more of a, I don't know what you call it, the MAGA civil war that we've been talking about, that we've continuously been reporting on. And again, that has stoked these people here, and like the people that don't want to see the war but still are kind of defending it will likely and be more likely to call out people like Lindsey Graham, but not Donald Trump himself, the person that enacted this stuff. I know to a point Megyn Kelly's been outspoken on this one, so but, for the most part, the same thing with the Epstein files. Like a lot of people in the MAGA base, the people that, weren't willing to kind of sit silent and wanted to speak up, kind of use Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, and Pam Bondi as their scapegoat. Rightfully so, because they should be picked apart. They should be fucking scapegoated, but they're only doing the bidding, the work, the following the orders of the great Führer himself, Donald Trump, and the fact that they continuously leave him out of the conversation is very telling on that. So basically here we got Megyn Kelly going after Lindsey Graham, calling him a homicidal maniac, and basically saying that he should be removed from television, never be allowed on television again. And I concur. I second that notion. But this is from Lindsey Graham's past statements again, not only talking about doing some sort of separate deal by himself with other nations, talking about how, threatening Spain, talking about Saudi Arabia, the UAE. I mean, the guy's been fucking going ham, talking about Cuba. I mean, this guy wants to see blood all over the place. He's talking about basically world domination, taking over the world, eradicating terrorism all over the world, which, again, sounds great in theory. But when talking about how many people would have to be killed, how many people would actually be eradicated by Lindsey Graham if he was allowed to enact this, turns into a different discussion. But here's here's Megyn Kelly calling out Lindsey Graham for his past bloodlust, his recent bloodlust, I should say. Check this out. I thought this was pretty comical that we get to see Republican on Republican violence. And again, not a good sign for the GOP going into a very, very important midterms. Again, as Democrats continue to flip, gubernatorial seats and seats all over the place in this country. Check this out.
Lindsey Graham is inexcusable and should not be allowed back on television. Period. He is frothing at the mouth.
We're going to blow the hell out of these people.
This guy.
He is absolutely shit-faced. In every single one of these clips, the guy is just smashed, okay? Looks like he's in Southie on St. Patrick's Day, for Christ's sakes. This guy just can't hold his liquor. Listen to this. We're gonna smash and take over the world and shit. Fuck, Cuba's next. This is guy.
Frothing at the mouth.
We're going to blow the hell out of these people.
We're going to blow the hell out of these people. And I don't mean with bombs. That's just what I do on the weekends.
Guy is a homicidal maniac with a bloodlust that is insatiable.
Iran is going down and Cuba is next.
What the who voted for that?
Iran. Oh, Jesus Christ. Like, of course, not any news to you guys that have been watching this show, because we've talked about this time and time again, and not only the rhetoric from Marco Rubio, Donald Trump, but also what we see happening in real time right now in Cuba, how Donald Trump wants to keep them in the dark. He wants to keep them without fuel. He wants to keep them without food, for when he's ready to go into Cuba now, apparently. When he's finished with Iran, he can then get into, dealing with Cuba, as he's talked about a few different times now. But this is literally Lindsey Graham, as a U.S. Senator, saying outright that Cuba is next, okay? Direct quote from a U.S. Senator, Cuba is next.
No one voted for that.
No, Meg, you don't get to do that. You don't get to do that. Remember the big signs that said mass deportation, right? Remember the hate and the bigotry they had for everybody? Remember how he was talking about how he's going to wield and weaponize the military and how he rebuilt the fucking military? I know he was also saying that he was going to be the president of peace and no new wars, but that was just a bunch of fucking hogwash and bullshit. Right, considering the nature of how he kind of we saw the uptick in civilian deaths, drone activity, strikes by the United States, even above and beyond Barack Obama in that regard. But I mean, to think that he was actually going to come in and be the president of peace, to think he was actually going to come in and there'd be no new wars and peace in the Middle East, like you'd have to be a ditzy person to believe that. Like you'd have to be a gullible moron to believe any of that.
Marching through the world, we're cleaning out the bad guys.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. You have no fucking kids and no fucking clue. Those of us who have children, especially the moms I know who have kids who are in the armed forces, don't
Whoa. You have no fucking kids.
don't have the same bloodlust that you have, childless, weird man in his dark corner basement that he wanted to get off again watching bombs blow up. 7 service personnel are now dead. He has no fucking compassion for human life.
You just wait to see what comes in the next 2 weeks.
President Trump.
You just see what comes in the next 2 weeks. There's probably a couple bottles of liquor and definitely some bombs being dropped, if I do say so myself.
Needs to understand that he is undermining everything President Trump is doing. This is not a force for.
See, but at the end of that, she tries to make it seem like Donald Trump is somehow removed and secondary to this, and like, oh man, Donald Trump has to wake up and see how Lindsey Graham is undermined. No, he's part of the whole thing. They are one in the same. Okay, they have the same minds. They are the same fucking people. That they are not detached from each other. The bloodlust that Lindsey Graham has is the same bloodlust that Donald Trump has. Like the same, inhumane thoughts, the same careless nature for fucking human life that Lindsey Graham has is the same careless nature for human life that Donald Trump has. Same fucking people. So you can't remove one, considering one is the actual president enacting all of this bullshit. And the minion that sat behind him is just a fucking little drunk rat going around on television, right? It's the main guy you want to be focused on, but it's another clear-cut fucking example of their lack of their ability to call out the fucking Fuhrer, right? They'll go for the secondary guys. They'll go for the people, on the lower levels to make it seem like they were stepping back, like they were fighting back or they were opposing this in any way, right? But this is exactly what the fuck you voted for, Mick, okay? This is exactly what you voted for. So don't give us that bullshit. We're not believing it. It's not going to float. It's not going to fly, But again, to kind of detail, what do you say? We go on to, we got this one too, because this is a new Preston Stewart video detailing Trump's kind of new plan to basically just declare victory and move on from this without basically completing the goal that they had set out to achieve, which was regime change. That was basically the main stated goal. Not only that, but to see the Iranian people rise up and retaliate against the regime and overthrow the regime and start their own new nation and shit. Like, that's what they wanted to see happen. But again, that seems to have been taken off of the goals list. That seems to have been removed, as well as any talk about drone activity or the effectiveness that the Iranian military still has to strike back and to cause chaos and disruption, like we've continued to see with the Strait of Hormuz and beyond. But again, this is Trump's new plan to declare victory and move on. And I just thought we'd see if we can get some insights in what Donald Trump may be trying coming up, what they might be thinking about attempting, the bullshit that they may be trying to spew as far as the overwhelming victory that they've now achieved, and how we can call it out. All right, so this is, again, Preston Stewart. Appreciate you guys if you hit that like button, if you subscribe to the channel. Trying to get to 20K. It's only with your help that we're going to get there, though, so let's do it.
Hegseth says this is just the beginning.
I always do this. It's typically prudent upon it yourself to start the video at the beginning. That's what you want to do.
So it's looking like President Trump is about to declare victory and move on from Iran. Now, the Israelis, our Gulf partners, even the Iranian regime may not necessarily agree with that assessment, but you know what? That's a problem for another day. Now, the reason I say this is, first off, it's always been on the table that President Trump, rather than, falling victim to others dictating the situation, has always been liable to just step up and say, we did it. We won. Good job, everybody. Come on home. Let's move on. But
and what an absolute disaster that would be for the Trump regime, right? An absolute disaster. As much as you have people like Josh Hawley and the rest of these fucking morons trying to make the rounds on TV and on news, trying to make it seem like we've already achieved all the objectives, we've seen everything we wanted to see, and that we haven't just basically kicked off the destabilization in the region for absolutely no reason. Meanwhile, we have the same regime the Ayatollah's son still in place. Not only that, but them, actively trying to seek out people that were willing to work with the United States, that were out there in the streets protesting and chanting against the regime, that were willing to take up arms against this government. So they're going to see the reprisals and retributions of that. So we've just kind of put more of the Iranian citizens at risk, the ones that we haven't bombed already and killed in the strikes that we've enacted on them, of course. But again, what have we actually achieved? I know they're going to talk about the nuclear capabilities, even though we obliterated that, 6 months ago. Somehow they were 2 weeks away again, but we've, isn't there a clip? I think I actually have a quote from Lindsey Graham. I don't know if I actually pulled it up. He's got another quote out there where he says something along the lines of, when this war is over, we're going to annihilate their nuclear capabilities. Okay. So does somebody actually want to tell him about the rhetoric and the bullshit and the propaganda that Trump was spewing about 6 months ago? Because somebody may want to fill him in, because that's already been achieved, apparently. That's already been accomplished, right? So again, one of the stated goals of the U.S. military right now was already achieved 6 months ago, supposedly, allegedly, right? From the reports and from the statements by this Trump regime. But again, somehow it's now back on the table as one of the main goals, one of the main established goals of the military in Iran right now. As we've repeatedly talked about how ridiculous it is for him to continuously say it was, obliterated, and then to try to, spew the bullshit and to try to propagandize and to believe us they were like 2 seconds away again from another weapon. But again, we go on because what will the victory consist of is a big question. So I don't think it's going to have the look. I don't think it's really going to make him seem like the alpha man on the world stage. And I don't think he's going to be very happy with what happens in the region in retaliation and, in the days following this, in the months following this, in the years following this, considering kind of the acts that have been kicked off, right? What we've already seen take place so far.
In just the last 24 hours, we've seen a number of indications suggesting that President Trump is leaning more in this direction. For starters, yesterday, he said we won. He said we're going to keep winning and we have more winning to do, but we've effectively already won, which, kind of shows his hand a little bit. We've also seen what appears to be a shift in the U.S. objectives for this war, from 4 down to 3, removing one of the most challenging aspects that we laid out in the initial rationale for going to war. And then lastly, it's getting a little bit out of our control. No doubt there are second and third order effects that may not have been anticipated that are having very significant regional and global.
And again, I think he's putting it very mildly there. I think it's very evident that there were multiple, if not all, of the secondary impacts that came from this were not planned for. Again, we talked about the bases, how they weren't very well defended. We talked about how there were still are ample Americans in the region that were not, removed from the region beforehand or notified beforehand in some way, shape, or form to get themselves out of harm's way. Just the secondary impacts on the oil, on the world economy that we've seen. You guys, what you're paying at the pumps. There's multiple different secondary impacts that I don't think anybody really thought of in the Trump regime. It might be, and you might be able to kind of convince me at some point in time that it was the generals that kind of made Trump aware that it was a possibility. But again, I'm not believing and I'm not buying by any stretch of the imagination from what I've seen from the military leadership thus far that they were in any way opposed or, tried to stand up and say no to this. I'm just not fucking having it.
It's not out of the question that the president would look at all of this and say, you know what? Enough. Let's wrap this thing up and move on to the next thing. Now, before walking through each one of those, we do have some casualty updates from the Pentagon. They've now released the pictures and the names of the 6th and 7th soldiers that have so far been killed during Operation Epic Fury. Starting here, we have Chief.
And this was the dignified transfer that Donald Trump, again, was too busy golfing to attend. As you'll see here, he'll pass J.D. Vance, Pete Hegseth, and a few of the military leadership there, but no Donald Trump in attendance for the dignified transfer of Army Sergeant Benjamin Pennington there, as we talked about on the show.
3, Robert Marzan, 54 years old, of Sacramento, California. Chief Marzan was killed on March 1st in Kuwait during an Iranian drone attack. He was assigned to the 103rd Sustainment Command, a reserve unit based out of Des Moines, Iowa. The 7th soldier so far killed, Sergeant Ben Pennington, my understanding, promoted now, Staff Sergeant Ben Pennington, 26 years old, of the 1st Space Battalion, 1st Space Brigade with Army Space and Missile Defense Command. He was killed during an Iranian strike on Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia earlier this week. I do believe there's an 8th, the National Guard member, that died due to non-combat related injuries, a medical condition. I'll dig into that a little bit more
So maybe that was the reported 8th one that we were talking about yesterday. Remember yesterday I was talking about how I did see 8 reported. So whether or not they're kind of attaching that to the actual deaths caused by the war, I'm not sure, and how they're kind of detaching that. But it almost seems like they're trying to put that in a separate category, just basing off what I heard there. So again, that's kind of where we saw that. I think it was on the Iran, like the war ticker there, the money ticker that popped up that also said that there was 8 involved as well.
Provide updates when we have them.
And again, that doesn't account for, what was it, 140 plus casualties and injuries that were also sustained. So we need to continuously remember that not only have people been killed in this, service members been killed, but people's lives have probably been changed forever. And people are definitely going to be in recovery and trying to, figure out what's next as far as their careers and lives, depending on how severe the injuries they sustained were, obviously.
Now, in terms of why I think President Trump is likely to just walk away and declare victory, the first one here is he did that yesterday. I mean, yesterday he said we won. There were a number of statements. In an interview with CBS, he said, quote, "I think the war is complete, pretty much. They have no Navy, no communications, and no Air Force." He was asked about this later. With
no Navy, no communications, and no Air Force, but strangely still have the ability to be able to strike shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, still have the ability to strike targets in Dubai, around the Dubai airport, still have the ability to strike, U.S. bases in the area. But what is the actual victory that we're seeing here, right? What is the actual victory? Please, somebody tell me, please.
It said, "You said this is complete, but Defense Secretary Hegseth says this is just the beginning. So which is it?" And President Trump said, "You could say both." So I guess it's both the beginning and
try to make sense out of that one. Try to make sense out of that one. Donald Trump says that the war is pretty much complete. We've completed all of our objectives. The Secretary of War Crimes, Pete Hegseth, says we're just getting started. We're just ramping up. We're sending more planes. We're sending more troops. We're sending more fucking aircraft carriers. We're sending it all, baby. We're just sending fucking everything. And then Donald Trump asked, okay, well, which one is it? Because you say you're basically got one foot out the door almost, and that we've achieved, overwhelming victory, even though you were just calling for, a complete and total surrender. You were talking about regime change, and none of those things have been accomplished whatsoever. But now you want to talk about this overwhelming victory you've achieved. Pete Hegseth is saying it just ramped up. We're just getting going. Which one is it? And Donald Trump says, well, it's a both. It's a both. Okay. It's just both. Somehow we've got one foot out the door and we're just getting ramped up here. So if you can make sense out of that one, again, any maggots in the chat, please, if you want to translate that from fucking Donald Trump's ridiculous English and, demented mind that he has into some proper English and maybe anything that makes sense, I'd be more than happy to hear it in the chat. But to me, that doesn't make any fucking sense. You can't have one foot out the door. You can't have already obtained an overwhelming victory and also just be ramping up things and just be, you're still sending in troops, airplanes, and aircraft carriers. And this is like, we could go on for months for this thing, baby. This could never stop, actually, is the more we talk about it. It just makes absolutely no sense in any way, shape, or form, anything that they're doing here, anything that they're saying here. Not only that, but this isn't even like the main focus. It is the main focus, but the fact that they're still got one eye focused on Cuba, Lindsey Graham talking about Cuba, Marco Rubio talking about Cuba, Donald Trump continuously referencing Cuba in his speeches, just leads us to believe that if he does have one foot out of Iran, is that because he has one foot now, implanted in Cuba, and we're going to be going into there next? Seems like the plan. Seems like everything's pointing and leading us into that fucking direction. Considering the rhetoric we've heard, not only the plight of the Cuban people that we've been talking about recently and what they're facing, Donald Trump saying that they're in the dock and they're basically at their lowest level and we can deal with them when we're done with Iran. Like, this is what the fucking government is saying. That's what they're telling us is happening next. So it's probably be best upon us to listen to what they're saying and take it pretty seriously. It's kind of crazy that they kind of have us over a barrel. I know a lot of this is kind of taking away from the impacts, the investigations, and what we want to see happen and, come from the Epstein investigations, the Epstein files. But again, the serious nature and the severity of what could come from this, it just demands the coverage. And it's unfortunate. And again, the fact that they kind of have us over a barrel is something in a position I'd like to very much get out of as soon as fucking possible. The more we can take back power, the more special elections that we win, the more power we take back in the midterms, the more that we can start impacting what's been going on in this government, more and more by the day. So I will let you guys get out of here. Again, if you guys are here and you gave anything to the chat today, if you donated to the Venmo, if you sent in a super chat or a super sticker, please stick around. And I, make sure to congratulate and thank and highlight all of your achievements, all of your contributions. But I will kick it over to my good man, Jeff Waldorf, over on this space. I do appreciate Matt. I appreciate the mods over there for everything that you guys do. I do appreciate being part of this coalition. I know it's a tough haul. I know it's a slow roll, but I think you guys are doing amazing work. I really do. And again, it's an honor to be a part of this. And I'm not going anywhere. I know we're going to be right here at Blunt Politics for a long time to come. And with your help and your contributions, we'll be able to climb up that ladder, and hopefully we'll start, being able to sway some opinions in there and start being able to kind of, make some waves. Let's create some waves in this political space. That's what I want to do. I want people to start taking notice. I want people to notice the chat. I want people to notice how fast we're growing and that stuff. So it would be really, really nice if you guys could hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. But I do appreciate everybody on this space. Thank you to the mods, and I'll kick it over to Jeff. I appreciate you, Jeff. Make sure you kick some ass, dude, as you always do. Thanks, guys. I appreciate you.
You're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, 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 other than day one.
Donald Trump has successfully moved the Overton window in a way that is as dangerous for the future of democracy in this country as anything else.
This is what Vout and Project 2025 wanted.
Newsom is he's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it? I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great.
They control the Congress, they control the White House, and they control the courts. And so, of course, they're massively, massively overreaching. And yes, they are getting away with it right now.
This is clearly a man who cannot tolerate criticism of him or what he does, which is exactly what authoritarianism is all about.
The New York Times is just as fake as CNN and MSDNC. They really are the enemy of the people.
What he is saying, rather bluntly, if you stand up to Donald Trump, he will punish you.
Protesters in Philadelphia, state capitals in California, Minnesota, Michigan, Texas, Wisconsin, Indiana, and others showed up to oppose Trump, Musk, and Project 2025.
The US and President Trump has overseen America's largest military parade in decades as nationwide protests take place against his leadership.
Demonstrations are happening right across the United States today to oppose the Trump administration.
Two visions of America. On a day the country's deepening divide was there for all the world to see.
Hey everyone, Jeff here. Welcome to The Logical Leftist. Thank you for joining the stream this afternoon. Like always, we're going to dig into the stories the corporate media don't want to touch, and the right-wing establishment hopes that you'll ignore. So here I am. I'm on this space. I'm live. And if you haven't subscribed to my channel yet, The Logical Leftist, as well as this space, by the way, which is very, very kindly giving me airtime, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? I post new videos every single day breaking down Donald Trump, MAGA, oligarchy, and why the system is rigged against all of us, and is why we are in the burning boat that we are in right now. The burning and sinking at the same time. Okay, that's where America's at right now. That's where we're at. Obviously, I'm keeping it real here. I keep it real. So let's get logical. Look at that. All right. So I got some absolutely devastating stories today. All right. Look, one of the things that my channel has been doing a lot lately since the Trump 2.0 administration is showing the consequences that we all warned were going to come. And sure enough, they're here. They're here. All right. We've got what's going on with the not SAVE Act, Okay, but the SAVE plan. Remember Biden's kind of half-baked, something, his repayment plan for student loan debt. That was actually going to help a little bit, even though I still think that he should have just canceled all of it. Go for broke. Okay, might as well. Still might have ended up getting, canceled by the Supreme Court. But guess what? So did this. So what happened? He went for the quarter of a loaf and ended up getting absolutely nothing for it. And so a lot of students, people with student loan debt, absolutely screwed. We've got SNAP cuts, Medicaid cuts, all these things that, yes, I've talked about these things before. And you know what? They're still there. They're not going away, and they're having devastating impacts. Absolutely devastating. So we're going to be talking about that pretty much all day today. Just the impacts of people's votes. Because I think that it's really, really important to point out that where we are at and why. Because it's not a, so much about trying to rub people's face in it. I know sometimes it's how it feels, but seriously, it is about consequences. This is the time to talk about the consequences of voting for conservatives, for conservative policies. Okay. And these consequences are terrible, and they are hurting people every single day. And here's how. So with that said, let's do it. Okay. The Trump administration is quietly, and I want to put some emphasis on that word, quietly, pursuing a regulatory change that would strip food assistance from an estimated 6 million low-income Americans, including nearly 2 million children. No press conference, no primetime address, no announcements of any kind, just a bureaucratic rule change being pushed through the system while the news cycle looks elsewhere. And while they're doing this, the same administration is spending approximately $1 billion a day waging war in Iran, a war that nobody wanted. No American wanted. Okay, no regular person wanted that. The receipt on that number, by the way, is a Pentagon leak reported by the Daily Beast, which has not been disputed by the Defense Department. Or, the War Department. Bunch of clowns. That's the actual math, by the way. And we are going to go through that right now. You see, the U.S. Department of Agriculture is pursuing a rule change that would gut what is called broad-based categorical eligibility in the SNAP program, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. Here is what that means in plain old English. Right now, states can automatically qualify residents for SNAP if they are already enrolled in other aid programs, like Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, TANF. Now, this reduces paperwork, reduces administrative costs, saves the government money, and helps people who are already verified as being low income skip an extra round of bureaucratic bullshit just to eat. But the Trump administration wants to end that. And the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities estimated that doing so would strip food aid from around 6 million people, including nearly 2 million children. Children. Do you not care about the children, Republicans? Do you not care? Of course not, because this is the Epstein administration. Now, the CBPP described who those people are. Quote unquote, the people losing access to food assistance from SNAP, school meals, and the Women, Infants, and Children's program would mainly be working families, older adults, and people with disabilities. End quote. Working families, older adults, people with disabilities. Not the people Donald Trump told you he was going after. The people Trump told you he was trying to protect. Come on. Katie Berg, a policy analyst at CBPP, was direct about what this rule change means. Quote, the end result will be more hunger and hardship. That's it. No spin. More hunger, more hardship, written, published, on the freaking record, okay? Now, here is the number that should be on a billboard somewhere. Hey, DNC, get on it. The CBO projects that gutting broad-based categorical eligibility would save the federal government roughly $11 billion over the next 10 years. It's approximately $1 billion per year. But guess what? The Trump administration is currently spending $1 billion per day on the war in Iran. Yeah, that's right. That's right. $1 billion per year in food aid savings, $1 billion per day in bombs. That is the trade-off the Trump administration has made. That's what they chose. And no one should be shocked by this. I'm not Pikachu face or anything like that. But still, Senator Adam Schiff of California said it plainly on CNN on Monday. Quote unquote, Americans cannot afford their groceries. They cannot afford their medicine. They cannot afford the cost of living. And yet we are dropping $1 billion of bombs, it seems, every day in Iran. And here is a specific receipt on the Iran war spending. According to figures reported by the Washington Post, the Pentagon has burned through $5.6 billion worth of munitions, arms, weapons in just the first 2 days of the assault. $5.6 billion in just 2 days. Put that into context. That's more than 5 years worth of the SNAP savings that they're trying to squeeze out of 6 million hungry people, 2 million kids. But look, this isn't just about the new regulatory push, right? Let's zoom out for a second, because this is part of a pattern that has been running since Trump signed the big, beautiful bill. That legislation already included the largest SNAP cuts in American history, approximately $187 billion over the next decade. At his State of the Union address, Donald Trump bragged about this. He said his administration had, quote unquote, lifted 2.4 million Americans off SNAP. Lifted, huh? That's the word he used. As in what? Elevated? As in improved their lives? Come on. What he actually meant was that his administration kicked 2.4 million people off of food assistance. He chose a different verb to explain the horror, the violence that he has enacted on these people. And just last week, Republicans in the House Agricultural Committee advanced a farm bill that does absolutely nothing to address the reverberating damage from those cuts. Crystal Fitzsimmons, president of the Food Research and Action Center, responded by saying, quote, instead of prioritizing the health and well-being of tens of millions of Americans, the committee failed to reverse course and continued on a path that will strip food from these tables of children, veterans, caregivers, older adults, and people experiencing homelessness. Yeah, children, veterans, caregivers, older adults, people experiencing homelessness. That's who pays the price here. And the people who made that choice are calling that fiscal responsibility. Can you believe it? Let me put the contrast one more time here in terms anybody can understand. The federal government is about to save $1 billion per year by taking food away from 6 million people. The federal government is currently spending $1 billion per day bombing Iran. The administration made a choice about whose sacrifice matters. They made it clearly, quietly, and they're hoping you didn't notice. But you did. And so did I. So here's an action item for you. Call your representatives and tell them specifically that you opposed the categorical eligibility rule change. Not the general SNAP cuts, those already passed. The new regulatory rule that's being pushed right now. That rule hasn't been finalized. It can still be challenged. And every public comment, every congressional call, every story that gets shared puts pressure on the process before it closes. If you know someone on SNAP, a neighbor, a family member, somebody at your church or in your community, tell them what's happening and encourage them to document their current enrollment and benefits. Because when these rules change, the people least likely to know it happened are the people who can least afford to lose their access. And there you are. Absolutely disgusting that we are the richest nation in the world, and yet we're stealing food from the mouths of hungry kids. That's unfortunately what we are doing today. All right. With that said, let's do it. Let's get into the next story. Hoo boy. So I'm going to read you all a list. Now, this isn't a list of projections or warnings about what might happen. No, this is a list of things that have already happened since Donald Trump signed the One Big Beautiful Bill into law. Rock Regional Hospital in Derby, Kansas, closed permanently. East Ohio Regional Hospital in Martins Ferry, actually that closed in earlier 2025, before the Big Beautiful Bill passed. But it closed for the exact same reason. Unsustainable Medicaid reimbursement rates and a federal funding model are being squeezed to the breaking point. That was not an anomaly. It was actually a preview of what the bill would end up accelerating. Warren County's only hospital maternity unit in Pennsylvania shutting down. Alameda County's hospital system in California laid off hundreds of employees. Bay State Health in Massachusetts warning of a $146 million annual hit to its finances. Gray Family Health Center in Maine announced a permanent closure on March 6th, 2026. That's 5 days ago. Nexus Health in Santa Fe, New Mexico, closed, leaving what local reporting called a healthcare void in the community. In Kansas City, a healthcare reporter wrote that 2025 was a nightmare for the health sector and may be worse in 2026. That is what is already on the ground, and the cuts are still accelerating. Protect Our Care, which has been tracking hospital closures and service reductions since the Big Beautiful Bill passed, reports that over 600 providers across the country are now facing closure or actively cutting services. Not 600 patients, 600 facilities, hospitals, clinics, birth centers, maternity wards. I thought they wanted us having kids, and emergency departments. The National Rural Health Association estimates that 1 in 5 rural hospitals will close because of Republican Medicaid cuts. And 41% of all rural hospitals are already classified as at financial risk. Let me put a face on that number. 74% of rural hospital closures happen in states where Medicaid expansion was not in place or had been in place for less than a year. Rural hospitals serve higher proportions of Medicaid and Medicare patients than urban hospitals. They operate on thinner margins. They do not have the financial cushion of a large urban health system. When the federal government cuts Medicaid reimbursements, rural hospitals do not negotiate a workaround. They close. And Health Leaders is projecting that the Big Beautiful Bill could cut $69 billion from hospital revenue over just the next 2 years. Not the next decade, 2 years. Now, the administration's defense of all this is that, the cuts were targeted at waste and fraud in Medicaid, and that the work requirements will ensure that only truly eligible people receive benefits. Let me address that directly. Work requirements have been studied extensively. The data is consistent. They do not meaningfully increase employment. What they do is generate bullshit paperwork. They create compliance burdens that cause eligible people to lose coverage, not because they do not qualify, but because they missed a filing deadline, or their employer did not submit the correct verification forms, or they had a medical episode and could not complete the process on time. The result isn't a leaner system. The result is a system that covers fewer people while costing nearly as much to administer. The Beacon News reported that 30 hospitals in Kansas and 12 in Missouri are at risk of closure right now. North Carolina's health department requested $1 billion from the federal rural health fund to try to offset these cuts, and then said publicly that $1 billion still would not be enough. Yeah, read that again. $1 billion request, and the state said it would not cover the whole. Now, here's the population that's losing care in these communities. New moms. Birth centers are closing across the country as maternity care gaps widen. Pediatric care options are shrinking. Nursing home staffing is declining as the sector loses revenue, which means that elderly residents are left more vulnerable. The GOP passed a rural health fund as part of the Big Beautiful Bill to offset some of the Medicaid losses. But according to Protect Our Care's assessment, it has come nowhere near to replacing the billions of dollars Republicans ripped away from rural health systems. Nowhere near. Their words, not mine. And I want to be specific about who voted for the people who did this, because it matters to this story. Not to rub it in, but it does matter. The counties losing rural hospitals in Kansas, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, and Missouri voted overwhelmingly for Donald Trump and for the congressional Republicans who passed the Big Beautiful Bill. These are not blue state cities with large hospital systems that can absorb the losses. No, these are red state rural communities that were told the Republican Party was their champion. And now they're watching their hospitals close. This is FAFO at its most concrete. You were told the cuts would target waste. You were told rural communities would be protected. You were told the Rural Health Fund would cover the losses. The hospitals are closed. The maternity wards are gone. The emergency rooms are an hour away. The receipt's in. Now, here's your action item. Look up whether any hospital or clinic in your county or surrounding counties is on the at-risk list. Protect Our Care maintains a hospital crisis watch tracker that you can use. If a facility near you is at risk, contact your state legislators before the next budget vote. State governments are the last in line of defense on this. The federal cuts are locked in, but some states are fighting to use general fund money to prevent closures. Your voice in that process matters. And please share the story. Because the people in Derby, Kansas, and Martins Ferry, Ohio, and Santa Fe, New Mexico, did not hear it was coming until their hospital was already gone. Okay. Moving on here. It's really terrible to, talk about just the horrific effects that their vote has caused. And it's not just affecting, obviously, Trump voters. It's affecting so many people. Good people. Okay? People who didn't vote for Trump. And it's just having a snowball effect on so many different people. Seeing them lose their health care, their hospitals. I mean, it's not just about, oh, I don't have money for health care now. I don't even have a place where I can go get emergency health care anymore. That's killing people. And that's going to be one of the effects, one of the impacts of this administration, of what happens when you vote for Republicans. People are going to die as a result. Okay. And before I move on, coffee. All right. Let's talk about student loans. Oh boy. It's one thing I hate having. 8 million Americans plan their financial lives around a government promise. Lower monthly payments. A real path out of debt. Some of them even took lower paying public service jobs because the repayment math finally worked. Some had restructured their housing budgets. Some decided that they could afford to start a family. However, this week, the 8th Circuit Court of Appeals handed every single one of them a brand new bill. See, the SAVE plan, it's the Student Loan Repayment Plan, not the SAVE Act. It's two different things. That's dead. And the people who killed it, by the way, are calling this a service. So here's your receipts. On Monday, the 8th Circuit Court ordered a lower court to approve President Donald Trump's proposed settlement with the state of Missouri. A settlement specifically designed to eliminate Joe Biden's SAVE plan. SAVE, the Saving on a Valuable Education plan, was the most affordable federal student loan repayment program ever created. It capped monthly payments at a percentage of discretionary income and offered a faster timeline to debt cancellation. So for borrowers with low incomes or public service careers, this wasn't a luxury, it was a lifeline. Once the settlement is approved, the Education Department will stop enrolling new borrowers in SAVE, will deny all pending applications, and it will move every currently enrolled borrower to a different, more expensive repayment plan within what the administration is calling a limited time. They haven't said how limited. They haven't said what the new plans will cost. What they've said is this. Nicholas Kent, Trump's Undersecretary of Education, released a statement calling it, and I want you to hear this exact word, quote, the illegal SAVE plan, illegal. Okay, that's the term a senior official of the United States government chose to describe a repayment program that helped 8 million working people manage their student debt. Illegal. Illegal. Now, the same administration that has no problem with the $2 trillion tax cut for billionaires in Trump's first term looks at debt relief for borrowers and calls it a crime. Amazing how that works. Kent also promised the administration would continue to realign the federal student loan portfolio to better serve students and taxpayers. Better serve, huh? Hold on to that phrase. Because here's what better service looks like from the Trump administration. Winston Berkman-Breen, the legal director at Protect Borrowers Action, put a number on this. Quote, the millions of borrowers who had a right to lower monthly student loan payments and relief through SAVE will now face thousands of dollars in higher bills every year, thanks to the right-wing campaign against borrowers, end quote. Thousands of dollars per year per borrower. Not a one-time hit, an annual recurring obligation indefinitely until the debt is gone. That's what better service means when the Trump administration says it. So let's talk about who drove this into the wall. Missouri's Republican Attorney General. I mean, guys from the state, that basically sounds like misery. So I guess he has got to make everybody else miserable too. Sorry for people from Missouri. Look, he led the multi-state legal assault against SAVE. This is where working class residents carry significant student debt loads in Missouri, where public school teachers, by the way, and nurses and social workers chose lower paying careers because SAVE made the financial trade-off survivable. The Republican Party in Missouri used the legal system to raise its own constituents' loan payments, and they won. Sit with that. Now, here's a detail that should make you especially angry. Trump's own legislation, the so-called Big Beautiful Bill, had already scheduled SAVE for a phase-out. But it set a 2028 deadline. 2 years. Look, it's not much, but that runway at least would have given enrolled borrowers a little bit of time to find alternative plans or to adjust their budgets or prepare for the higher payments. But the Eighth Circuit just ripped that runway away. Borrowers who were counting on those 2 years no longer have them. So even by Trump's own terms, even by the timeline his own party set in law, this court went further, faster, and the administration called it a win. Now think about who gets hit by this. The nurse who restructured her finances around a $200 a month SAVE payment. The teacher in St. Louis who chose public school over a private sector job because SAVE made that choice financially viable. The first generation graduate who was months from debt cancellation and is now being told to pick a new, more expensive plan in a limited time frame that no one has defined. These people, look, they did everything right. They enrolled in a legal federal program. They built their lives around a government commitment, and the government just backed out. No wonder nobody trusts the government anymore. Now, here's why this goes beyond the dollar figure. SAVE has been tied up in litigation since the summer of 2024. For nearly 2 years, millions of borrowers have been in limbo, unable to make progress towards debt cancellation, unsure what plan they would ultimately land on. That uncertainty was itself a harm. And now, rather than resolving that uncertainty in favor of the 8 million people waiting, the Eighth Circuit resolved it in favor of the states that filed the lawsuit. That right there is what we call an extraction pattern. You let people believe that relief is coming. You let it get real enough that they build financial decisions around it, and then you take it away through a legal system you spent years reshaping, and then you call the thing you took illegal. The message here is not exactly subtle. Working people should not expect the government to keep its word. Wealthy people and their tax cuts? Well, whoa, that's a different story entirely, guys. Now, here's one more thing that I think is worth knowing. On the same day, the Eighth Circuit had ruled 4 borrowers filed a federal lawsuit arguing the Education Department is legally required to implement the SAVE plan anyway. That fight is not over, and neither is the pressure on the members of Congress who cheered this ruling. So here is an action item for you. If you're on SAVE right now, don't rush to switch plans before you receive official guidance from the Education Department. A panic move to a new plan before you understand all your options could end up costing you significantly more. Monitor your loan servicer closely. I know it's hard. And then call your member of Congress. And not email. You got to call them. Give them your name, your monthly payment under SAVE, and the specific financial decisions you made based on the program. Every one of those calls is a data point that elected officials will have to answer for in the next cycle. Because they will, and you know it, they will run on, I support hardworking Americans in 2026. Well, make sure they have to answer for this first. And by the way, abolish student debt. That's all I have to say on that. All I have to add. Well, thank you, Real John Lithium. I do appreciate that. So, all right. Misery indeed. Misery indeed. So, all right. We go from student loans back to Medicaid, actually. So, I know I already talked about hospital closures, but now it gets worse. Because it always gets worse, guys. You know this. $7.6 million Americans are set to lose their Medicaid coverage under Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill. We're talking low-income workers, disabled adults, seniors in nursing homes, and new moms. People who don't have a backup plan when their coverage disappears. A new Rand Health study just put a number on the damage. $665 billion in cuts over the next 10 years. It's not a rounding error. It's a deliberate extraction of healthcare from the people who need it most. Signed up by the same guys who told you they were going to make America healthy again. Right. $665 billion. Poof, gone. From the public health insurance program that covers low-income Americans, disabled Americans, children, new moms, nursing home residents, and elderly folks who cannot afford private coverage. This is not a projection from a political opponent. The math is from researchers who looked at federal and state data and ran the numbers. Preeti Rao, a senior economist at Rand and the lead author of the study, said in a statement, quote, "The effects of the law on Medicaid budgets and enrollment are substantial, but will vary widely across states, and in some cases may be at least partially offset by savings to the state's general fund." Now, that's a researcher's careful way of saying this is going to hurt. And some states are going to get hit much, much harder than others. Well, how hard are we talking? By 2034, there will be 7.6 million fewer Americans enrolled in Medicaid. 7.6 million people who have health coverage right now will not have it. Not because they got richer, not because they no longer needed the care. No, because Congress voted to take it away. Republicans. So let's get state specific, right? Because this is not an abstract, okay, discussion here. Now, we've got Arizona, Iowa, and Nevada. We'll see their Medicaid budgets cut by more than 15%. California will lose $112 billion. New York will lose $63 billion. Tennessee, Mississippi, Oklahoma, and Kentucky will see their general funds absorb significant losses as Medicaid enrollment drops. In Maine, where the Republican House Speaker, Ryan Fecteau, just called for a state investment of $250 million to try to offset the cuts, it's already scrambling to figure out how to keep its healthcare system from falling apart. $250 million from Maine state budget to replace a fraction of what the federal government snatched away. That is what we are saving money looks like from the other end. The federal government saves, the state bleeds. And Rao's closing line in the statement deserves to be repeated. She says, quote, as states plan for the upcoming changes in funding and eligibility, understanding these state-specific differences will be important, which is a gentle academic way of saying, buckle up, bitches. This is because every state is going to feel this differently, and most of them are not going to be okay. Now, here's what this looks like on the ground, okay? And not in a spreadsheet. Protect Our Care, which has been tracking hospital closures since the big, beautiful bill had passed, reports that over 600 providers across the country are facing closure or service reductions. Not 600 individual patients, but 600 hospitals, clinics, birth centers, and care facilities. The National Rural Health Association estimates that 1 in 5 rural hospitals will close because of the Republican cuts. 1 in 5. And 41% of all rural hospitals are already at risk. So I want to read you some of the headlines from recent weeks, because this is already happening. Derby's Rock Regional Hospital in Kansas closed permanently. East Ohio Regional Hospital in Martins Ferry, they actually closed in early 2025 before the big, beautiful bill was passed. But here's the thing. It actually closed for the exact same reasons that others are closing. Unsustainable Medicaid reimbursement rates, the federal funding model that has been squeezed to oblivion. So that's not really an anomaly here. It was a preview of what Trump's bill is now currently accelerating. Warren County's only hospital maternity unit in Pennsylvania, they're shutting down. Alameda County's hospital system in California laid off hundreds of employees. They don't have jobs anymore. Bay State Health in Massachusetts warned of a $146 million yearly hit to its finances. A healthcare center in Maine had announced a permanent closure. Nexus Health in Santa Fe, New Mexico closed, leaving a healthcare void in the community. That's not a list of projections. That's a list of things that have already happened. Let me tell you, who lives in these communities? The people who relied on Rock Regional Hospital in Derby, Kansas weren't wealthy suburbanites with platinum PPO plans. No, they were working families, farmers, elderly residents in a rural county who now have to drive significantly farther for emergency care. That distance isn't an inconvenience. In rural emergency medicine, additional driving time during a cardiac event or a complicated delivery can be the difference between life and death. That is documented in medical literature. It's not a talking point. The big, beautiful bill did this, specifically by cutting federal Medicaid reimbursements that rural hospitals depend on to stay solvent. These hospitals already operate on thin margins. They serve higher proportions of Medicaid and Medicare patients than urban hospitals. When the federal reimbursement gets cut, the math stops working. They close, and the people who needed them have nowhere to go. Trump and congressional Republicans will tell you that this was all about waste and efficiency, right? Here's what efficiency looks like when you apply it to a rural hospital serving Medicaid patients. It closes. The waste is eliminated, I guess. The town loses its emergency room. The efficiency is that the federal government is no longer paying for it. You can call that efficiency if you want. But the people driving 45 minutes to the next county for emergency care, well, they might use a different word. So here's what I want you to do. Go to your state health department's website and look up which hospitals or clinics in your region are at risk. If your state legislature is currently in session, many are, find out when the health budget vote is scheduled and show up or call. Okay. We've got more. Oh, trust me. Got a couple more stories here. Yes, I'm going to dive into the tariffs, but wait a minute. I thought the tariffs were gone. They're not. Of course not. Let's get into it. The average American household is paying $1,000 or more this year because of Donald Trump's tariffs. By the end of 2026, this year, that number hits $1,300. That's not a prediction, man. That's the Tax Foundation's math. That money ain't coming from China. No, it's coming out of your pocket at the grocery store, at the car dealership, everywhere. Donald Trump called it a tariff. Economists call it a tax. I call it a bill that you never agreed to pay. $1,300 per year, per household. That's not a talking point. That's math. And here's a broader context that makes that number even more damning. The Tax Foundation also tracks the overall effective tariff rate on imports. As of early 2026, that rate hit 7.7%, the highest it's been since 1947. Since 2 years after World War II ended and the entire global economy was being rebuilt from rubble. We are not taxing imports at a rate not seen since that era. And we got there by a deliberate choice in a single presidential term. Now, I want to make sure everybody understands how this actually works, because the administration is counting on most people not knowing the mechanism. You see, when the United States imposes a tariff on imported goods, foreign companies don't absorb that cost. They legally cannot be forced to. American importers pay the tariff at the border, and American consumers pay it at the register. That's not economic theory, man. That's how it's always worked. Every single tariff is a tax on the American buyer. And the only question is which American buyer and on what product. The tariff on Chinese goods, for example, hits electronics, appliances, and manufactured products. The tariff on Canadian and Mexican goods hits food, auto parts, and energy inputs. The across-the-board tariffs Trump had imposed under emergency powers hit everything. And the $1,300 annual household figure is an average. If you have kids, okay, if you have kids and you're buying school supplies or electronics or new appliance for them, if you drive and you need car parts, if you buy imported groceries, you are likely above that average. Now, here is where it gets legally interesting and where this should make people even more angry. Okay. According to Bloomberg's reporting, the Supreme Court struck down Trump's tariffs imposed under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. Now, that was a ruling, okay? They ruled 6-3 that the law simply does not give the president authority to impose tariffs that way. All right, well, the legal basis for most of the tariff regime was found to be invalid by the highest court in the country. So what did Donald Trump do? We know. He immediately signed a new executive order imposing 10% tariff on all countries under a different legal authority. Section 122 of the Trade Act of 1974, applicable to approximately $1.2 trillion worth of imports. One legal mechanism gets struck down as unconstitutional, and another one gets rushed into place the same frickin' week. The household bill keeps on running, and the administration calls this a negotiating strategy. Who is he negotiating with? Well, what about the results, though? Well, here's what the data actually shows you. The trade deficit, the thing that Donald Trump spent years telling you that tariffs will fix, barely moved. Total U.S. exports of goods and services did not dramatically increase. Manufacturing jobs did not come roaring back in the numbers that were promised. And unemployment, which Trump campaigned on keeping low, has gone up. The tariff tax went up. The promised benefits didn't materialize. Now, here's the part that should make Trump's own voters especially angry. The $1,300 average household cost hits lower income families harder proportionally than wealthy ones. I think it's obvious. A family earning $40,000 a year paying $1,300 in tariff taxes feels that, in a way that a family earning $200,000 simply doesn't. Tariffs, they're regressive. They hit harder at the bottom. The people who went to those rallies and heard, I'm going to lower your costs, are paying a bigger share of this tax in proportion to their income than the billionaires who funded their campaigns. And speaking of billionaires, while working families are absorbing this tariff tax, the big beautiful bill extended and expanded tax cuts that primarily benefit the wealthiest Americans and corporations. So the full picture looks like this. Tariff tax increases of $1,300 per household for working families, continued and expanded tax cuts for the ultra wealthy, and a political messaging operation that calls all of this looking out for the American worker. No, really. That's not looking out for the American worker. That's an extraction scheme with a flag on it. So here's what I want you to do. The Tax Foundation is a tariff tracker on its website where you can look up effective tariff rates by product category. Pull it up. Find out what you specifically are paying for the products you actually buy, and then screenshot it. Because when the next election comes around and somebody tells you that Donald Trump lowered your costs, well, at least you'll have a receipt that says otherwise. All right. We got more. All right. I don't think we have Whole Foods in Canada. I've never been to a Whole Foods. I've never been to a Whole Foods. A lot of hate for Whole Foods though. Look, I go to Aldi's. Okay, that's pretty much all I can afford. Okay. Yeah. No, I don't have a Costco or it's bad out there though. And it's only going to keep getting worse. Only going to keep getting worse. All right. Speaking of worse, let's talk about the impact on Social Security. 70 million Americans depend on Social Security. And on March 7th of this year, the Trump administration quietly activated a new system that replaced the local field office model those 70 million people rely on with a new national scheduling and workload system run by a workforce that Doge, remember them, already had gutted. Now, 4 U.S. senators sent a letter calling it exactly what it is: a backdoor cut to Social Security. Not a reform, not an efficiency upgrade. Oh, no, it's a cut. So here's the receipts. When Doge swept into the Social Security Administration, it did what it did everywhere else. Slashed the workforce, canceled contracts, and moved on. At SSA, that meant approximately 7,000 employees lost their jobs. It meant closing regional offices. It meant leaving one SSA worker responsible for every 1,480 beneficiaries. And then Doge was disbanded, and they declared victory. OPM director Scott Cooper told Reuters, I don't know why I call them Reuters, that Doge, and I'm quoting this directly, doesn't exist. That's the official line. It doesn't exist. So the $1 trillion promise became $214 billion in claimed savings that multiple independent investigations found were absolutely inflated, rewritten, or just simply made up. Elon Musk left, but the chaos he engineered stayed. And on March 7th, the SSA activated 2 new technology systems across its entire national network of field offices to compensate for the workforce it no longer has. They are called the National Appointment Scheduling Calendar and the National Workload Management System. What that means in practice is this. If you call your local Social Security field office, you're no longer connected to workers who know your state's specific laws and rules. You are now routed into a national pool. Your case can be handled by anyone, anywhere, who may have no familiarity with how your state processes its claims. SSA workers have already sounded the alarm on this. The concern, as Newsweek reported, is that employees are often only trained in their specific local and state Social Security rules. A worker in Nevada handling a claim from a beneficiary in Pennsylvania may not know the state-specific rules that govern that case. Kevin Thompson, CEO of 9i Capital Group, put it plainly. He said the shift to a national response model, quote, sounds more efficient on paper, but in reality, it comes with trade-offs. Now, the expectation is that AI and automation will fill in the gaps, but that assumes the technology can actually handle the nuance of real-world issues, which isn't always the case, end quote. Finance expert Michael Ryan was even more direct. He said that beneficiaries should expect a bumpy transition. Faster phone pickup and online scheduling paired with a real risk of slower, more confusing resolutions for complicated cases that used to be handled by people who knew their state's system. End quote. Slower resolution for complicated cases that used to be handled by people who knew the rules at an agency that has already had its workforce cut by 7,000 people. Let me tell you what a complicated case looked like at the SSA, because this is not an edge case. An overpayment notice, which the agency has been sending in error at record rates, is a complicated case. A disability review is a complicated case. A claim that got stuck in the system before the March 7th transition is a complicated case. These aren't rare situations. These are the exact circumstances that millions of beneficiaries are navigating right now, today, on a system that just underwent a nationwide overhaul with a skeleton crew. So now let's go back to what 4 sitting U.S. senators said about all this. So these are Senators Kirsten Gillibrand, Elizabeth Warren, Ron Wyden, and Bernie Sanders. They sent a formal letter to SSA Commissioner Frank Bisignano, warning in their exact words that the administration's moves were, quote, part of a plan to quietly kill field offices, implementing a backdoor cut in benefits by making it harder for Americans to access the Social Security customer services they need. Backdoor cut. This is not a conspiracy theory, folks. A formal accusation and official correspondence from 4 members of the U.S. Senate. And they sent that letter before the March 7th system rollout, made it even more accurate. Now, here's why the backdoor framing matters. Trump said explicitly, loudly, at rally after rally, that he would never cut Social Security. The benefit line in your statement hasn't changed, not on paper. But if the system that delivers those benefits is so degraded that you can't get a billing error corrected, can't reach a worker who understands your state's rules, can't complete a disability review without months of delay, you have effectively lost access to that benefit, even though it technically still exists. That's what a backdoor cut is. It's the same outcome, without the political liability of saying that you cut it. And Doge engineered that outcome and then walked out the door. The senators also wrote that the administration has adopted what they called a slash first, think later approach to modernizing SSA. Again, that was before March 7th. Before the nationwide system rollout. Before the workers started warning about state law gaps and AI filling in for institutional knowledge that took years to build. Slash first, think later. 70 million people are now finding out what comes after the slash. Who gets hurt the most? The 40% of American seniors for whom Social Security is not a supplement, is the primary source of income. People who cannot afford to wait 3 months for a corrected payment while the billionaire works his way through a nationalized system run by workers who don't know their state's rules. Disabled Americans navigating a claims process that just changed on them with no preparation time. Elderly residents in rural areas whose nearest field office already had reduced hours before this week's rollout made it worse. Look, this is not, I'm not talking abstractions here. These are your parents, your grandparents, your neighbors, and in many cases, the exact voters who went to Donald Trump rallies and heard, I will never cut Social Security. Now, here's what I want you to do. If you or someone you know is currently navigating an SSA claim, a disability review, or an overpayment notice, don't assume that the March 7th system transition is going to resolve on its own. Contact your congressional representative's constituent services office directly. That office has a dedicated federal agency liaison and can often intervene in cases that are stuck. Document everything, every call, every date, every case number. Because when this system produces the errors these workers are warning about, the people with the documentations are the ones who get made whole. And as far as Doge may be gone, but the damage it did to the agency that 70 million Americans depend on is very much alive. The receipts don't go away just because Elon Musk did. 70 million Americans are still waiting for theirs. Okay. Well, that's all I've got for you today. So that was a lot of consequences. Absolutely a lot of consequences. So I'm going to read a couple of comments here and then hand it over to our next host. Aldi's is the best roast beef. You know, they actually have pretty good steaks too. Even though I can't really afford to eat them all that often, but nonetheless, they are pretty good. So, you know. Yeah, look, I'm still personally spending just for me and my wife. We spend around $150 a week on groceries. Even shopping as cheap as we are. Okay? I mean, it didn't used to be this way for sure. So we're all getting hosed at the store, at the grocery store. And trust me, I don't really buy all that much expensive stuff. Nothing like trusting the economy to a man who's been bankrupt 6 times. 100%. Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, thank you for tuning in. I do appreciate that. Thank you. Do appreciate that. Again, you know, thank you for tuning in. But mainly, like, I want to thank you guys for sharing this information. Okay. I share it with you, and hopefully you share it with other people, and that we all get, I don't know, a little bit more informed and maybe make some better decisions. Not us personally, because I know we've already made some great, if you're already watching, then you probably did make some good decisions. But there's a lot of people in this country who've made some very poor decisions as of late. And, well, we're all suffering as a result of that. And I would like to not repeat this again. Okay. And so we'll see if we can make that happen. Okay. That said, thank you all for watching. I really, really do appreciate you all being here for the stream. Look, if this resonated with any of you, then please hit like and subscribe. It helps the algorithm push this out to the people who actually need to hear it. And if you support my show, head to the Patreon or become a member on YouTube if you want to support my work directly. Every dollar is going to go back into research and production. Okay. And you can find me on YouTube at The Logical Leftist. You can find me on Instagram at The Logical Leftist, or follow me on Blue Sky, jeffwaldorf.bsky.social. Go there for daily updates in video clips. Again, thank you for being here. Up next on this space, we have Andrea Rovenski. The sign's up ahead, everybody. And it says, welcome to Fville. Population, us.
Testing. Are we live? Hello? Are we live? Live and audible, says the so-called professional deucer. Hello, everybody. I am in a new location. I think I've said this on Monday, but I'm in a new location as of this moment. For anyone who does not know, Max the dog was injured. I'm looking at him right now. He's taking a nap on the bed. He was injured playing with a tennis ball. So I've had to rearrange my entire living situation around him not being able to use the staircase. So I apologize if people preferred my old setup. You know, I don't have any wall space right now at this moment that I'm using. So unfortunate, but that is the world I live in. Speaking of the world I live in, I would like to talk about the end of the world that we're all living in. I'm at this point, I'm pretty safe in my assertion that I think that there is no off-ramp on the road to hell. What would be the last possible off-ramp? I'll get to that. I think that would be nuclear weapons. I feel like that's probably going to happen by the end of the year. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm a doomer conspiracy theorist, but I think Israel is going to be dropping some nukes on Iran pretty soon, at least in the next year or so. And if that doesn't to turn this ship around, I don't think anything's going to turn this ship around. So I don't think there's an off ramp. I think we're heading for the apocalypse, and it's pretty scary. I'm pretty concerned. But on the note of like what would an off ramp look like, right? So I would like to provide some level of optimism. What would an off ramp look like? Well, that would look like, Israel can't exist anymore. I'm sorry, we ran the experiment. We played it out, but we can't do religious ethno states. Just can't do it. Sorry. And any sort of recovery from the brink, if we do get off of this, we're gonna have to get away from the whole Israel thing. That's gonna have to go away. I'm gonna say the United States federal government probably has to go away. It's been ransacked. All of your private government data has been sold on the dark net by Elon Musk. So we're gonna have to start over here in the United States, and that's the bare minimum. I think a lot of world governments need some resetting. But the United Nations basically gonzo. I mean, we could keep it around. We could expand its powers. We could give the United Nations like a supreme army of some kind and actually have it, have there be no sort of veto power from any of these major superpowers, right? Like that could be a reformist way forward. I don't know if there is a reformist way forward, though. That's my reformist way forward, is the complete abolition of Israel and to reset the federal government. That's my reform position. That is my moderate position. That is the only off-ramp I can see, while we're on the brink of hell. I saw Donald Trump is trying to end the war. Has anyone seen that? Donald Trump is, he's getting a little tired of the war. He said it's pretty much over. The United States has already won. Meanwhile, Iran has said no, the war is not over. And in fact, we have some reports that a lot of Americans are being killed. I think the official number is 7, maybe 8 dead Americans. But I think there's a lot more that are dead. If you, again, call me a conspiracy nutbag, but usually I feel like if they admit casualties, that they're going to admit casualties when there's no way to deny it. Like that person was in contact with their family on a daily basis or whatever, that kind of thing. But I think there's probably a lot of room for dead Americans that haven't been reported on yet. I think that that's something that could happen, not to mention the thousands of Americans that live in that region of the world, or at least were staying there. Imagine, by the way, just, all sympathy. That's what one thing is. We're always told we have to be sympathetic toward the following groups. But like one of the groups that's apparently caught in the crossfire are these like American tourists that are just hanging out in Dubai. Yeah, these guys, the guys that are hanging out in Saudi Arabia and Dubai and stuff like that on their little tourist super lands or whatever, where they have slaves and all that kind of stuff. They're trapped in a war zone now, and we're supposed to feel bad for them because the United States didn't let them out. I mean, I guess there's a lot of people in the region that also maybe aren't millionaire sex tourists, but either way, sex slave tourists, I should say also. But still, that's a whole thing. But I think the world is pretty scary right now. I don't really see an off-ramp. I don't see any way out of it. I don't know if anyone shares my pessimism out there. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. But this is what I was talking about when Donald Trump first assumed the White House, before he when he hacked his way in there. But I said that I think Donald Trump is not going to make it that many years. Maybe he will. Maybe he'll make it another 10 years. I don't know. It's kind of one of those things, it could go either way. It really could be. But I feel like he doesn't have much more for this world. And I feel like the Iran war was one of Donald Trump's last kick the bucket activities. I think one of the next things that Donald Trump is going to do is totally destroy the midterm elections. Now, I personally believe that the 2024 election was stolen by Republicans. You can disagree with observed reality. You can disagree with the facts on the ground as much as you want, but Republicans did not really win the 2024 election in a fair way. There were over 3.5 million ballots that were discarded in swing states that went for Kamala Harris. If those would have counted, she would have won. I don't like Kamala Harris. I think she sucks cock. But at the same time, she won the election. Not by that much. And that's one of the other things that's the problem there, is that Republicans have been cheating for decades. They stole the 2000 election. There's some debate on whether or not there was fuckery in the 2004 election, but let's just look at the Electoral College. Let's look at that system. It leans toward Republicans in a massive way. Just all kinds of voting in this country over the last, 30, 40 years leans toward Republicans. It's rigged toward Republicans. Look at, for example, felons can't vote. Isn't that interesting? You strip people's voting rights because they did a crime you don't like, and then you just add a bunch of shit to the felony list that doesn't really make much sense. Why are these things felonies, right? So just to remove people's right to vote, right? So the voting is already inherently kind of leaning toward Republicans. But when Donald Trump, quote unquote, When he lost the election in 2000, and he was trying to install his fake electors, and he was trying to do the mafia boss, like the fucking phone calls, to the election office or whatever in Georgia. By the way, he completed that. He got all those ballots. He sieged them a month or two ago. Tulsi Gabbard was there. She was caught like on a cell phone, like, with a hat on. She had like a House of Cards type situation. This photo came out. But since 2020, when he could not get away with stealing the election, I've been warning people that literally in 2021 and 2022, Republican operatives would take over these election offices in swing states like Pennsylvania, like motherfucking Georgia, like North Carolina. Republicans took over these election offices, became vote counters. A lot of them entered the mail office. A lot of them joined the USPS. And I know it sounds like a conspiracy, but I mean, again, think about it. If you're going to subvert an election, how would you do it? Well, Donald Trump was telling everyone, it's the voting machines, it's the voting machines, it's the mail-in ballots, right? He was telling people all of that because, as the classic trope goes when it comes to fascists, everything that they say, every accusation is a confession. So that was their plan, is to target election counting, target voting machines. Again, the company that used to be Dominion is now bought and owned by a super duper MAGA operative. Bought the company that has the voting machines. I wonder why, motherfuckers, right? So, but again, over the course of 22, before the midterms, they got a lot of these guys in there. Now, I'm not really sure. I'm not a super duper expert on the 2022 midterms. I find it bizarre that Republicans won. I find it bizarre Republicans win at all. But again, I don't have enough evidence to say that 2022 was cheated in a massive conspiracy or anything. But 2024, definitely, because over the course, once they gridlocked Congress and everyone was paying attention to the fucking failure of the government, again, these guys started taking over these election offices, right? So, and then in 2024, we had the 70 plus bomb threats in heavily black districts. I wonder why the black districts were getting bomb threats. So again, 2024 was a bunch of fuckery, but I think that in 2026 and over the course of 2026 and 2028, I think that the last goal, the last thing on Donald Trump's bucket list is to completely end the freedom of choice in this country. And the only thing that could potentially put a stop on that is if, again, it's too big to rig. This is what Donald Trump was saying in 2024. It's a funny catchphrase, but again, that's how Joe Biden got in there in 2020. It was too big to rig. Joe Biden got like 80 million votes or some fucking horseshit. Like, that's insane. That's crazy. Right. And they couldn't discount all of them. And they didn't have all the operatives in place like they do now. Like in 2024, they had a bunch of operatives in place. In 2020, there were just the old school operatives that didn't take that shit that seriously. They weren't the MAGA super soldiers, But again, the only way that the midterms is a possible pressure relief valve is if Democrats can win. And the only way Democrats can win is if Republicans, for whatever reason, they're either too slow, which would be insane. Could you imagine being too fucking slow to get this shit done? Like, they knew ahead of time. That's what all Project 2025 is about, is getting this shit done before the midterms. But maybe they're too slow to get that SAVE Act bull fucking shit passed. Maybe they're too slow to hire all the ICE soldiers needed to target every swing state. Because again, even though ICE has billions of dollars, they're struggling to actually get that many actual soldiers out there. So again, that's the only possible off-ramp that I can imagine. But I don't think any of that's going to happen. I think we're fucked. I think it's all over. But again, let's imagine a world where Democrats do win in the midterms. Is that really going to change anything? Well, Donald Trump has already kind of ignored Congress every step of the way. Congress has kind of sold themselves out. We saw what happened with that one bitch who was, delayed their swearing in for like a month or whatever. So who knows? Would they even seat a new Congress if it were Democrats? Who knows? But either way, I kind of hope, call me an accelerationist if you want. All right, feel free. But at this point, I'm kind of hoping that they just go out there and steal the election. I hope that they just pass the SAVE Act and make it impossible to vote. I hope that people try to go vote and then ICE like soldiers shoot someone in the face or whatever, like with a pepper ball, and then you can't vote. Because then I think Americans will get their shit together. Because honestly, the facade of elections is what keeps this country intact. You know, again, like 1/3 of the country doesn't even fucking vote to begin with. They are so fucking stupid that they think politics is optional. Think about how much of a fucking moron you need to be, how much of a lazy piece of fucking dog shit, selfish narcissist you need to be to think politics is optional. These are the dregs of society. These people, you know, are they're the worst possible people you can imagine. The people that think civic participation is optional. You know, these are worthless garbage as far as I'm concerned. But again, so you already have 1/3 of the country that's completely demotivated, but you have 2/3 that actually, they kind of care about this stuff. You know, a little bit, they kind of care about it, right? So if you took that away, I don't know. I kind of feel like people would get their shit together and say, hey, Donald Trump, we got to go, buddy. And this is why I think the half measure is going to be to not completely steal the election. I don't think that they're going to go all out and do a Russian-style election tampering. I think that they're going to keep it like they did in 2024, where they make it plausible. You know, not everyone knows that over 3 million ballots were thrown in the fucking garbage can in 2024, right? So again, I think that making it plausible deniability when it comes to the election, I think that that's the last thing Donald Trump has to do before he leaves this world. But again, let's focus more on the holy war. Again, what would an off-ramp look like from hell on earth? We're in hell on earth right now. What would that off-ramp look like? Well, one thing we need to do is we need to get people out of this religion thing, right? We need mass deconversion. That's one of the only possible ways we can bring this fucking ship around from the brink. If we can avoid nuclear war, if we can avoid the end of global civilization, if we can avoid this kind of stuff, one thing we need to do is get rid of religion. I'm sorry, you just got it. Especially the ones going on in the Middle East. Hey, you know what? I'll say Islam right now, they're looking pretty nice. I don't know. Islam was talking about how, like, you know, the devil or whatever is going to do some shit and then take out, like, the leaders of the free world. And then, you know, the Ayatollah's gonzo. So I don't know. You know, at least they got some. It's not hard to predict. To be fair, it's an easy prediction that Israel would start murdering people rampantly. But hey, I'm looking at Islam a little bit positively. But let's be honest here. You know, a lot of these religions are dumb as hell. And you have people, providing permission for this genocide by just pretending that there's anything valuable in the Torah. I'm sorry, it's an old-ass book. If you want to study old-ass books and that's your hobby or whatever, I like to do that too. But to pretend that shit's real, I'm sorry, man. That's just, it's just, there is no God. There is no Sky Daddy. There are no chosen people. And those chosen people do not have like a biblical, right to own some fucking strip of land in the world, right? So Israel is an ethno-state ran by a religion. Anyone who provides any sort of reasonable arguments in favor of Judaism is, in effort, providing the permission structure for this genocide, for these wars to go on. That's what I think. That's what I think. And let's look at Christianity. Also, Christianity is heavily allied with Judaism in this moment. You know, you have the U.S. commanders are telling their troops that this is a holy war. That's what the U.S. commanders are telling their troops. I don't know if you read this or not, but this was in the news last week. U.S. goddamn motherfucking commanders are telling the troops, U.S. Army members, 8 of them are dead already. They got sent back in pieces in cardboard boxes in a van, like an Amazon Prime delivery van was fucking bringing back these bitches fucking body parts, you know, just fucking in a bag or whatever, in a box. But whatever, they're telling them that Jesus is going to come back on a winged fucking horse, a Pegasus, if you will, flying through the sky with a fucking scepter. You know, he's got the fucking, woo, I'm Jesus, I'm flying through the sky. I'm sorry, man. Complete and total shutdown on all of this religious nonsense. We need a complete and total deconversion situation. That's the only way that we can possibly get off of the brink to hell. We're in the 21st century, and we have religious ethno-states with nuclear fucking weapons assassinating world leaders and dropping bombs on fucking children's schools. Think about this for a moment. I don't think people are properly really thinking about it in the way that it is, okay? We have people that are religious lunatics with nuclear fucking weapons. Israeli politicians are going on TV talking about how they wish to use nuclear fucking weapons on Iran. But also, even when it doesn't come to nuclear weapons, look at that shit that they did in Tehran over the last week. I do one show a week here. Also, I do some news on Monday on This Space. So if you're a This Space subscriber, please watch on Monday. I appear on the Monday news streams as well. But I only do one show a week on Fville Industries. But over the last week, Tehran had some sort of oil field refinery explosion. Israel just obliterated all these oil fields, and it sent toxic plumes of oil into the fucking atmosphere. The sun is completely fucking blocked out, and it's been raining oil for fucking days. Now, there are about 10 million motherfuckers, some sorry ass motherfuckers right now that live in Tehran. 10 million motherfuckers, all right? And in the best fucking case scenario, all right, the best case scenario, those 10 million people are going to die in 5 to 10 years from cancer. That's the best fucking case scenario for what transpired in Tehran over the last week, is that 10 million motherfuckers will die of cancer in 5 to 10 years from now if this fucking war, however long this shit goes on, doesn't consume their souls before then. That is the best fucking case scenario. So how do we have an off-ramp, right, without the total dissolution of Israel and the United States federal government? Now, again, there are 50 state governments in the United States. I believe that the federal government should be dissolved and that the 50 states should have a constitutional convention to basically put up a new republic. That's what I think. The only off-ramp is that we have to completely dissolve the U.S. government. Start over. But again, think of it. 10 million motherfuckers. Okay, 10 million motherfuckers are breathing in oil-infused, humid, toxic gas. Okay, toxic humid sludge is fucking coating everything, like the fucking streets, the houses, the windows, the cars, everything is coated with a fucking slime, an oily slime from these Israeli holy war religious fanatic freaks, right? So again, if we're going to turn this ship around, we need to get rid of this religion thing. I'm sorry, all of them. All of them. I don't care how much you go to church. I don't care if you even and now, what do I mean? Let's just also what do I mean when I say we need to get rid of? I mean we need to have mass education. Okay, we need to tell people, no, sorry, okay? There is no Jesus. All right? There was a guy named Jesus. He walked around 2,000 years ago, but he's not coming back on a horse. That's not a thing. Okay? It's not a fucking thing. All right, so I'm not talking about genocide or anything. Don't take me out of context. I'm talking about mass education. That's the only way down. Now, does that mean you make it a crime to believe in Jesus? I don't think so. But in the same way that you become socially ostracized if you believe in flat earth theory, I think you need to be socially ostracized if you believe in Jesus or if you believe in the fucking Torah. If you think that the Jewish God is real, I think you should be socially ostracized. You should not be allowed to go to the barbecue. You should not be allowed to go to the recital. You should not be allowed to go to a restaurant and sit down in public because you're an embarrassment. You're a public health concern. Your ideas are so ridiculous and stupid that it's a public health hazard. And in the same way that anti-vaxxers are a public health hazard because they are killing people, in the same way that anti-maskers, people that refuse to wear respirators, even though we're in the 7th year of a pandemic where there's been airborne AIDS going through the world over the course of 7 years, people that refuse to wear respirators, they are a public health hazard. They make the rest of the world harder to live in. They make the reasonable people suffer because they are a public health concern. So the only way we can turn this fucking ship around and make it so that we don't end up all dying in nuclear hellfire is if we have mass re-education. But is there an infrastructure that is capable of doing something like that? Would the UN be able to do that? Would the UN be able to have peacekeeping forces in every country on earth that's been overtaken by fascism and be able to denazify them? Sorry, there is no Jesus. Sorry, there is no Muhammad. Sorry, there is no fucking Yahweh. It's just not real. I'm sorry. Here's the actual real thing. We don't know what's out there. That's scary. There is no fucking, magical fucking sky daddy. There is no Adam and Eve. I'm sorry, it's not real. Right. So, and again, in the same way that, yeah, actually vaccines are pretty good and actually respirators work at preventing airborne disease, this kind of stuff. Right. We need mass education to teach people how to survive in a global economy, in a global civilization. All right. We want all the good sides of a global civilization without any of the downsides of a global civilization, right? Such as, religions being able to intermingle and coexist, such as, mass pandemics every 16 seconds because of, airplanes going every which way all across the world 24/7, right? We have measles outbreaks in almost every continent on the earth now. Measles. I thought the Americans were the anti-vaccine motherfuckers, but why is measles going on in Europe? Why is it all over the fucking place? It's because we are in a global civilization. Just because, America is really far away, if there's an ocean separating us, doesn't mean that our dumbass toxic garbage isn't flying back and forth every 15 fucking seconds, right? So if we want the ability, the good sides of a global civilization to be able to buy cheap garbage from China or whatever the fuck, that kind of stuff, we need to be able to deal with the responsibility of owning and upholding a global civilization. It's like getting a dog. It's like getting an animal, getting a pet or whatever, and then you play with the pet for like a year or two, and then you just get bored. And then you forget to feed the pet, you forget to take the pet outside, and then the pet dies or whatever. That's basically what we're doing right now. We are wanting to have fun, and then we just don't want to deal with any of the downsides. We don't want to clean up the dog shit when it comes to our global civilization. And that's why I think that we're all going to fucking kill ourselves with nuclear weapons. That's what I fucking think. I'm a pessimist, okay? Maybe I'm a pessimist as well. I'm just pissing all over everyone's parade. I can't help myself. I got soda pop here. Anyone like soda pop? I like soda pop. Once in a while. I'll admit it. I've been drinking a little bit of soda recently. We're staring down the barrel of a nuclear weapon. I'm going to have a couple sodas. Fuck it. I might not even survive until I'm 40. I'm 29 for reference. We all might die in nuclear hellfire. I'm drinking a fucking soda, okay? Oh, God damn it. Anyway, where was I? Right. And another thing about Israel. Israel has nuclear goddamn fucking weapons, and they're ran by religious fucking lunatics. And those religious lunatics are citing their religion as the reason why they are the chosen fucking people and they deserve to build a greater Israel. What we are witnessing is the 4th or 5th or 7th or whatever, the numbers don't really matter, but we're witnessing an empire, a Reich, if you will. And it's an axis. The North Americans are going to, rather the United States of Americans are going to take over the entirety of North America. We've got this destabilization campaign going on in Mexico. There was this recent report that the American government was funneling money, massive amounts of money into Alberta, Canada. This came out. Alberta, Canada has a so-called separatist movement that wants to become an independent state, of which will become a vassal state of the U.S., or just flat out join the United States as the 51st state of Alberta, right? So this fake fucking movement of 15 people in Alberta, which is it's like the fucking Texas of Canada, these dumb motherfuckers, right? So apparently U.S. federal government officials are funneling a bunch of motherfucking monies to these goddamn cocksuckers, and they're planning on doing a referendum to independently get out of fucking Canada or whatever the fuck. So and they're trying to take over Greenland. They want to take over fucking Cuba. They want to fucking take over Panama, the canal in Panama. Venezuela is going to be a vassal state, or is it already a vassal state? It's really unclear. I don't know what the fuck's going on in Venezuela. Do you know what the fuck's going on in Venezuela? I don't think people that live in Venezuela know what the fuck's going on in Venezuela. But either way, so we got the Cumpire Canada, USA, Mexico. So we got the birth of the Cumpire over in North America, and it's going to be bleeding into South America. Maybe it'll take over all of South America. I don't know. So we got the fucking Cumpire. Then we got Europe, a bunch of fat cat, dumb fuck motherfuckers that are just sitting pretty on their fucking primitive, so-called primitive accumulation, just watching the world go by, right? And they're just going to sit there as, I don't know what's going on with them and Russia. Them and Russia are going to fight for that one. And then you got Israel, the chosen motherfucking people. Their book says that they're going to take over the entirety of the Middle East. You know, they're going to take over Egypt. They're going to take over Lebanon, Syria. They're going to go into Iraq. They're just going to keep going, right? We're in the age of empires, except the only difference is that we got nuclear fucking weapons. Imagine this. All right, could you imagine if someone like fucking Commodus, right, in the Roman Empire, could you imagine if this motherfucker had a nuclear goddamn weapon, right? Imagine if someone like Trajanus had a fucking nuclear weapon. Do you think we would be here right now? Let's just be honest, okay? These are some crazy, barbaric, insane motherfuckers, right? And that we are no different. We are no different, except we're the ones with the nuclear weapons. We had the mistake of being born into the world of nuclear goddamn motherfucking weaponry. We would be fucked beyond imagination if these old fucking emperors had fucking nukes. If fucking Nero had nukes, we would be fucked, okay? So I want everyone to imagine, right, in 1,000 years from now, what that looks like, all right, if we just let this shit run amok. Really, think about it, because if it's not today, it'll be next time. It would, like, the world almost nuked itself into oblivion during the Cuban Missile Crisis, right? Remember that? And then it didn't happen, right? And then there were the fall of the Soviet Union, right? You know, there are so many times where we almost nuked ourselves into oblivion. Is it going to be this time? Or are we going to barely escape? And then 20, 30 years down the line, then the next generation of religious nutbags are going to be the one to hit the button. I don't know. Right? What the fuck? Right? But if you're in Iran, think about this. You're in Iran. Now, the old Ayatollah Khamenei, right? Not the new one, not the new Khamenei, the old Khamenei, right? He was anti-nuke. He said, you know, nuclear weapons are it's against the religion of Islam. We're a religion of peace. Nuclear weapons are against that. So we just don't want nukes. That's what he was saying. Right? His kid, by the way, had his whole family murdered. Even if his kid wasn't in favor of nukes, right? Let's just imagine that. Even if that was the case, watching your whole family get murdered, I don't know, buddy. I'd be pretty concerned about nuclear weapons. I'd be wanting to get a nuclear weapon ASAP, as soon as possible in that motherfucking scenario, right? So again, but if you're in Iran, strategically, you should be getting nuclear weapons ASAP, right? Right? I mean, but, you know, that's a net negative for the world. So we keep building these nuclear weapons, right? We just keep going. Everyone gets a nuke. You get a nuke. I get a nuke. Your doggy gets a nuke. Grandma gets a nuke. Grandpa, who's got dementia and had his car keys taken away, he gets a nuke. Everyone gets a nuke. Is that how we fucking survive? You know, well, we see what happens when, let's look at America and guns. We see what happens when everyone gets a gun, right? They fucking shoot each other. Like a bunch of fucking animals. Like a bunch of fucking morons. They shoot each other's eyes out. Right? They shoot each other in the head. They shoot each other in the fucking abdomen. They shoot each other in the leg. They shoot each other in the heart. They shoot each other on accident. They shoot each other on purpose. Right? People fucking... When everyone has a gun, everyone ends up fucking dead. Right? So are we all just supposed to just get nuclear weapons, just keep proliferating? France recently announced, Emmanuel Macron recently announced, hey, we're not going to tell anyone how many more nukes we're building. We're going to build a bunch of more nukes starting today, and it's going to be top secret. Yeah, no one gets to know. We're France, and we have all the nukes in the world. No one gets to know. Isn't that fucking wonderful? Doesn't that make you fucking feel safe? Because let's imagine, right, that, I don't know, we do have nuclear war. Is it possible that we survive, we being humans on Earth have nuclear war? Is it possible a pocket of humanity survives? Maybe. But think about this, right? Humanity barely made it to where we are now when the world was fucking like, it was our goddamn oyster, right? Like humans came about at a time in the world when, you know, temperatures were cooling down, civilization and humanity and the evolution of humans, you know, a bunch of apex, like look at the dinosaurs, right? Let's go all the way down to 66 million years ago, the big 6-6, right? Let's just rewind a second, right? There were fucking dinosaurs, right? You think humans could have survived when there were fucking dinosaurs? Think about how lucky, okay, we are right now. Fucking there were Tyrannosaurus Rex, okay, fucking walking around this fucking planet. And a meteor from God knows where knocks them all out. So a fucking shrew pops out of the fucking ground and is like, I'm going to become a human in about 65 million years from now. And now we're here. Think about how lucky that is. Just for a moment. I don't know if you ever think about this stuff. Maybe you take it for granted, right? But a meteor from outer space is the only reason we are here talking right now on the internet. Well, I'm talking and you're listening, or not. Maybe you got me muted. Maybe you're looking at me right now without the sound on. Right? So again, a meteor from outer space, like a 1 in a trillion fucking event. All right? 1 in a trillion happens to bring us here. Right? So the conditions of which humanity evolved, it was like almost kind of like a perfect storm. Right? And if we blow up the whole fucking planet, if like look at global warming and the sea levels and how the Middle East is going to be uninhabitable in like 3 decades. These people are going to nuclear war over a patch of dirt that will be uninhabitable by the end of the century. Think about this. Now, why? Why, if you believe in climate change, and you understand that the world is heating at a record rate and that the Middle East will be uninhabitable by like 2070. What is this? What are we doing? Why? Why are we going to nuclear war over this shit? Now, again, we're not at nuclear war yet, but, you know, hear me now and quote me later because, I don't know, Israeli politicians are talking about it. U.S. politicians are hinting about it. I'm fucking concerned. Call me concerned. At the very least, I'm concerned. But what is the off-ramp? I don't know. I don't know what the off-ramp is, other than a complete dissolution of the U.S. and Israel. Both governments need to go away. That's the bare minimum. That's the bare minimum. Honestly, that is like anything less than that, and we're just going to end up in this situation in another 5 to 10 years. But I don't know if that's going to happen. I don't know. I'm a little concerned. Back to Americans for a moment. I think that the American economy is going to go bye-bye pretty soon. Look at oil prices, by the way. Is oil at $70 a barrel today or $130 a barrel? Guess. It could be either one. Over the last week, oil prices have basically become a manipulated market. With Donald Trump going on to do a press conference, the war in Iran is over imminently. We've already won. We're going to be pulling out really soon, right? And then oil prices crash back down. People buy the dip. Then Donald Trump goes on television and says, Iran must pay. We don't like the new guy. I'm not too happy with the new guy in Iran. We're going to have to get a new guy. And then oil prices go up. And then Donald Trump says that we are going to escort ships through the Hormuz Strait. We're going to escort the ships. They're going to get in there. Imagine, by the way, being a U.S. Air Force pilot and dying for Israeli, tankers to get oil through the fucking Strait of Hormuz. Like, Jesus Christ. Talk about a goddamn pathetic fucking existence. Talk about like a real dunderhead. Talk about a fucking like a dullard of epic proportions to fly a fucking fighter jet over the Strait of Hormuz to die for an oil tanker. Are you fucking kidding me? And then oil fucking prices go whoop-a-doop-a-doo, right? So if you're lucky, you might be able to make some money day trading oil futures. So have fun with that fucking shit. The entire global economy has become cryptocurrency. How fun is that? But whatever. You know, the American economy is going to be over soon, right? So, and I think American voting is going to be over soon. This democratic, whatever you want to call it, moment of America, it wasn't that long, to be fair. The Civil Rights Act was not passed over 100 years ago, right? So that was not that long ago. We haven't really had, and again, they've stolen 15 elections really since then. But either way, this whole pretending to vote thing, that's going to go away with the SAVE Act. Donald Trump just wants to nationalize the elections. ICE at the voting polling places, bombing threats at the polling places, just like last time. Right, so if are Americans going to revolt? I don't know. They didn't revolt over the inflation. They didn't revolt over the pandemic. They didn't revolt over police killing people on public television, on camera. They didn't revolt over ICE killing people on public television, on camera, live on camera. Think about this. This was like a month ago. Does anyone does I feel like time is like a weird thing right now? Like I feel like, oh, it's only March in 2026. Like 2026, it feels like it just started, but then it also feels like we've been here for a goddamn long time, right? But like a month ago, think about this. On live television all over the world, every American citizen, like imagine not having seen it, right? But like almost every American citizen saw an agent of the federal government, and not just any agents. We're talking about like 5+ year veterans, okay? But we're talking like an agent on two of them, all right? Did like a gang initiation execution. They shot this motherfucking guy in the back 5 times, right? This guy will walk away, he start clapping like a fucking seal. Then some other dirtbag cocksucker shoots him again in the back 5 more fucking times. His dead body's already dead, by the way. He's already dead. Shoots his dead body 5 more times. You know, it's like you're playing Grand Theft Auto 3. You ever play Grand Theft Auto 3? Right? You're playing GTA 3 and you're in a shootout with the cops. You got the fucking gun, you go right with the cops in GTA 3 in a video game, and then you die. And then the camera starts going in the sky and it's like wasted, right? Like, but then the cops are still shooting at your lifeless body. That's like what we all watched. We all watched that on fucking live television, public TV. Every American citizen got it beamed into their fucking eyeballs, right? The American government, federal agents shooting a corpse in the back 5 times like an NPC from a video game from 2001, right? Like, I mean, this is absurd. And Americans were like, let's go to work. Yeah, let's start paying our taxes. It's April almost, tax season. Is everyone excited to pay our taxes? To get our bloated ICE budget back in the streets to kill more dumb motherfuckers? I don't know, man. I'm pretty concerned. I don't feel safe in America. Do you feel safe in America? I feel pretty unsafe. To be honest, I feel a little unsafe. Let me take another sip of this is root beer, by the way. Little root beer situation. I feel pretty concerned with the current state of affairs, especially in the United States. I don't know. I think that the world economy is going to collapse. And if this is not what it takes to get Americans to get their fucking shit together, then I don't know what will. Okay? I really don't know what will. If everyone losing their job to so-called artificial intelligence doesn't do it, if watching the government kill people that look just like you on TV doesn't do it, right? Doesn't matter what you look like, by the way. White, black, whatever the fuck. The government has killed someone that looks like you on live television at least once in the last few years, right? Let's just be honest. It doesn't matter what you look like. Every single stereotype, every archetype of an American citizen has been shot and killed on live TV within the last 5 or 6 years, okay? So let's just be honest. If that doesn't get you to do anything, let's just be honest. Working a shitty dead-end fucking job every day, day in and day out, right? Losing your fucking house, having your parents lose their house, everyone fucking getting sick and dying around you. If Americans aren't going to revolt over any of this, I don't know what they will revolt over. So again, Is the last straw the end of American voting altogether? Are they just going to take it away? Will Americans even miss it? Think about this, right? Do you think, like, do you miss voting? Think about that. Like, you might be rolling around a campfire. Yeah, back when I was a kid, we voted in elections, and then our votes brought someone to power. Yeah. You know, now it's debatable if that was ever true. But still, like, imagine that. Are we going to miss it? Right? 1/3 or like 1/4, somewhere around that, or a little bit more. I don't know. I don't remember the 2024 numbers, but a huge portion of Americans just don't even vote at all. They don't even vote. Now, again, I'm not going to sit here and tell you voting is the only thing that matters, because it's not. And I look at voters with the same amount of scorn that I look at non-voters, but just one less amount of scorn. One scorn less, if you will, less on the voters than the non-voters. But we have and I'm not talking about the felons or the immigrants, people that got their right to vote stolen from them by the federal government, stolen from them by the state government, stolen by their peers. A lot of people that were charged and sent to prison for crimes they may not have even committed. And even if they committed the crimes, are these crimes really worthy of you losing your ability to vote? So again, I'm not counting those people. I'm talking about people eligible to vote, but just, I don't feel like it. Wow. The bare minimum. They just don't feel like it. You know, that's like, it's like shitting in a toilet and then just walking away. I don't feel like flushing. I just don't feel like it. I just don't feel like, just going to keep shitting in the toilet. Going to shit one more time. The shit from last time is still there. Going to go back and shit again. I just don't feel like flushing the shit. Right? And then it really starts to ferment. Then it really gets gross, right? And then you go back and shit one more time. Why bother? Why bother, bro? Why fucking bother? Now, again, voting is not hard. And that's why I find it so pathetic that some people only vote. Think about it. Some people only vote, and that's their only civic participation. That's fucking embarrassing, too. But to me, it's like flushing the toilet. You know, it's the bare goddamn, for the love of God, just flush the fucking toilet, you know? Like, so, like, can we at least discuss this? Like, I'd rather you flush the toilet than not flush the toilet. Either way, you're gonna survive, I guess. But, like, my lord, okay? But again, we have, like, over 100 million motherfuckers that don't even bother. They think this shit is optional, right? So, are we really going to miss voting? In the grand scheme of it, we didn't have voting for that long. Like I said before, women couldn't vote up until like about 100 years ago. 100 years ago. Think about that. 100 years ago. A lot of people might think 100 years is a long time. I think if you think 100 years is a long time, I think you're not very bright. I think you're a dull person. 100 years is such a short amount of time. Half the population couldn't even vote, right? And then Black people were getting discriminated against at the voting place. Their votes were being thrown away up until like the 1960s. And even then, that didn't solve all the fucking problems. It barely solved any problems, to be honest. All right. So again, this age of voting in this country is a small blip, right? It's going to be a small fucking chapter. Yeah, that brief moment of time. It wasn't even up until the 60s where you could choose the president. The presidential candidates were picked for you up until the 1960s, for fucking Christ's sake. Right? So again, this blip of voting, are we really going to miss it? I don't think so. I really don't think so. The Romans didn't miss it. They didn't fucking give a fuck. Well, the ones that did all got their heads chopped off by Augustus. But they didn't fucking miss voting. They were like, we want a big dick daddy to lead us to salvation. That's what the Romans wanted. That's what Americans want too. They want a big dick daddy. They want, like, you know, some guy with a giant fucking cock, an inflatable cock like a fucking goddamn baseball bat, to swing it around on live TV and say, everyone grab a little suck. Everyone gets some of this big dick daddy theory of politics into your veins. People don't want to think for themselves. That's why they become religious. That's why they fucking go to church. That's why they worship celebrities and influencers on the internet instead of doing anything about fucking changing the world around them. People go to work, dead-end shitty jobs without ever thinking, hey, maybe I could do a little bit better. People have acclimated to never owning a house. People have acclimated to never being able to afford a family. People have acclimated to being sick all the time. People have acclimated to drinking poisonous water. People have acclimated to eating poisonous food, and no one gives a fuck. I don't know. But either way, what is the point of my show today? I'm just ranting and raving. I'll be honest with you. I didn't really come up with much ahead of time. I had, I've been dealing with this Max dog situation. For anyone that doesn't know, Max the dog recently injured himself chasing a tennis ball. He tore one of his ligaments. He tore it. It's a clean tear. Tore a ligament. This dumb bitch dog chasing a tennis ball, right? He jumps at the tennis ball. Boom. His knee ligament, I think it's the CCL or whatever. It's gonzo. So he's got to get major surgery this weekend. This dog is going to get major surgery this weekend. So I've been a little preoccupied with the dog. But either way, hopefully this show has been enjoyable. I still got 12 minutes left. See if I can come up with something to talk about for 12 minutes. See, this is my problem is I talk too fucking fast. I'm always talking too goddamn quickly. I can't, I got to really slow down my speech so that my 48-minute show lasts about an hour. It would be nice if my 48-minute show lasted for 60 minutes. So I think I'm going to be talking for the rest of the show like this. A little bit of a slower tempo, but I'm running out of things to say. So what? Yeah, so I'm going to be honest with you. Every time I do one of these shows, I always feel like it might be the last one. It's possible. It might be the last one that we do. Again, when this Iran shit started last year, remember? Last year, during that shit, when Iran was fucking bombing Tel Aviv, wasn't that amazing? I thought that was going to be it, but then they calmed it down. Somehow that fucking shit happened. Right? But so I don't know. Maybe it's going to calm down again, and then next year we're going to do it, or maybe I don't know, man. But I feel like any day now these nukes are coming. I mean, I'm scared to death. I'll be honest with you. Maybe I'm a little bit, maybe I'm overreacting. Maybe I read the news too much. I don't know, but I'm a little concerned. Anyway, in the news over the last week, there's been a lot of mass shootings. Does anyone pay attention to mass shootings anymore? This is what I was saying earlier when it comes to nuclear weapons. Right? America is an experimental country. The American government decided to give every single person in the world a gun. I want you to think about, the amount of people that kill themselves with guns, either intentionally or unintentionally, on a yearly basis. We're talking about tens of thousands of people that shoot themselves with their own guns, either by accident or on purpose, every year. Then we have thousands of people that get shot by other people's guns. Right? And the best case solution for global strategy, for global peace that I can think of is every country gets a nuke. I don't know, man. I just don't think that's sustainable. I really don't. I don't think that shit's sustainable. And it's scary. I don't leave the house, ever. I don't know. You may tell by my appearance, but I don't leave the house ever at all. Other than when I got to go, bring Max the dog to get major surgery. Then I got to leave the house. But imagine, every time you go outside, there's a chance he might get shot with a gun, either by the federal government or by your fellow citizen, by your peers, by your fellow neighbors. That shit's scary, man. I don't know how Americans can deal with this shit. I can't. I'll be honest. I'm telling you, I can't deal. I cannot. I won't. Even if I could deal, I wouldn't. But I don't know how the average American deals with this shit, especially like people that have kids. Oh boy, here I go again. People that have fucking kids. Imagine sending your kid to school. Right? Like imagine thinking, I'm going to have kids in the USA and I'm going to send them to school, public school, every day. It's a ticking time bomb. That shit's a ticking fucking time bomb. Like, I don't know what the numbers are. I'd be curious if anyone knew what this number would be. But, like, what's the percentage of people under the age of 20 that have had a school shooting at their school? I'd be curious. Because it feels like almost every school in the country, I'm sure maybe there's like a map. It can be like the Pokédex. You ever play Pokemon? It's like the Pokédex of public schools. I would like to see, like, you know, the number, every public school in a list and which ones have had mass shootings. Because I feel like the number's got to be like 30-40% of public schools that have had mass shootings since, you know, Columbine or whatever. I'd be curious, like, you know, what's the rate? What's the amount of public schools that have had mass shootings? What's the rate? And how are people still dealing with this shit? How are we still doing this stuff? I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm a little concerned, but maybe I read the news too much. Maybe it's a paradise out there. I don't know. It's possible. Maybe it's a paradise. Maybe if I just leave my house, I won't get shot at. But I'm not risking it. I'm just telling you, I'm not risking it. But yeah, I don't see an off-ramp. Back to what I was saying earlier. I don't see an off-ramp. I wish there was an off-ramp. I'm giving you what I think an off-ramp would be. Maybe you agree, maybe you disagree. But yeah. I think we're gonna have to go through some really horrible stuff as a species. I think by the end of the century, there's gonna be less than 1 billion survivors. That's what I think. And the question is, do you want to survive the apocalypse? And to be fair, maybe you don't. Maybe you don't want to survive the apocalypse. Now, I'll be honest with you. I can go either way. You know, I go back and forth on whether I want to survive the apocalypse. You know, I wake up one day and I think, today's a good day. I'd be willing to survive the apocalypse. Some days I wake up and I go, probably don't want to survive the apocalypse. Not my ideal situation. But still, I don't know. I feel like an apocalypse of some kind is inevitable. If you live in Tehran, you're currently experiencing it. Again, I just want to really let it soak in for people. 10 million motherfuckers are getting oil rained upon them for days straight. Oil rained upon them for days goddamn straight. Isn't that absurd? You ever think about that? 10 million people are currently experiencing the apocalypse. Think about Gaza. I know I got a couple minutes left. But we've got like 500,000 dead motherfuckers in Gaza. That's like a fucking very low tier estimate in my estimation. At least 500,000 dead motherfuckers in Gaza. No one gave a fuck. No one cares. Nobody gives a fucking shit. Maybe you'll retweet it. Maybe you'll talk about it on your podcast. But let's be honest. We as a global species, we're just watching our own people getting mass murdered on television. And it's not spurring any real reaction. Like, maybe we're just a bad seed of a generation. Think about that. Maybe we're just a pathetic generation. And maybe all it takes is one bad generation for the entire experiment of humanity to end. And that's how I feel about nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons, all it takes is one bad seed, and it's all fucking over. It's all fucking over. All it takes is one bad seed. I feel like that's not a good situation. It's not sustainable. I just don't think so. Either way, that's the end of my show. I would like to say Left Past 10 is not going to be occurring tonight. So this space will be ending around 10 p.m. For this evening. We will be live tomorrow. Tomorrow is Thursday, so be sure to tune in for our Thursday schedule. We got some fun stuff on Thursday. I think Wednesday is better. I'll be honest. Okay, hey, I think Wednesday is better. I'm on Team Wednesday, all right? But Thursday is good too, so come on and watch us on Thursday. ThisSpace.tv. We're live on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Maybe Friday in the future, but I don't know. It's possible that we won't be. It's possible it's all over. I don't know. Maybe the nukes are going to go off. But I know one thing is for certain. I am going off right now, offline, because the show is over. Any minute now, the show will be over. Coming up next is Left of the Box, which is another show. And it is just starting very soon. Be sure to tell your buddies, tell your pals all about this space. In fact, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm a little upset that our audience is not telling more of their friends. Okay? I don't have any friends, all right? All I got are whatever this is, right? If I had friends, I'd tell them. Trust me. So I imagine everyone out there who has friends and they're keeping this a secret. I don't know what you're doing. You're making me really sad, and I might cry. And in fact, I will cry. So, tell your friends, tell everyone to subscribe. Tell them to watch my show. Anyway, that's it. Goodbye. Producer, get me off here.
Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke, so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. This space. Ooh.
Hello. Welcome to This Space with Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm about 60% Sandee. I sound a lot worse than I thought I would, but I don't normally use this type of voice when I'm just sitting here by myself. For those of you who can't tell, I got slammed with a very nasty cold. It started coming on late Friday night. I could feel it. I was hoping that it was just like dry, like a dry throat. Woke up the next morning. It's like, oh shit. So yeah, but I do want people to tell me if it's really noticeable in my voice for a very specific reason. You see, the first day I was sick, the way that it usually works for me is it was pain. Like if I coughed, everything was solid in my chest. It would hurt. The back of my throat would hurt. And I'm exhausted beyond belief to the point I can't function. Like going to the washroom is a journey. And then getting off the toilet is another journey. Just trying to get back to bed. And my body can't figure out if I'm hot or cold. So it's usually both at the same time. But anyway, on the next day, Sunday, my voice was still raspy. And I was thinking, those of you who have seen it, I'm doing the TYT essay. And there's a whole bunch of tweets from Brianna Wu. Is this a good Brianna Wu voice right now? I did a recording on Sunday, but I couldn't quite hear it. So if it's really, really noticeable, I want you all to say, yeah, you sound like shit. And maybe after this, after I've even exhausted my voice a little bit, I will re-record them. Because that would, yeah. Yes, Donald James, Brianna Wu, the genocide apologizer. Yeah, I have a whole bunch of tweets from her that I'm reading my TYT essay. Unfortunately, I have not been able to work on my TYT essay because the amount of brain fog I'm going through right now, it is taking me time. Like, I just did some basic banking yesterday and I screwed up 3 times. Like, it's just, I can't, I can't function. And it's a real kick in the pants because for 2 weeks, I was going to the gym. I was feeling great. And I was thinking, oh, this week I could maybe start increasing the workouts and stuff because, it was feeling really good. Then this happened. And I haven't left my apartment since. It probably happened. I went to a social event on Wednesday. So when I go to the gym, I wear a mask. But when I'm being social, I don't. I didn't see anyone who's sick, but this is the problem that I have is that I don't think I'm immunocompromised, but I do catch bugs really, really easy. So it's just standard cold, standard flu when I catch them, but I catch them a lot. And, before when I used to work in an office, or just even before COVID, when people weren't taking as many precautions to begin with, this type of thing would happen 2 or 3 times a winter. Sometimes more because I just catch them. And so it usually runs the same course. For the first day, I'm just completely laid out. Can't function. Usually if I feel that coming on, I make sure that I have like water and anything I need right by my bed because just even sitting up sometimes is a bit much. I have a throat lozenge too right now. And then I'll eventually start gaining enough energy that I can sit upright. And so, yeah, at first it's really painful in the back of my throat and my chest when I cough until things start to loosen up. And then eventually it moves up into my sinuses and I start blowing my nose to the point it usually bleeds. So if I sneeze or if I blow my nose at any point during this and you see the Kleenex turn red, don't be alarmed. It's normal. And like I'm upright and and then I also have at this stage in the cold an incessant like dry cough that keeps me up at night. Like I did not sleep last night at all. Like that's the thing. You're supposed to get a lot of rest when you're sick, but my body won't let me sleep. And it's it's weird to think that I would be forced to go into work like this. Sure, you get sick days, but they're limited. And so somebody like me who gets colds a lot has to space it out. And it blows my mind how often people would go to work like this because they have no choice. Well, thank you for calling me a trooper. You see, the thing is that I can do this because it's at home. I'm just sitting in front of the computer. But my God, is it dry once I start trying to speak. So I'm functional enough to sit upright and be semi-alert. I might forget words more today than I normally do. And I have just kind of like some chill things to go over. And I know like Andrea would probably think I deserve it for going out with a full respirator and things of that sort. But you know what? I still want to be part of society. I don't have the money and the functionality to be able to afford like proper N95 masks and stuff. And it does prevent you from being social when you're at social events. It prevents you from being social at the gym, but that's a bonus. People are less likely to bug you at the gym. Not that I ever really got bugged when I was going to the gym. Crunchy part of the lozenge. So, you know, it's, I wish we lived in a society where when a person was sick, you could just stay home, because I don't know who was out, who was sick, who spread this around. All I know is I haven't spread it to anyone because I've been in my apartment the entire time. I haven't even left to take the garbage out. Like literally, I've cleaned out the cat litter boxes in little bags and tied them up. They're sitting by my door. But it's just the idea that, you know, in this capitalistic world, when we're like this, we're still supposed to go in and work. That it's still, you know, you can't help when you get sick, but somehow it's still your responsibility in a way. And I remember going to work like this and trying to function and all that sort of stuff. And it doesn't seem right. You know, it doesn't seem like this is a good world to live in if that's the case. Yeah, reference frame, the cat litter. So some of the weird things that happen when I'm sick like this is my senses will start to go like biometric man. No, it's not biometric man. The electric man? Is it electric man? No, it's something like that. It was like an old, what was it, in the 70s or something? Well, it'd basically be like that, but everything is acting up. So sometimes I can't really smell, but other times I can smell everything like super strong. And for the first few days of a cold, I can't stand the sensation of water. So I can't shower because partly I can't figure out what temperature I need because I'm both freezing cold and sweating hot. So I can't figure out what temperature I should put the shower at to make me feel better because I don't think there would be one. And at night, I'm constantly throwing the blankets on and off, on and off, on and off. So a lot of my senses will act up really badly during the cold. But it's like, yeah, I just, even washing my hands after I go to the washroom on those first few days, it's like a shock to the system. There's just something about, you know, the texture or the feeling or whatever water does to you when I'm this sick, just, it blows my mind how sensitive I am to it. But yeah, it's sad that we live in this world, but you know, it's not like it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make to be social because I don't like this at all and I'd rather not. But at the same time, I'd like to get a partner. And the only way that I'm probably going to do that is if I go out to social events. I don't want to be single for the rest of my life. And so I'm very limited in how I can interact. So I also lose my appetite when I'm sick and have to remind myself to eat. Maybe, I think the word bionic is what I was looking for. Silas. The word bionic. I just can't wait till I can take a nice deep breath in. So when I'm sick like this, usually something I like to do, and this is going to be a transition into another topic, unless was there anything else I wanted to talk about being sick? Oversharing my illness with everyone. But yeah, it's just such a kick in the pants because I was getting into a routine going to the gym, actually working on my TYT essay, making progress on it. And it feels like it's a pattern that whenever I start developing a routine, something just comes and like throws a stone in the pool or something to splash it all over and wreck everything. Yeah, just trying to think. Because I want to get that TYT essay done for sure. I might need more than one Diet Coke through this. Luckily, I had done some grocery shopping before I got sick, so I haven't had to leave my apartment or send any of my friends on errands. Okay, people are saying like the $6 million man and Bionic Woman. That could be who I'm thinking. But yeah, so when I'm sick like this, usually about the only thing I can do because I don't have any brain functionality is I binge watch something. And something that I've had on my to-do binge list is a series. Now, I don't like binge watching a series until it's over. Unless it's something like, Andor. I was watching that weekly as it came out. There's very few things like that I'll watch as they come out. Partly because I don't have cable. I don't have regular cable or something. So, like when Game of Thrones was all the rage, I didn't have whatever it was streaming on. So there are some things I would watch weekly. But if I didn't have access to those things when they were streaming or going live or whatever, I didn't, through any portion of it, I didn't want to start watching until the whole series was done. And so a series that had been on my to-do watch list, and I'm just like, I feel like shit. Let's watch a series that is going to put me in a horrid mood. Like, just so, just like, this is the one that I pick right now, this one. Well, it's a short series. It's only 6 seasons long, and it's not like episodic cable, so it's like 13 episodes a season. Yeah, Handmaid's Tales. I'm just like, you know what? I need to do some research about what this world is turning into. And be like, damn, I'd be dead on day one. No spoilers. I haven't finished yet. And so if anybody types spoilers into the subspace, I will ban you from this channel and then ban you from all my channels because I despise spoilers and I'm not being sarcastic. Yeah, so I'm watching The Handmaid's Tale. I'm just like, it's like, why am I doing this to myself? Because another thing I find, there are a few suspenseful moments in it, and I used to like suspenseful movies, thrillers and stuff like that. But I find ever since my anxiety level has increased because of the world we're living in, I'm not that great. I'm not that great with them. Oh, don't worry. I won't be giving any spoilers, reference frame. Because I don't do the thing, don't do unto others what you don't want done unto you. So there's general themes, but I'm pretty sure people know what those themes are. Yeah, I'd be dead on day one in that type of scenario. And I was just Googling it too, because like if you have a superpower that's going to take over and they want to like purify the race or whatever, and people with disabilities tend to be on the chopping block with that. And so that would be over 40 million Americans that they would slaughter. Over 6 million Canadians. I would probably go down fighting. I'm just saying. I know a lot of people are like, when you put in those situations, you never know. I would hope I would go down fighting at least. Make a splash. Be that splash in the pool, as opposed to having that splash land on you. But yeah, I'm watching it, and I remember some of the controversy that was coming out about it. How, suddenly all these white women were paying attention, but this was happening during slavery and stuff of that sort. And okay, I get the joke now reference frame. So fuck, where was I? Damn it. Do this to me. Oh, right. A lot of the white women were really drawn to the series, but a lot of Black people were pointing out, during the days of slavery, very similar things were going on. And the reality is, very similar things like that have been happening around the world all the time. And this leads into what we're seeing now with, what Trump is doing when with Iran and stuff like that. And a lot of it has to do with the powerful people who have never faced consequences. Because there are a few people who crave power. And the thing is that we need like a socialist takeover of the world. Like we need a benevolent dictator or something of that sort. The issue is that the people who have empathy and compassion and want what's best for the world don't have it in them to do what is necessary to achieve that, because that would require doing a lot of bad stuff to get there. Forcing things like, I'm talking, we need to educate the population. And I'm not talking about like the way that the right wing would talk about it, like, ooh, re-education camps. No, it would be actual education. It would be actual education. We need to properly socialize people. There are some cultural norms. I don't care where you are. They're not acceptable. Like circumcision of children, male, female, I don't care what your religion is. I don't care what your cultural beliefs are. That is wrong. And for me, the compass lies in what these oppressive forces do is, versus what I would want is, I would want people to be able to be free to be who they want. Whereas all these religious, oppressive, patriarchal forces want you to force you to be something they want. Just a sec. I'm going to mute this. Okay. So it is a matter of like, that's why, go and plug my book. This is not an accident, what I wrote in this book. It's almost like you need a power out there that is powerful and vicious enough to do what is necessary to achieve, to basically force people to, it's not about conforming, but breaking, like deprogramming people, forcing people to deprogram. Yeah, it's hard to fight a nuclear war. But it's about forcing the people with power to not be in power. And that takes a lot of effort and stuff. And the people who, generally speaking, have empathy and compassion, they can't do it. So in my book, it's vampires that are thinking about doing it. A race of vampires, because they would have what it takes to do what is necessary in order to achieve that, because we might get there someday, that Star Trek utopia. But how many people are going to suffer and die in the meantime? Because, I'm part of me wants to binge watch The Handmaid's Tale right now too, because it distracts me from the what the United States is doing and the absolute terror I feel. Because that there's just a certain level of reality that your governments don't care about you, because when the inflation happens, and it's already started to happen with gas prices and stuff, the people with poverty, the people with disabilities, we've already cut out things that aren't necessary. I budget the shit out of my stuff. Like, I live very cheap. We don't have wiggle room. And that was done intentionally to us by our governments to make sure we don't have that wiggle room, because they feel like people with disabilities need to suffer. They feel like they need a poverty class in order to threaten people into their capitalistic system. And so they impose this on us. And then when they start these wars, they're willing to sacrifice all of us so that they can achieve what? In this case, they don't, like, there's I'll probably, if I should be well enough by next Sunday to be doing my regular news live stream. I definitely did not do it last Sunday. And, Don Davies was pushing back. That's the interim NDP leader. Was pushing back on Mark Carney's stance with the Iranian war. David Doel also did a video on it that people should go check out. And just for once, when the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Anita Anand, was speaking, saying, we must abide by international humanitarian rights and blah, blah, blah. I just want somebody else on the floor to say, the United States have been getting away with it, with kidnapping Maduro, with what they're doing to Cuba, with already bombing Iran last year, like, Israel with Gaza and the West Bank, and the apartheid that they've been imposing, the slow progression towards the genocide that they're doing full actively now for generations. This wouldn't be happening if we actually held the powerful accountable for the wrongs that they do. If Trump was actually held accountable for the scams he did when he was younger, he would not be in his position right now. If there was enough societal pressure on people to not want to smooth up to, power and privilege, Epstein wouldn't have been a thing. But since they keep on getting away with doing horrible things, they only ever escalate. And then once one of those people gets into like one of the most powerful positions in the world, to him, it is nothing to start a war on another continent that has the potential of killing millions just to distract from the Epstein files that he is all in, because it might make him feel bad to not be as loved as much by his fanatical base. That's, yeah. I would agree, Mr. Webb, that female genital mutilation is not the same as cutting the foreskin. I just agree that both should end, but it is very different to remove the clitoris from a young girl or a female of any age. That is just, it's brutal. Absolutely brutal. I don't give a shit what your cultural beliefs are. You should not be doing that. And I also don't believe that foreskin should be cut as a baby. If an adult wants to make that decision, have at it, but absolutely not. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just getting distracted by subspace. I will say there is something very tedious about The Handmaid's Tale. I'm just reading Mr. Webb's comment about I got tired of The Handmaid's Tale. there's something very tedious of it, and this isn't a spoiler. You could easily cut out 15 minutes from every episode if you just stop with the dramatic pauses. If you stop with like, oh, I'm gathering up supplies right now, and you're going to see me open up every cupboard, look through everything, see if I find something useful or not. And then I'm going to go over here to this closet, look in it. Oh, no, nothing. Okay, now I'm going to go down the stairs and look at the wallpaper to be, like reflect on that. And then somebody's going to ask me to do something, and I'm just going to stare forward blankly for, a good minute before, anything moves forward in this. And, I'm not comparing them, Mr. Webb, if that's what you're thinking. I'm just saying they both are not acceptable to me. So, yeah, it's, but like to see a culture go that over the top in what The Handmaid's Tale portrays, that doesn't seem all that far-fetched to me, because again, we have examples of this sort of thing in history. Slavery was a very good example of that. You also had what the Japanese did to the Chinese. You had what the Dutch did to the Congo. What the Western settlers did to the indigenous peoples of these continents. There's examples, there's cultural examples still going on of child marriages, of the importance of pregnancy over health of the person, any sort of that thing. It's and it's all out of this need for power as opposed to cooperation. You see, other species are better at cooperating than we are, because it's the only way this world is going to survive is if we cooperate. There's no one superpower that can just take over and force everyone to conform to what they want and expect, and expect, sunny valleys and roses. It's that they're to force people to be like, society wants to force you to be something in order to fit into society, but we need to make a society that we need to force society to allow us to be who we are. And when you have that type of social freedom to just express yourself, your gender, your identity, your passions, your beliefs, the world would be much better. Like, there's no excuse for war, none in this day and age. Everything can be negotiated. It can be. It's just there's people refusing not to. And Donald Trump is the prime example of that, because the Iranians were at the bargaining table. And it's just, even if you scale it down to, the teacher strike here, and then Doug Ford just, pulled the notwithstanding clause to force them back to work without negotiating. They don't want to because of power. It's really wild to see this happening. Because when you read the history books of the horrors of the past, you think that's the past, right? We learn. We learn from that, don't we? No. Apparently not. And it is just mind-boggling to me right now how the United States, once, not necessarily worthy of belief that it was the shining beacon on the hill. It was kind of seen that way as like the place to be and all that sort of stuff. With freedoms and progress and technology and stuff. to see like the United States and Israel turn into what Germany was for the Second World War. Because if nobody puts a cap on it, who here doesn't think it will get that bad? Again, if nobody holds these powerful people accountable for what they do, they're only ever going to escalate. And all of this could have been shut down when Donald Trump committed his first fraud and he became a social pariah and actually faced consequences. If Netanyahu actually faced consequences for the crimes he did way back when. If Israel actually faced consequences for the crimes that they were doing against the Palestinians. If Canada and the United States actually faced consequences for what they did to the indigenous peoples. Then this wouldn't be happening now. It is, it's just wild to see it happening right now. But I do have a couple of things that we can go over. I think that they're a bit on the lighter mood because I was just talking about some really dark shit and I'm like really sick. But also, by the end of this, let me know if my voice has improved or gotten worse. I'm hoping for worse to do those recordings. But be honest. You have to be honest. Because if it's better, then what I will do is I will stop talking for a bit so then it becomes more raspy again because it's not been worked out. You know, it's like working it out and then it starts, okay, yeah, we're getting in the groove. You're being able to sound a bit better. But then you stop talking and it goes to rest. And then you try talking again. Let's see. So I do have some things that we can go over. Need to do this is the right button. Oh my God, the amount of brain fog I'm going through right now. It's like, what does this button do? What does this end stream button do if I were to click on it right now? That's the screen that I want. Yeah, okay. No, I want that one. Okay, share. There we go. Nicholas, what's the screen that I like to share an article? No, the other one. Where the article's big and I'm small. Yeah, that one. Let's go with this one. Thank you. So Canadian military personnel identify on white supremacist dating site. So I talked about this when it initially happened. That there was a hacker at a hacker convention and she hacked into whites only dating site. And she doxed everyone. Like she stole all their information and made it public. Now, on a principle, I'm against that because what's to stop a right-wing hacker from going into a left-leaning type database of some sort and hacking all their information and putting it out? In fact, there was one that happened that was recent that would have been like on a similar level. I think it was called T, like spill the tea type thing, where it was women protecting women about warning them about like, oh, I've been on these dating sites and this particular man keeps on popping up and he's a danger and all that sort of stuff. And then the right wing went in and doxed a whole bunch of the women on that site and showed off their license and posted that, and they got harassed even more. So on a general principle, I'm not okay with just hacking these websites and dumping all the information out to the public. But when you find information out there that could involve people in power, yeah. So, and then this is also something that maybe the Canadian military should be screening for. You know, things like this and Nazi tattoos. So this is from the CBC. Canadian military personnel identified on white supremacist dating site. CBC News Visual Investigation Unit identified more than 200 Canadians in leaked data. Yeah, White Date. It was called White Date. Yeah. And I showed the video on it that of her hacking the system and everyone applauding and stuff like that. And it kind of, you feel good at the time, but so members of the Canadian Armed Forces had accounts on white-only dating site that promoted white supremacist ideology, as CBC News visual investigation found. The website White Date, launched in 2017, explicitly marketed itself as whites-only dating platform, welcomes white supremacists and neo-Nazi members, and has been referred to as Tinder for Nazi by an extremist expert in international media. Then we get into the other stuff. I'm going to toss this link into the sandbox. Sorry, subspace. There we go. For the article, because I don't think I can't click on this video, but it's a good video to watch to get all the information, because it's a presentation from CBC and there's a lot of music in the background. So, copyright issues. So click on the link and you can watch this. It's only like 4.5 minutes long, but it also gives you a good breakdown of it. So a Navy reservist shared numerous white supremacist slogans and symbols and stuff. But we get the point, that there's people in our military that are on these sites. Yeah, that seems about white. Yeah, so apparently White Date users in Canada. Okay, that's one really lonely person in Yukon. Oh. Yeah. In all of the Yukon. It must be lonely up there. So uncovering military members and stuff. This is something that maybe, and again, this goes to the cultural issues that we're having with the world today, and the fact that something like the Handmaid's Tales can happen, is this type of thing isn't screened out from power. It's not. So, yeah, it's people like this shouldn't be put in a position of holding the balance of life for other people, because they obviously have biases. They obviously, several white supremacists are also identified. Not shocking. But yeah, they should probably make sure that people like this don't get into the military, because people who commit war crimes, like all the people who are down doing ICE stuff right now, are people who would like these types of sites. They really should be screened, because as you see with the ICE down in the States, they use their positions of power to what's the word? Vent their frustration at their what's the word? To vent their frustration at their inferiority complex. That's not the word I want, but it's a very similar word. To vent the fact that they don't feel significant. To feel like they have power, to feel like they have control over things and stuff. So, yeah. Anyway, that wasn't as late as I thought, but we have this. So I need to plug in my headphones. Just a second. I will remember to share the tab in just a second. Don't you dare autoplay until I make a big screen and share this tab. Okay. Now, oh, wait a sec. There we go.
Growing up in a small Massachusetts town.
Oh, so this is from, what was it? Oh, CBC News. And it's a video. Millions of Americans could be eligible to become Canadian under new law. So some of you Yankees out there, keep your fingers crossed to see if you could be one of the potential Americans to become Canadian.
and Ryan Hamill always knew of their French-Canadian roots.
French meat pie was a staple, split pea soup.
Ryan's great-grandfather immigrated to the U.S. from Quebec in the early 1900s. Mary's great-great-grandfather came in the late 1800s. More than a century later, the American couple, already living and working in Montreal, is now set to become Canadian themselves, taking advantage of a new law.
I love now that I live in Quebec and we're getting the lay of the land and visiting more places. I can look in the maps and say, oh, this is where Nana was born.
Now I'm just going to point out something. See, these people here, they can find certain ancestry, that is not a word. At least I didn't pronounce it as a word. To say that they have Canadian roots. They might be able to get Canadian citizenship again. There's a crackdown on immigration in Canada from countries that are a little bit darker in complexion. Yeah. Interesting how it's like, let's open immigration up to, particular types of settlers, like people who would have settled here generations ago, or maybe just down in the States. But, if you're want to be a student or you're from, Gaza, if you're Palestinian, maybe not so much. But I still find this story kind of, cute that the Americans will eventually want to flee up here. Not cute, but fuck, what's the words? I don't know what the words are. It's not cute. So please don't interpret what I saying as like some sort of cutesy thing. It's just the reality is they won't be able to. Because immigration in Canada, to immigrate to Canada is actually really fucking hard. Maybe endearing to think that Americans would want to move up here. I don't know. I think a lot of Americans would want to move up here.
Where Nana was born.
Bill C-3, nicknamed the Lost Canadians Act, opens the door for people with Canadian ancestors to apply for citizenship.
Great-grandmother, great-grandfather, great-great-great-great-great-grandfather. It does not matter. There's no limit on how many generations you can go back as long as you can prove it.
The new legislation is creating overwhelming demand here at the National Archives in Montreal. In January alone, Quebec archivists received more than 1,000 requests to authenticate birth records, up from just 32 in the same month last year.
The process is lengthy. We have to go back to the original register, which is not always in a great state just because it's so old.
With significant economic migration from Quebec to New England in the late 1800s and early 1900s, about 10 million Americans could be eligible to become Canadian, according.
Let's just say hypothetically all 10 million decided to come up here. This country only has a population of about 40 million. Oh, that would not be able to happen. That would not be able to happen. Like one thing about the Handmaid's Tale that is just kind of like, oh yeah, this was definitely written in a time when I know how refugees are treated in this country. And all the gratuities and stuff that they get and the lack of support that they eventually end up getting and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, they wouldn't be living so nicely once they flee the United States to get here. Not necessarily unless they could find like a really good job right away, but if you suddenly have, like in the case of Handmaid's Tale, where it would probably be millions of Americans trying to flee, you'd probably run out of jobs really fast.
According to this historian,
they're very excited to have this sense that there's an official recognition that they still belong to something.
Birthplace, Canada.
The Hamels are finalizing their citizenship applications, planning to stay in Montreal, driven north by the political climate in the U.S.
You don't say.
I already feel Canadian in at least my heart.
Finding a new home and sense of belonging through ancestors, generations apart. Alexander Silberman, CBC News, Montreal.
So, that's not the screen. That one? This one. Find out who your great grandparents are. Okay. Darn it, here I am all sick, and I don't think I have enough time to go over everything else I wanted to go over. That's on the lighter side. Like, really, I mean it this time, lighter side. I think quickly. So, yeah, I'm an artist. Go check out my YouTube channel, Sandee Lovas, on YouTube, and my website, sandeelovas.com. I recently posted another video on my channel. It's one that I posted here on Left of the Box. But please go. I would like one of my 3 videos to reach 100 views. And I would like to eventually get 100 subscribers. So please just go and rewatch those videos like every day. They're short. They're super short. So some people might wonder that as an artist, what kind of art would I actually buy? And I do actually have rules about that. So the type of art that I buy is stuff that I don't feel like I would ever be able to pull off. Or if I'm supporting a person or a cause. Or if there's just something about the image that just resonates with me. And I wanted to show you what some of that art was. I need to blow my nose. Hold it. So this here. Trying to get it without the glare and then get it into focus. There we go. Go and focus. Go and focus. How far back do I have to make it focus? I got this on Canada's 150th birthday in Ottawa from a street vendor. Focus. Not on the glare, stupid camera. So yeah, very delicate, obviously. And I just recently found a proper size frame for it. It was like in a much larger frame. It looked ridiculous. But this is not something I think I could pull off. So I super like it. And it's just neat. This one I just got at a fundraiser for Amnesty International, and it was in the right price range. I wanted to support the cause, and I just like the colors. I like colorful stuff. I like very colorful stuff. No. There we go. Oh, nicely focused too. So this is some indigenous artwork that I got at a powwow. And again, I love bright, colorful stuff. Let's see. So this was actually given to me by a friend, but he totally nailed it because I do love this image here. And this next one is going to blow your fucking mind. You will not know what you are looking at. You will see it. You will not know. You will not understand what you are looking at. I want people right now in subspace to type in what you think the medium of this is. Like pastel, paint, pencil, crayon, I want you to start putting down what you think was used to make this image. And now I have to wait? I don't know. But yeah, just start. And I got this at a multicultural festival. And it was one of the smaller ones, which made it affordable. And so I think that, okay, I think, so we got sand. That's a very interesting possibility. Okay, I'm pretty sure, you know, the time delay is catching up and everyone has put in really interesting and brilliant ideas. This is silk thread. If I hold it closer, maybe you can... No, it wants to focus on the glare, not on the actual image. And here, I'll go here. Shared it up instead. Let's add this back to the stage. This is the artist. So I'm going to toss this into subspace. So yeah, handcrafted silk embroidery. So these pictures that you're seeing on the wall, they're all silk, and she will work on one, you know, in between sales at the actual venue in her spot. And so you can actually see how it's done too. And it's really, really incredible. And it has like a nice, like it shines and stuff. And so if we go to shop, we can get a closer look at some of these ones. But as you can see, they're not cheap. But this one was reasonable in price because it's very small. These ones are probably a bit bigger. So let's see. So we can click on this. There we go, 2 parrots. And so here, you just scroll over it and you can get a good idea of what's involved. But yeah, so many, like these are just incredible. Peacock. Hey, I'm hovering. There we go. Just really, really amazing artwork. The one I got was only like $30, I think. Like I said, exceptionally reasonable from price at the event. But you know, you can learn about how preserving traditional through silk embroidery. Anyway, and then I do have one last thing to share with everyone. Something a little personal. This one. Okay, I can do this. I can do this. How's my voice sounding? Is it sounding a bit better? Because if it is, I'll rest it before I try re-recording the Brianna Wu tweets, in hoping that after I've rested it, it will get all cranky and sound a little bit more gravelly. When I was hoping to sound nasally. I think that would actually be more closer to what her voice sounds like. Mr. Webb, no, this is hand embroidery that she does. Okay, so I'm sounding better. So I think I need to rest my voice, because it's kind of like, you know, when you're really stiff and you get up and you start walking around, and then at first you feel sore, but then you start, okay, no, I'm flexible again. But then you go and sit down for a long period of time, and then as soon as you get back up, you're really painful again. So I'm thinking if I rest my voice, if I come back here in about 4 or 5 hours, it'll be all again. There's something very special I wanted to share with everyone. And I would have shared this on Sunday, but I wasn't doing a show on Sunday. But okay, I can do this without crying. Frodo is home. Okay, I'm not going to be able to do this without crying. And I would just like to thank people for the wonderful donations that you sent in to help cover the costs. He was the first one that I've ever had cremated because he was my soul, as they say. But I wanted to get this because this the imprint here, it's not varnished or glazed over or anything. So it's like you can actually feel the texture of his paw in it. But yeah, he was my world. So I am planning on doing a show Sunday. My cold should, like, I'll still probably have random coughing fits, but nowhere near as bad as today by Sunday. So lots of news to get caught up on. I'm probably just going to have to pick and choose which stories I decide to leave out. I'll also try to get more content up on my Sandee Lovas account, so please go check that out. Share that one. I would really like to see it get a little bit more traction than what it is. And then once I'm done The Handmaid's Tale, I'm partway through the 4th season already, because like when I binge watch. And so when I'm done that, I'll probably get back to the TYTSA, because by then enough of my brain fog should be away that I can get back to work on that. And then I'm hoping that next week I feel healthy enough that I can go back to the gym, because went there for 2 weeks, was feeling great. It's like, I'm getting into a routine, and then this shit happens. It's just like, fuck, all the times. It's so fucking annoying. It's like, yeah, you couldn't have waited until like there was a definite improvement or anything. Like, waited until I was at least into the routine for a good 6 months before doing this, so that it would be so much easier for me to get back. Yeah. And also all my social media accounts for Sandee Lovas and Left of the Box. But if people are interested in like the little art show and tells, then I could do like little quick videos of like, here's the art that I collect as an artist, and make those into like little videos, and then share like web pages and stuff on that. If that would probably be an interesting thing to add to that channel. But please just go there. There's 3 videos on it. One's a short. Watch the hell out of them. Just watch the hell out of them over and over and over again. So that they can get, so one of them will get up to 100 views. Okay. Thank you everyone for coming out. Thank you, mods. Thank you, Nicholas. Everyone thank Nicholas, the wonderful producer, putting up with me almost canceling today. I feel like I've done too many of those cancellations. So anyway. Are they any good? Is what any good? That's, I don't know what you, that's, anyway. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandee. Wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.
Cancel culture is about canceling.
Up yours. Woke moralists. Up yours.
Bullying that's happening.
And they believe that
Cocaína.
Had a gun, but it's the wax that the Terminator X spun. Now they got me in a cell cause my records ain't sell, cause a brother like me said, well,
it's one like this, immaculate conception. I transform like this, perform like this, which yells you a new weapon. I don't contemplate, I meditate, then off your head. This that puts against the bed, this that I got realness, I just push, cause it's in my DNA. I got millions, I got riches building in my DNA. I got dark, I got evil that rot inside my DNA. I got off, I got trouble, some heart inside my DNA.
They seem animalistic is what I mean.
No, they're worse than animals.
The woke mob, they ruin everything. They stopped Ben Shapiro from going to events and speaking. They stopped Ann Coulter from doing it.
I will never surrender even a single inch of ground to a pitchfork mob.
You never cave to the mob.
We will never bow to the mob. Ever. No matter what.
Do you see the final expression of cancel culture in terrorist groups like
We'll see who counts.
Purged from the party.
Hey. Hello, I've got you playing in the background. Hold on 1 second. Sorry.
I thought I heard my voice. I'm like, what's going on?
I was watching your latest video before we started with
nice.
Yeah, it was very good as always.
Well, thank you very much. How are you feeling, by the way, my friend? I know you had surgery.
I did. I'm good. I was realizing the other day that because of the imaginary line that I have the good grace of having been born across, I've had 2 major surgeries in like 2 years or 3 years, both of which life-saving, necessary, and I would be bankrupt or dead if I was an American.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's like that's just a wild thing to think. Like I would not be doing the Serfs right now. Like there would not be a Serf show because unless I had like a really good, I guess, medical plan through my partner or something to that effect where I wouldn't have to think about it. But like it's like $50,000.
Yeah,
for surgery.
It's crazy.
But yeah, no. I'm alive. I feel great. I'm recovering super fast. I can walk Chico again, which is awesome. So
nice.
Things are great.
I'm happy to hear that. Well, thank you very much. I'm still getting used to it all. Hopefully, it doesn't look like I'm looking down. I'm trying to adjust where eye contact is. But yeah, I took off last week so I can get started on this. It took me all weekend, so I'm glad that I missed last week's episode, even though I was sad to do that because, yeah, it's finished now. And I no longer have like a box taped with another box to like hoist up my light. It's all like very professional now, and I'm very excited about that. I'm happy to have a real studio, which I should have had from the beginning since this is my my full-time job. But I kind of had everything, like I always joke about how I had it put together with fucking like duct tape. That was literally true. All the shit, the TVs behind me, like they were the little the black things that were behind the TVs, but like propping them up so they wouldn't like fall off of the mount that they were. It was just all so shittily done and quickly done. So now it's better.
I had no idea. I was always like, your set looks really professional with the screens and everything.
It was a facade. It was all a facade. It was about to fall apart at any second.
So with that new one, did you do that all yourself? Like, is that all like a week of construction?
Yeah. Took a long time to plan it all out. I did all the construction, the cutting, the hammering, the man stuff. I did it all myself. So
yeah. Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah,
Damn.
It turned out really nice. Turned out very, very nice.
Holy shit. Yeah, no, you did great work. Yeah.
Thank you.
I didn't know you had those skills.
I didn't either. I thought I was going to fuck it up. So far, nothing has fallen down. There's a light above my head. Hasn't come crashing down on me. So I'm actually really proud of that because I'm like, bro, this is gonna hit me right in the head when I'm filming. It's gonna like it doesn't feel like it's weak, but you know when you have to adult for the first time, you're like you have no confidence in your skills, and so far it's all holding together. Nothing's coming down. Knock on wood.
Can I ask how you do the rock? Like, what is that? Is that actual slates or is it like a?
So it's actually it's like a foam. It's like a really high quality foam. It's like a little softer than particle board, but it came from a company called Gemstone that actually creates realistic looking rock. You could put it outside. It's indoor, outdoor. But
it's like rocks. I was like, oh yeah, that's rocks.
Yeah, it looks legitimately real. Every single one of them is unique. So it doesn't look like the shitty, but like I used to have like brick wallpaper before in V1 of the studio, and it looked very bad. So this is like legit. Like it's very nice. It's very nice.
Well done.
I like it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm excited. It's right, and I have a comfy chair. I was sitting on a stool before. So I decided to upgrade a bunch of shit. Yeah, I was just sitting on a stool. So all of this started because my booty hurted from that stool, and because I wanted a new desk. And I'm like, if I get a sit-stand desk, it's going to be a pain in the ass. I'm going to have to basically take everything down. But if I'm taking everything down, I might as well like put together a real studio like I've always wanted. So I did it. It took a lot of time. I was sore as fuck. I worked from like morning to night as I listened to like Hassan talk about the end of the world with Iran, and yeah, I got it done. So I'm glad it's done. I'm happy to be back. I'm glad everybody likes it though, because if you're looking at an ugly background, I think it can affect the quality of the commentary. If the vibes are off, I'm gonna do a shitty job. So I'm glad it seems okay.
I'm just happy you have a backrest now. I had no idea you were like broadcasting on a stool for like 2 hours, 3 hours sometimes. That's intense.
Well, it was a really nice stool, to be fair. It had a small backrest. So like the small of my back was supported, but not by much. Like the lumbar support was dookie. And overall it was just very thin. Like my ass has been in that seat for years. And it hurt to sit in it for long periods of time. So I figured it's time to get like an actual office chair. And I got an office chair. It's super good, like $150. Like I feel like for me, that's a very big spend because I am a fucking tightwad. So spending more than $50 on an office chair was actually very luxurious for me. It feels bougie, but yeah, it's nice though. It's very comfortable.
No, you should take care of yourself. Like I think everyone will appreciate that too because they want you to be broadcasting as long as possible, right? So a healthy, well supported back is great for the mic show.
Yeah, back is really important, especially when you get into your late 30s, because your back just like you can't fuck with your back. So any chair you get, you have to make sure you have lumbar support and whatnot. I'm learning this the hard way because all my chairs are very cheap and shitty. Like I've got stuff since when I was in college that I'm like finally trying to get rid of, like that I used in the studio, just like stools, random shit. So yeah, it's better. It's better than what it was. So it's nice.
And I heard you got a new DHS secretary too. Now life is changing.
I did. A lot of things are happening. I'm really excited. I'm really excited.
That's huge. Wow.
I am sad that Kristi Noem is no longer going to be the secretary because I think she was just doing such a fantastic job. You know, she really put her heart and soul into it. She worked really hard on those social media videos. And, you know, it's sad to see her go. She's still going to be working in Florida or whatever, but you know, I just thought that she did a really, really good job.
Yeah, in some new made up department that apparently doesn't exist yet, but Trump says it's coming soon.
Right.
She will be valiant in our new like statement of human safety or some weird shit like that.
Yeah.
Soon to be launched. Hey, what up, Matt?
Some fucking thing in Florida she's gonna do. Hey Matt, how's it going?
Hello, what are you guys talking about? Kristi Noem?
Kristi Noem.
Dog killer extraordinaire. She got
the dog killer got the boot.
Yeah. She got put out.
Which is actually surprising because Trump has not fired anybody yet. Or has he? I can't remember.
Well, his first term, he was firing people left and right. Like every other day, it would be like, there's a new so and so. Like, remember Scaramucci?
Oh shit, that's a throwback.
that lasted like 48 hours or something, or a week or something. He showed up, did like a fucking 20 rails of blow, and then just disappeared. Just gacked out and then left. It was just like, all right. But yeah, I think this is the first in this term, the first major firing. I think this is the biggest one so far.
Right.
Yeah.
It feels significant. I saw the headline earlier. Oh, she might be fired and she's going to be replaced by Markwayne Mullen. And I'm like, I'll believe it when I see it, because I think he really wants to save face and he wants to give this image of stability and whatnot. But then like an hour later, I saw the other headline. No, it's official. She is fired. And I do have a really good video. You guys have all probably seen this, of our new DHS secretary, Markwayne Mullen. So
we have a lot of videos to cover. You got to bring up that Daily Beast article too about his activity about non-consensual nose fetish violations.
Oh, I don't even know about this. So I'm
What are we
down.
talking about here?
You don't. Oh, nice. Apparently, he has a proclivity to filming himself shoving his fingers in strangers' noses without their consent when they're passed out. And he did it on a trip to Israel, and it got so bad that people were like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And I was like, "It's just his thing." I don't know if it's a fetish. If it is, it's one I hadn't heard of before. But apparently, that's his thing: is filming himself being like, and just like putting his finger in people's noses.
What?
Yeah.
Is it like a prank thing? Does he think that's what's happening?
I'll send the Daily Beast article and you can read it.
Okay.
That wasn't clear. It sounds like something like a silly thing that he would do, and people would be like, "What the fuck are you doing? Like, stop that."
Yeah, it's just, I'm imagining this 55-year-old man sticking his finger in people's nose. Just a prank, bro. Like, what year is this? How old are you? So the video I wanted to play for you all, though, is, for those who don't know, our new DHS secretary is actually a former MMA fighter. So on a committee back when Bernie Sanders was the health secretary.
This I remember.
I think most people probably saw this.
Too. Yeah,
it's a classic. I have a follow-up for those who don't know. So he was talking to the Teamsters president, Sean O'Brien, and he asked him if he wanted to fight, like literally.
Me, any place, anytime, cowboy. Sir, this is a time, this is a place. If you want to run your mouth, we can be two consenting adults. We can finish it here.
Okay, that's fine. Perfect.
You want to do it now?
I'd love to do it right now.
Well, stand your butt up then.
You stand your butt up.
Oh, hold on.
Big guy.
Oh, stop it.
Is that your solution?
No, sit down.
No,
you're a United States Senator. Sit down.
Active.
Oh, okay. Sit down, please.
All right.
Can I respond? Mr.
Hold it.
He concerned parent mobbed him so hard, like just concerned parent maxing right away, and like you can just see instantaneously. He's like, "Oh, okay, fine."
I will say,
you know what I love though, that he listened to Bernie.
Oh, I know.
He did.
That's what I'm saying. Like Bernie mogs him here. Like he fully just all of a sudden is like, "You're right. This is embarrassing." Like sits down.
I will say, I wish Bernie did not intervene. I think that they needed to fight. Sometimes you just have to let people fight. And that would have been one of those moments where I would have loved to see them fight. So an update to the story is that this guy, the Teamsters prez, Sean O'Brien, let me go back to him. So he ended up cucking himself to Markwayne Mullen. So as you all know, he spoke at the RNC, got criticized for it, and he's been on his Anna Kasparian, Dave Rubin arc lately, where he is leaving the left, even though he's a union leader, right? Donating to Republicans, even though they're trying to crush unions. And then he posted a picture of himself with Markwayne Mullen, I want to say a year after that incident occurred. So this dude who was talking tough completely cucked himself to our new DHS secretary. Incredibly embarrassing. Rare labor L. I don't think that this guy is representative of the rank and file of Teamsters, but just to testify before a fucking Senate committee and have the senator threaten to beat you up, and then you cuck yourself to him. Like, that is legendary stuff there. I mean, like, masterful gambit, Sean O'Brien. It's just embarrassing. But I got to pull up this article that Lance sent because I'm very curious about the nose thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Markwayne Mullen reportedly fingered nostrils. You just stop right there and I'm done. I don't want to go further. Fingered nostrils of colleagues and their spouses during visit to Israel. Okay.
Mike, I feel like this headline is begging for you to make up a word. What is it that a bussy, right? We need a nussy?
Nosussy.
Yeah, so a nussy.
Yeah, because a nussy is a neck pussy, right? So nosussy, I guess.
No sussy. Okay, it sounds sussy. Either way.
Wow.
Nostrosy?
Nostrosy.
I was researching this guy today, and I found out that unfortunately, this is also one of the few cases of Native American representation, and that also got me choked. And I was just like, "Oh, that sucks." But I was
He's Native.
Yeah, apparently he is part Native American. And
but in America, that's probably he's 182.
Oh, I thought that too. So in Canada, we have this huge problem in the Indigenous community with people who fake being, and almost exclusively white people who fake being Indigenous, and so they're called pretendians, and it's gotten so bad that there's actual members of our Supreme Court, there's esteemed musicians, filmmakers, and they've all been exposed in the past 5 years. So it's because so when I found out Mark Wayne Mullen I was like, is this the case of someone being I'm 1/1000th or something? But apparently he's part of the Cherokee Nation. He actually is a part of the Native American community there. So
it
sucks. But hey, Native Americans are not a monolith, just like any other group. Just like Indigenous people are not a monolith, Jewish people aren't a monolith, Black people aren't a monolith, white people, but all the others aren't monoliths. And there's shitty Native American people too. That's
Regardless, I will never not see Cracker when I look at that face. So, but that's a hell of a fucking headline. I mean, fingered nostrils of colleagues and their spouses.
You just posted our VOD. On Twitch anyway.
I'm talking about Ritz, of course. I'm sorry, Twitch. I'm talking about Ritz crackers because this guy likes to eat Ritz crackers, so that's what I'm referring to. Although having said that, he is the C word too, which I won't say. You could guess which C word I'm talking about. It's cunt, maybe. No, okay. That might have gotten us demonetized too. I'm sorry, Lance. I just need to zip it. Okay.
No, you're I'm taking down YouTube too. Start dropping that.
Isn't that word completely fine and normal in Europe and the UK or something? So I mean, we're just cheerio. We're just we're broadcasting live from bloody England today, folks.
It's the Leftist Consortium today. Yes, indeed.
If we just get the stream demonetized right now, we could be chill. We don't have to worry.
That's true.
Okay, so let's see here. A former House Republican and his wife claimed that in 2015, Senator Mark Wayne Mullen. It's crazy because this setup, you expect it to be some sexual assault allegations, but it goes to the nose. Then a congressman took photos of himself putting his finger up the noses of sleeping lawmakers and their spouses during a visit to Israel. And he did this on a trip to Israel. So disrespectful. Mullen made waves this week when he tried to pick a nose physical fight. Oh, I see that's okay. With Teamsters. So this is the same week. So this is from 2023. Wow. Okay. Yeah. It's a throwback. So the source of the story is former Representative David Trott, whose account was relayed in Friday's edition of Politico's Playbook. So Wednesday night, after a full day of coverage of Senator Mark Wayne Mullen is near fisticuffs with the Teamsters leader and his subsequent unapologetic victory lap of media appearances, we got an email from former Representative David Trott, who served with Mullen in the House. My wife and I have a story about Senator Mullen if you're interested. Consider our interest piqued. We called up they're having so much fun with this.
I know.
We called up the former congressman who told us about an AIPAC sponsored trip to Israel. He did this during an AIPAC sponsored trip. Yep. This is so disrespectful. How dare he? This is anti-Semitic, if you ask me. Anyways, during an AIPAC sponsored trip to Israel in August of 2015 that he remembered about 40 members attending, plus many spouses. Among those spouses was his wife, Kathleen Cappy Trott. Why is Kathleen Cappy?
I don't know.
I don't like that. I don't know why.
Me too. I was like, is that a slur?
It sounds like Kathleen, Kathy, short for Kathleen, and there was a pet name at some point where instead of calling her Kathy, they called her Cappy, and it stuck. That's how I would take it.
It reminds me of Trump when he posts those long screeds about members of Congress, where it's Steve Bannon, quote, Slappy Steve, in quotations. But Cappy is the name of the hat that Mario wears in Super Mario Odyssey that he throws on other creatures, and then he can possess them. So she doesn't get to appropriate that. I'm sorry. That's anti-Italian discrimination. All right. At this point, he handed the phone over to Kathleen. She told us about the flight to Israel, which was hampered by layovers and delays, though they were promised a quick shower in the hotel upon arriving. God, the buildup is so, like he stuck his fingers in her nostril. Do we need this massive buildup? Holy shit.
Yeah, just say it, right?
God damn. Okay, let me just skip a paragraph. We were in the clothes we've been wearing for like 24 hours, Kathleen says. We get on the bus and it's a couple. God, wait, why? Like we're starting with like from the very beginning, like since the dawn of time. Nostril, like bro, just get to the fucking point.
To the earth.
We started as a single-celled organism. Like, why can't you just get to the nose part? Do we need all of this superfluous fucking details? Okay. And this idiot starts walking up and down the bus with his camera, and anyone who fell asleep, he would put his finger in their nose and take the picture. I said to myself, if that idiot comes near me when I fall asleep, I'm going to punch him, Kathleen told us. And I said to Dave, this is a U.S. congressman? That congressman... Mark Wayne Mullen. Some people were mad and some people were laughing. How could you? Okay, if it happened to somebody else, I would laugh just because of the absurdity of the situation. But if he did that to me, I would not be laughing. Like,
well,
bro,
I mean,
you assaulted me.
Right. If it's an adult doing it, suddenly it's kind of creepy, right? Like this is something I think like a 5-year-old would do, right? Like just running around being like, like trying to stick his finger in sleeping passengers' noses. But this is a U.S. lawmaker.
Yeah, what do you do? Because if a child does that, which you would expect, I mean, actually, no, I wouldn't even expect that of a child. But like if that happened, I would immediately like go full Karen and demand that the parent reprimand the kid and ground them and take away their fucking Switch or whatever. But like if an adult does this who's a senator, I don't even know. I think I would just be like, shocked. So some people were mad and some people were laughing. There were a couple of women who were mad, Cappy said. You're trying to fall asleep. Somebody you don't know has his finger. It was just middle school. And we were in Israel, right? And we're going to see the Iron Dome and go to a kibbutz. Just didn't seem appropriate. I'm joking about this, but they're actually saying that. Really? You're going to do this in Israel? You're going to stick your finger up our fucking noses in Israel, bro? They said that Mullen's recent round of publicity jostled their memory.
Look around your Iron Dome.
I just can't. This is crazy.
Yours.
So Politico reached out to Mullen's staff multiple times, but did not receive a response. On Tuesday, okay, so this goes to the O'Brien thing. Wow, my mind is blown. What are we supposed to do with that information? I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that.
I will say it is assault, and I mean
it is true. Oh yeah.
Al Franken resigned for doing those pictures with the hover hand over that woman's chest. I mean, I'm not one of those people who thinks, oh, he shouldn't have. No, he resigned, and that was the appropriate thing to do, and he agreed, obviously, because he did it. But Mark Wayne Mullen went even a step further and actually physically touched these people. I think he should also have to resign.
Yeah,
that is the weirdest thing ever. It's up there with like Amy Klobuchar eating a salad with a comb, and the weirdest stories of the past decade. I don't know how that wasn't on my radar. That's catnip for me. That's crazy that I'm just learning about that now. Wow.
Yeah. You know about the smell of war stuff, right? Like he got roasted pretty recently for basically kind of like stolen valor light and just talking about how, like, you know, if you're in combat, you know the smell of war, and if you've been on the battlefield, and then everyone's like, he's never served before anywhere. So I don't know if it's like the Call of Duty fucking weight screen or what was your particular struggle here, my dude, but that's pretty wild.
Wow. Yeah, he's such a weird person, and I've said this before, but I have to point it out again. Like, Mark, you can be Mark or you can be Wayne, but you can't be Mark Wayne, okay? Most of us, we go through life with just one first name, and he's taken up all the fucking first names. Like, I'm not Michael Bob or Michael Jason. I'm just Mike. So what, do we all get to have two names since he has two names? It just doesn't feel fair to me. And now he's our DHS secretary, so he's going to be the one sicking the Gestapo on us all. So,
yeah, that's the sad thing, is that you can't even celebrate Kristi Noem having a shitty day because like a monster is being replaced with a monster. That's the shitty thing. It's like, yeah, it's kind of funny that she clearly had a press conference where she didn't know. That's funny, and the fact
Listen,
that
I don't think. Oh, I cut you off. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
no,
You
no,
cut
no,
out for a second.
I
Go ahead.
I was trailing out anyway. That's good.
No, I was just saying, like, I think. Listen, I'm not saying he's going to be better or worse. We don't know. He's obviously a shitty person to begin with, but I do think Kristina was a special kind of shitty. I don't know if I'm sure he'll be horrible in his own way, but I don't know if he'll be able to match just how bad she was.
It just sucks because you can never get a win in this climate, right? Like, I saw that Dan Crenshaw, aka Eye Patch McCain, lost this primary, but he's being replaced by an even bigger psychopath. So in comparison, Dan was the moderate.
Results were wild. It was like centrist Dems lost to progressives and leftists, and centrist Republicans lost to Nazis. Like, all extremists were like, "Oh my god, that person is going forward. That's one hell of a candidate. That's like a blood and soil type. That's really bad."
Yeah, it's crazy how basically we're gonna have a Congress maybe like in 10 years from now full of Nazis and full of socialists and maybe a handful of neoliberals, and that's the future. There's no way to. And with Trump as president still, there's no way to escape that reality.
Oh boy, yep. Can't forget that last one, right?
Yeah. Okay, so I wanted to pivot to Iran because obviously that's the story of the week. Before we went live, let me pull up the share screen here. So there was a vote on the War Powers Resolution, and it failed. And some Democrats decided to join Republicans. So we had Henry Cuellar. Make sure you guys can see. Yeah, you guys can see that. Okay. Henry Cuellar of Texas, Jared Golden of Maine, Greg Landsman of Ohio, and Juan Vargas of California. They sided with Republicans to not invoke the War Powers Act. Now, this is symbolic, to be fair, because in the event they did invoke the War Powers Act, it would have to go to Trump's desk. He would veto it. This happened before, back when Mike Lee and Bernie Sanders, along with Ro Khanna in the House, I can't remember who the sponsor was in the House that was Republican. Anyways, when it reached Trump's desk, he vetoed it. And this was back in, I think, 2019, when they tried to invoke the War Powers Act to end the U.S.'s complicity with Saudi Arabia's genocide in Yemen. So the same outcome would be true here as well. But the fact that they're not even willing to symbolically try to rein in Donald Trump is actually crazy, because he has absolutely no motherfucking idea what he's doing. And the consequences of this are going to be so bad for everybody in the world, namely Iranians, because they're bearing the brunt of what's happening. Tehran is being carpet bombed right now as we speak. They're committing war crimes. But there's a really interesting lecture from Professor Jiang, who is a geopolitical analyst, and he talks about how this could very well spiral into a global recession, certainly a depression in the United States. Because if you think about what's happening, my video about this tomorrow kind of dives deeper in this. But like, the United States is overwhelmed in Iran right now because Iran is launching on U.S. military bases in the region, where the U.S. is launching at Iran. And since they're able to overwhelm the United States, they're not able to adequately defend these U.S. allies in the Gulf. So what does that mean? Well, it means that countries like Saudi Arabia, they're not going to be able to invest so much in American companies because they're going to have to spend money on their own defense. And right before we went live, I saw this crazy ass news article that came up that I saved. Oh, not this one. Hang on one second. Let me pull it up. And the implications of this, like, it might not seem significant, but I'm going to explain why it's significant. So Saudi Arabia just announced, along with the UAE, Kuwait, and Qatar, they're discussing withdrawing contracts from the U.S. and canceling future investment commitments to the U.S. to alleviate some of the economic strain imposed on them by the Iran war. Now, why is this significant? Well, it's significant because right now they have billions of dollars in a lot of American tech companies, Google, Apple, Oracle and whatnot, and they're investing specifically in AI, right? Other things, but namely AI. And so we all know that the AI industry is a fucking bubble. It's basically all like the stocks are rising because of the potential future revenue that it could generate. But if they withdraw funding from that and all that speculation kind of dies down, the AI bubble could pop. And when the AI bubble pops, which is kind of propping up our whole economy, the whole economy kind of goes tits up. And not to mention, that's not bad, like just bad for us. On top of that, Iran has already de facto closed the Strait of Hormuz, which is significant for global trade. That could pull in other countries as well because they all have a stake in it. So Trump got into this not knowing what the fuck was happening. He had no idea. He thought that the U.S. would be able to pull a Venezuela and just overwhelm them, do something like that. Yeah.
It really feels like they thought it would just be a special military operation. Get in, get out, and fucking about, and then we just move on to the next day instead of you don't understand the quagmire you have just wrought upon the world. Like, oh my God.
And if it's going to be a war of attrition, then that's not hang on. Professor Jia is a rabid anti-Semite. Okay, I was not aware of that. But putting that aside, his analysis is very interesting, but I'll keep that in mind. But basically, if you look at this becomes a war of attrition, which it could be, then the Shahad missiles that Iran is using, they're not only cheaper and more efficient, but they're easier to create. They have a massive stockpile. But the interceptor missiles that the U.S. uses, they're much more costly, much more difficult to replenish. They're slower. So like if you're moving a big ass truck that you can launch the interceptors, that's going to take time. And Iran is cleaning the fuck up.
Well, what if you have a painting and you've got very advanced U.S. military weaponry that costs like $10 million a unit, and that unit blows up on paintings like a Wile E. Coyote cartoon? What do you do then?
You have to pray.
Okay.
That's the only way. But by the way, I don't know for sure if that person is correct about Professor Jiang. I don't know if that's just he criticizes Israel. So like, I'll just look into that. But I have not gotten that sense from him. I don't know what he said about Israel. He just talks about geopolitical issues.
So I can't remember if it's the Minister of Foreign Affairs, but there's basically a spokesman for Iran who was speaking on U.S. media, where the journalists who were interviewing the spokesman were asking, like, you know, what are your thoughts on U.S. troops on the ground? And he, without even like blinking or any like, you know, sign of fear, was just like, "Oh, we're welcoming it. Yeah, we are actually welcoming U.S. troops on the ground, because at this time we feel very well equipped to produce results that we think will be demonstrably catastrophic for you. So we would like actually that to happen." Just, oh my God! Like when you think of like that area of the world, and then you start looking up details about what modern like on the ground warfare would be there, it's like 90 million people, intense mountainous terrain, prolonged, protracted guerrilla insurgents. Oh, that's going to be that's a human grinder right there. That's going to be an altar of sacrifice. They're calling them Epstein's angels at the fucking, you know, the Trump, like he's going to kill so many people. Like, yes, there's going to be an unbelievable amount of civilians lost as well. But like, you know, for the Americans who don't care about civilians or people in other countries, like you're about to lose a lot of your own as well. Like it's going to be catastrophic.
All for Operation Epstein Fury. Yeah, because I mean, and that comment from the foreign minister of Iran is really striking, because I mean, you can tell that they've done their homework. And another point that Professor Jiang made is that basically after that 12-day war in 2025, Iran took the time to like gauge the military capacity. Like they were able to tell like what they needed to do, and they've been preparing for the past 8 months. And so now we're at the situation where Trump kind of went in on a whim and Iran did their homework, and it really shows. So it's crazy, because this is going to have so many cascading effects, and Trump has no idea what he got himself into. And on top of that, he's talking about invading Cuba. He just invaded Ecuador, lesser discussed story. Like he launched a special military operation in Ecuador to go after terrorists. That's a war. And it's spiraling so quickly. I don't know how to like process the information. It's crazy, especially when you think about all the things that could potentially happen and everything that's going wrong, not to mention the war crimes that they're committing. And they're admitting that they're going to commit war crimes. it just is so fucking bleak right now, and it's hard to kind of process the information.
I saw they're also already doing that thing where the New York Times or whatever publications have to debate whether or not it was Israel or the U.S. that bombed the school, killing like 165 Iranian school children. It's once again that pattern of like, all right, so why don't we debate where the missile came from, who launched the missile, who committed the war crimes, and by the time you figure that out, which could be a day or two, we'll have committed 10 new war crimes by then. There's already so many more hospitals bombed, so many more school grounds bombed, so many more dead. Like the death count is over 1,000 now for like civilians, from Israeli and U.S. bombing alone. So it's going to be a disaster unless like I part of me is just like, is there any thirst in the U.S. to stop him, like to stop the Mad King, right? Like I know the War Powers Act is not going to get over the finish line here, but even then you said he'd veto that. So what's next? Like, how do you I don't know, how do you slow down the rapist pedophile and his ambitions?
Yeah, that's the $1 million question. I think that this is something that a sane country would be discussing seriously, but it's not even a consideration for us. And I think that AOC made a really good point when she said what's crazy is that anytime he does something crazy like this, it coincides with a new Epstein drop or more revelations. And so this dude very clearly is trying to distract. I mean, I'm sure there's a number of reasons why he went to war with Iran, but that is one of the reasons why. There's also like, it's not conspiratorial to question whether or not he's being blackmailed by the Israelis. Netanyahu himself tried to blackmail Bill Clinton. There's an article about this in Dropsite News, and it looks exactly like that. Like he tried to blackmail him over the Monica Lewinsky tapes. And since, Jeffrey Epstein was probably a Mossad, or he like worked with Israeli intelligence in some way, odds are he gave that information to Israel, and they can use that as leverage to get Trump to do, what they want. At the same time, though, Trump also was paid by Miriam Adelson to do the bidding of Israel. And look, he might just be doing it for the love of the game, kind of like Biden, right? Like there was not really an excuse for Biden. There's no blackmail on Biden. He was doing it because he loved war crimes. So it's hard to say. You can only speculate about his motivations either way. This is very clearly so unhinged. Like he is kidnapping world leaders, killing world leaders. He is very plausibly a fucking child rapist, a child murderer. I mean, the fact that we're just like, oh, we just have to wait until the term is up, is crazy to me. Like 25th Amendment right now, but I mean, that would require his own sycophants to come together and oust him.
Question, though. Like, so I'm seeing, like, I saw that, obviously people like Alex Jones, Nick Fuentes don't really, count as being mainstream political operatives, but they're both already in regret mode. They already did a whole kind of like, Nick Fuentes has announced he's voting for a Democrat in 2028 as revenge for being betrayed by Trump and MAGA. And Jones is like, I don't know what's my purpose, like all this kind of shit. They know exactly what they're doing. But anyways, but Matt Walsh is another person. He's starting to tweet, being like, what the fuck are we doing? I don't want forever wars, right? So like, is there any appetite for anyone outside of like left of center to oust this guy? Because you're going to need like for an impeachment, you're going to need like Nixon wasn't successfully impeached until the general public sentiment turns on him, and then eventually Republicans do, right? And then eventually they are like, well, we have to do the right thing. It's like it's a sinking ship, get on the right side of history. So in this you have way more than Nixon ever had, infinitely more justification than fucking Watergate. Okay, you wish it was Watergate. Watergate sounds adorable at this point. We're talking about maybe the cover up of one of the biggest pedophile child trafficking and rape circles in history. So things are grim and they're bad, but it doesn't seem like it's reaching, like how Cenk told us that MAGA is populist and that they're populist and they won't stand for him doing forever wars. So we're there now. We're at him launching more forever wars. Where's the populist MAGA revolt? Where's any revolt?
Yeah, it seems like Cenk maybe miscalculated that. There is no revolt.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay.
Just
so
like if I he was a wee bit too optimistic, in my opinion. Because it doesn't seem like that's happening. And the problem is that nobody really, politically speaking, nobody has an incentive to go after Donald Trump. Because if you're a Democrat and you want to run for president in 2028, the worse things get, the better the odds are of you winning, right? Because Americans love to go back and forth. So if you're a Democrat, just let the country burn, and then you could be there to pick up the pieces, electorally speaking, if you're cynical, right? And I think a lot of them are cynical like that. If you are a Republican, what incentive is there to actually take action against Donald Trump? Because as unpopular as he is with the general public, you're going to piss off your base. I mean, as crazy as he's becoming, these Republicans, these centrists like Dan Crenshaw, they're going down if they're not sycophantic enough to Donald Trump. So they get punished by the base. And if they speak out, they get, they could lose their career. So politically, if you're an elected in this country, there's not a lot of incentives to actually go after him. So everybody's just kind of like, they're feeding off of the chaos, right? The right-wing influencers are feeding off the chaos. Everybody just is like watching the ship going down and trying to do everything that they can to get what they can out of it, right? Trump is even waiting for it to go down. Like he's fucking like looting the country, all the billionaire cronies in his administration. They're doing insider trading, making these poly market bets. With regard to that, like we saw the whole, there was a bet on whether or not he would invade Iran. There were some presumably officials in the Trump regime that made a fucking killing off of that. And there was a bet on whether or not there would be nuclear bombs used up until it was removed by Poly Market. That got taken down.
Did you see the same whales that made a ton of money on those little poly market bets for the U.S. invasion of Iran, the U.S. bombing of Iran, as well as the invasion of Venezuela? Like the same accounts that have made money on those are now saying U.S. troops on the ground. They're starting to put like $90,000 bets on prop market for that. And I'm like, what a weird, gross future. Like just strange and cartoonish, where you got to turn to the cryptocurrency gambling online news sites to figure out whether or not we might be doing war crimes because insider trading whales are actively polluting the system. So cool stuff. Yeah.
It feels really bleak because he's just going to go crazy. He's already going apeshit. And my fear, and I talk about this in tomorrow's video, is that, if there's this overarching perception that he's not winning this war, which it already seems like that's the case. It seems like he's losing. And if it makes him less popular because Americans already are seeing a spike at the gas pumps, then he's going to have to find a way to prove himself. So he'll do other, side quests that are a little bit easier, invade Ecuador, perhaps Cuba next, easy wins. And you don't know, because like the more cornered he becomes, the more dangerous he becomes. And that's the thing that really is worrying, because it could all get worse before it gets better, especially because there's absolutely no chance of accountability at all. It doesn't matter what he does. Like the odds of him getting impeached, even if Democrats take over the Senate and the House, is still very, very low. There's just no political will in this country to do anything. Like they're fine with it burning. So it's just, I don't know. It's hard to... It kind of feels like you're just like on a train that's going off the rails and there's nothing you can do about it. It's a fucking slow motion catastrophe. Very optimistic conclusion, right?
you almost dropped the name of my old punk band.
What's the name of your punk band again?
It's a fucking catastrophe.
Oh, that's right. I remember. Okay. I remember it was a sentence. I couldn't remember. So this, I don't know when this was. I think this was from earlier today, but this is Trump talking about invading other countries. Although a little bit of, cause for optimism. He says he doesn't want to do it all simultaneously, even though he kind of is. But, if you're looking for some crumbs of hope, maybe this will do it.
Anymore. I don't see it. He's doing some job, and your next one is going to be, we want to do that special Cuba. He's waiting, but he says, let's get this one finished first. We could do them all at the same time, but bad things happen. If you watch countries over the years, you do them all too fast, bad things happen. We're not going to let anything bad happen to this country.
So, he doesn't want to go full Hitler, right? Because Hitler got humbled. He was feeling very emboldened after he invaded Europe, and then he tried to invade the Soviet Union in the winter and got his cheeks clapped. Trump knows that, and maybe he's going to try to, tone down the militarism, just do small little incursions here and there. I don't know. It's like something to hang on to, I guess. It's just very, I don't know. I'm not really sure. I'm grasping for something to hold on to, but it's pretty bleak, my friends. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. And to make it even more bleak, my video today or yesterday, I talked about how the people in Trump's administration, the evangelicals, they are trying to make the war as bloody as possible because they think that is going to fulfill the biblical prophecy that will make Jesus come back. And it's crazy.
Wasn't there some speech they gave the military where they said this is Armageddon for? Wasn't there? I was reading something about that, or I saw something about that.
Commanders are giving. Yeah, there's been complaints from the MRFF, from commanders who are telling their units like, "Oh, bro, this is it. This is the end times. This is the apocalypse." And there's been a lot of complaints from military members who are, non-religious or Muslim or even Christian, and they're like, "This is not like you're not supposed to do this." But they're all basically. It was described by journalist Jonathan Larson as their commanders were in a state of euphoria because they felt like this is the end times. This is the end of the world. And like, just to show you this little image here of Trump praying, like these are all the people around him who are nutting in their fucking pants because they think that he's actually delivering the Armageddon. And you want to know what's great? Like all these people don't matter. Like that lady, that's the spiritual advisor. You probably saw her. The thing that makes it
speaks in tongues.
Yes, that's the lady.
Oh, yep. I love it. I'm here for it. Yes, please give me.
But I mean, like, look, she's the spiritual advisor. You might as well be a fucking like manager of a Wendy's in terms of like how that affects Donald Trump, right? Here's what's really scary. The person who's in control of the military, Pete Hegseth, he has the same fundamentalist extremist ideology. He actually believes that like Israel has to conquer all of the Middle East because that's going to set the stage for the return of Jesus Christ. And back in, I think it was, I don't know if it was 2017 or 2018, it was sometime during Trump's first administration. He was talking about how Israel has to take over Judea and Samaria, the West Bank, because if they do that, Trump's going to have their back. And now fast forward to today, that same Looney Tune is in Trump's administration, and Israel is in the process of annexing the entire fucking West Bank. And Trump isn't fighting. Why would he? He was given $100 million from Miriam Adelson, and she denies this, but she gave him $100 million on the condition that he lets Israel annex the entire West Bank. So that's happening. She got what she paid for. That was a great investment for her. But these people, these evangelicals, these fundies in Trump's administration, they are all elated because they actually think this is the beginning of the end. Jesus is going to come back. Iran has some role. Like I was raised in it, but I don't know all the specifics. There were debates in my family about how Jesus was going to come back. But a lot of fundamentalists believe that Iran plays some role here. And specifically the commanders here who are getting complaints, they think the war has to be bloody. It has to be very bloody. Otherwise, it's not going to fulfill the end times prophecy. So these people are losing their shit right now because they think like the end times are going to pop off.
I remember that part of the Bible when Jesus came and was like, listen, when it comes time, I need you to do a real bloody war, okay? I need you to make it really bloody and gory, okay? Otherwise, you're not going to fulfill my dad's prophecy, all right?
Jesus.
Yeah.
The prophecy, have you actually looked into what it literally is? Like what they're saying when they think that it's a biblical prophecy? Like I think it's Ezekiel 36:12 or something. It's obscene. It's like they've transplanted modern day Iran to represent Persia because it says Persia in the Bible, and then modern day Israel to be the house of the Israelites, which is technically the house of Jacob, which was just a name change. Like the country Israel doesn't exist, and neither does the country Iran. And the whole idea of having the Jewish people go to this part of the world, God's chosen people to usher in the end times, that means everyone dies, including God's chosen people, except for the Christians. Like we're all supposed to burn in hellfire once this is accomplished, by the way. It's like the weirdest anti-Semitic, fucked up kind of strange, but like that's the modern Zionist movement. Like this is who is the majority of Zionists in the world. This is what they actually believe.
Yeah, and I remember vividly being taught that, because I remember asking, like, okay, when Jesus comes back, everybody dies, because like everybody talked about the second coming of Christ when I was a kid as if it was a wonderful thing, but when I was younger and I didn't really understand it, I'm like, but why is it good if he comes back and everybody dies? Like, I couldn't wrap my head around that because, you know, as a kid, sometimes you have better logic than adults, especially if they're all fundamentalists.
I mean, that's still pretty solid logic.
It holds up
It's not
till
like-
today, right?
Yeah, it's not like you grew up and realized the error of your foolish, childish ways. No, that's actually the correct take.
Yeah. But I remember specifically, I was told that, well, when Jesus comes back, it's good because every knee shall bow and every tongue shall confess. And I asked, like, well, what happens if, you know, if they're Jewish people, right? So if they don't accept Jesus, then what happens? And like it was repeated, no, every knee will bow and every tongue will confess. Otherwise, they go down. So when Jesus comes back, they all have to convert or be killed. And it's not just Jewish people. It's everybody. Everybody has to convert or they will be killed. They will go straight to fucking hell and everybody else will ascend to heaven with Jesus. It is crazy as fuck.
I never got that because one little problem seems to be that Jesus himself was Jewish, right? I mean,
well, he better accept himself into his own art. Otherwise, he's going to burn too.
Absolutely was. Yeah. And also there's an added complication. If he came back to the earth, Americans would fucking kill him. He would be shot on sight. Are you serious? You know, some brown dude wearing robes talking about being the son of God. You're like, blap. Like maybe Jesus has come back like 6 times. He's tried and he's like, nah, fuck it. Like Americans are ready.
He's like, come on, guys. This is what you've been waiting for. Why are you doing this?
Yeah. Yeah, if you want to go a little bit cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, if you want to have a bad acid trip, watch Pastor John Hagee's latest sermon, because this is the guy responsible for Kufi, Christians United for Israel, the biggest like Christian Zionist in the country. Bro, he is fucking popping off in his pants. 1 nut, 2 nuts, 3 nuts, 4 nuts, talking about the end times and how everything is, it's all coming to, like, it's fucking, like, the people that run this country and are influential are fucking insane. And Trump is letting them go apeshit. Like, Pete Hegseth gets to do what he wants. Oh, well, we're not going to do any woke rules of engagement. I don't understand, like, the shit that we are seeing, it cannot be, I can't wrap my head around it. It's fucking insane. It's like we're in some crazy movie.
It's perfect for Trump because, like, obviously the people we're talking about who proselytize and do these things, they're in on the grift. But the followers of this, the vast majority, are the perfect dupes for people like Trump to grift off of. So why wouldn't he love it? Like, imagine having these people at your beck and call anytime you need money or some business venture to take off. They'll wholly buy whatever you're selling, even though you're scamming them, because this is just what they are. They believe in this stuff. So of course he lets them do it because he wants to take advantage of them too.
Well, they don't care if he's lying either, right? I think if there was a higher bar, like I think the bar is just people want wins, and if Trump can deliver them wins, that's enough. But it doesn't matter that he doesn't believe in any of this. He doesn't even know quotes from the Bible, right? Like he can't even mention his favorite part of the Bible. Like the guy, it's all a grift, and it's a grift that's winning. I think that's that's the important part.
Yeah. These guys, I don't know what else to say. These guys,
these goddamn pedophiles, billionaires, tech bros.
I mean, it's amazing to see this shit, man. Like everything they've based their ideology off of. Trump is anti that, and they're just contorting themselves, wrapping themselves in pretzels to like turning themselves into pretzels to try to keep him out of it, to keep him it's amazing to watch. It really is.
Matt, have you seen Captive Dreamer? He's essentially like a neo-Nazi account that Elon Musk loves. Turned out he was yet another Canadian. He's a Canadian Nazi. I'll post it in the group chat now. But he basically revealed what everyone already knew about the right and the far right as well, in that they clearly, even if they're now being shown that Trump was a liar and you lost everything, they believe in nothing.
Yeah, they don't care. They don't. This is like no big deal to them. They will do whatever it takes to get what they want. They'll easily just say, fuck whatever we told you. We changed our minds, or it doesn't, that's the rules for you, but not for me and my guy.
Yep.
Yeah, so much like with Gaza, there is the same conversation taking place primarily among conservatives and liberals about how the left is basically pro-terrorism. They support Iran and terrorism, and they support LGBTQ people getting thrown off buildings because we don't believe that the United States should have invaded a country that did not attack us and poses no threat to us. And I think the best example, I haven't watched this full thing yet, is going to be, I almost called him Alex Jones, Van Jones. So he basically comes through
not too far off.
That's true. These days, not too far off. So he's going to trope max, right? He's going to pull out all the stops that we already heard a million times about how, like, how could you support Iran when they want to murder gay people? Like, the same shit. And again, I haven't seen the full thing, but like, the level of propaganda that we're seeing, it's so lazy because on one hand, you have Trump's people. They're basically just saying, what war? It's not a fucking war. It's a special operation, or it's like they're straight up resorting to like Orwellian fucking propaganda. Oh, this is Trump ending a 47-year war that was waged on us. And then you've got people who are coming in, the usual suspects, saying, well, how could you support Iran? Like, if you oppose war with Iran, then you inherently, you support the regime itself and everything that they do, right? It's just, there's no concept of, hey, maybe murdering innocent people who have no say is not the best answer. Nonetheless, we'll listen to some of this.
Bit by bit, post by post, nudge by nudge, people are getting separated into different camps that are not ultimately fighting for the good of the United States or the West or their own countries, but are actually functioning at a pawn layer. A pawn.
This is so ironic coming from him, is it not? We're the pawns. We're the pawns.
Level. Being moved by different algorithms, by different information operations to
Yeah. Please go ahead.
Mr. President, you just suggested that Iran somehow got its hands on a tomahawk and bombed its own elementary school on the first day of the war. But you're the only person in your government saying this. Even your defense secretary wouldn't say that when he was asked, standing over your shoulder on your plane on Saturday. Why are you the only person saying this?
Because I just don't know enough about it. I think it's something that I was told is under investigation, but tomahawks are used by others, as you know. Numerous other nations have tomahawks. They buy them from us. But I will certainly, whatever the report shows, I'm willing to live with that report. Yeah, please.
He is willing to live with that report. Well, it's nice of him, right? It's nice of him to live with that report.
Yeah.
Welcome to the absurdity space. I'm Forrest Miller. This is Kristina Oakes with me. Yeah, it's a bleak time to be alive.
It has been a bleak time. You know what? I see this a lot. You know, like millennials, we were children during like the best time, but then became adults during the worst time because we cannot get out of this.
I mean, 9/11 kind of happened when we were kids. I feel like
yeah, but we didn't. We had no responsibilities when we were 7, 8 years old. You know,
that's true. I just remember, I just have this like crazy memory of them wheeling in a TV during 9/11. And I mean, maybe it's a memory that didn't happen, but I remember they assembled.
I feel like that's the memory everyone like made up. I just remember MTV playing music videos. No one was playing SpongeBob. It was just a whole lot.
Yeah. Well, I feel like that kind of cut the fun short, because after that it just felt like, I don't know, I was in like such anxiety as a kid during the Bush administration, being like, I felt like I knew that as a kid I wasn't going to get drafted, but there was part of me that was like, what if they start drafting children?
I remember when they caught Saddam Hussein, I'm like, war's over, and then apparently it wasn't. So it's like, oh, so what was the point?
Speaking of that, I think it was 39 minutes ago, we got I've defined it.
Saddam Hussein came back from the dead? What?
Yeah, he came back. Zombie Saddam Hussein. No, I just saw on Twitter. Apparently, Trump declared that the war in Iran is over. He did his mission.
Really? I doubt that. Because I mean, apparently, also too, I saw. I mean, again, I cannot believe like the Young Turks is getting outflanked, but like lived up Midas Touch, reporting that apparently the gas prices are going to stay like this until like mid 2027. I'm like, oh, cool, good to know.
I mean, I don't know. I think this is the, of course, this is Moscow news. So you know,
which is the worst because it's summertime and I like AC in my car. Okay.
Wait, where's the? Hold on.
Oh boy.
Want to leave early, do we? We got to finish the job, right?
He has no energy.
11 days, our military has virtually destroyed Iran. Tough country.
Well, that is not a good thing to hear because apparently, it was said that the U.S. Did bomb that all-girl school in Iran and, liberation. Am I right? They're liberated. They were liberated to the heavens. We gotta.
Yeah. So that the report came out and it said that indeed it was us that this was the original one. I think that since the military has confirmed this even more, but it is the U.S. suggests that deadly blast at Iranian school was likely a U.S. airstrike.
But hey, those girls were liberated. Remember that. We did good.
It was a Tomahawk missile, and we're of course the ones that have the Tomahawk missiles, which is why it never quite made sense that
Trump's like, we don't have Tomahawk missiles, and I'm like, what, dude?
The thing I would have used as a thing, right, is I would have said like, right there's the school. Right there's the school, and then right there's the Revolutionary Guard cultural complex. Which, all right, you're bombing the cultural complex. It doesn't even really. But I would have left the word cultural out of it, and would have been like, well, close enough. I would have done the Israeli thing where you're like, oh, there was like it was an IRGC base that we were actually going after.
Well, I with Israel, they actually have like an emergency alert system when they're like, "Hey guys, we're gonna bomb Gaza. Be prepared for it for retaliation because we're dumbasses." But we will warn Gaza with a small warning bomb before we actually
Yeah, they're bombs.
the bigger bomb.
Yeah, they do. They call them like knock bombs or something where they
So
they drop the. Yeah.
I'm
by
like,
the
is
way,
any of this fair?
on
I don't know.
a much lighter note, we just got more. We got Deadline's official Oscar predictions.
Oh, well, a lot of people are mad that Michael B. Jordan's probably going to win because they're like, it's a sympathy Oscar. And I'm like, you guys do not understand. And Forrest, you probably will agree with me because I posted this too. I'm like, it's not just what happens on camera. I feel like as a voter, if the voters are smart, and so far it doesn't seem like they are smart, unlike us, we should be in the academy. You have to also vote for like the process, the behind the scenes, the actual work that's done to prepare for what happens on screen. Yeah, he's playing twins, but also he had to play two completely different types of characters to each other, you know? Like, I don't like it's kind of crazy how people are like, oh, he's getting it because of the N-word thing. And I'm like, no, maybe people realize, you know, with all the sinners behind the scenes stuff, the actual like process he had to do to play two completely like yin and yang twins, you know? The dimples. How do you do the dimples? Like, I don't get it. Anyway.
So they're saying they believe that One Battle After Another is still going to win for Best Picture.
Ooh,
which I think
meanwhile, Rolling Stone and Variety are like, well,
yeah. Well, but then they say that they say that Best Actor in a Leading Role is going to go to Michael B. Jordan. And yeah, I mean, I could definitely see it. They've done definitely like I feel like they've been treating this more and more, or maybe I just wasn't paying attention before as much, but they're treating it more and more like a political campaign where they do like oppo dumps on like each like candidate for these things. So it's like everyone just like pretends to get mad.
Well, maybe if Timothy Chalamet kept his mouth shut, you know, but also do a lot of people are like, well, Michael B. Jordan supports Jonathan Majors. And I'm like, but is he like opening his mouth about it 24/7? Also, too, I feel like this might be a whole like we should have rewarded Chadwick Boseman for the Oscar instead of Anthony Hopkins because he wasn't even there. I think he was shocked. And that we're going to give Michael B. Jordan an Oscar because, you know, he was very close to Chadwick Boseman. That could also be the case too.
I mean, I don't know. I also think it's just when there's two movies that are really close together, right? With like Oscar nominations, like One Battle After Another and Sinners. It's like I feel like they trade off. So they're like, oh, we're gonna give maybe Michael B. Jordan a bunch of give Michael B. Jordan this, but then we're gonna give One Battle After Another Best Picture. Like that makes sense to me. So they're not just sweeping the same person.
Yeah, because Warner Brothers is predicted to win at least 11 awards. Like it's gonna be the most rewarded studio on Sunday, apparently. So that should be interesting.
Yeah, but Conan says the tie is turned on Timothy, and also Riley just started calculating the movie night extravaganza will win and want to win awards results. If you're online, stay online.
Yeah, if Conan's telling you to stay online, that's interesting.
So, Best Actress in the Leading Role, obviously, still going with Jessie Buckley in Hamnet.
Yeah, a lot of people are like, but what about the oppo dump on her? I'm like, and you know, The Bride, that's a terrible movie. I'm like, listen. When Eddie Redmayne was doing his Oscar campaign for The Theory of Everything, Jupiter Ascending was released. Remember that fucking god-awful sci-fi movie? I'm sure Conan doesn't want to remember, but like that did not impact his win for Best Actor for The Theory of Everything, for playing what's his face? Stephen Hawking's? Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember. Now you're jogging my memory with Eddie Redmayne.
Because it was Mila Kunis, Channing Tatum. He was the villain, and I was like, "What? What's happening?" Yeah, see. But that did impact. I mean, there are times where people do Oscar campaigns. They release a terrible movie. It doesn't really impact, you know. And a lot of people are saying that Michael B. Jordan's win is probably going to be like the worst like Oscar win in history. And I'm like, what? There have been worse Oscar wins. For
the deadline mentions it not being a Norbit moment. Eddie Murphy was up for an Oscar and then Norman came out.
Yeah, if people are like, it's a Norman thing. I'm like, but that was like a one-off thing because it's Eddie Murphy. He's not one to be nominated for Oscars or do like prestige roles, you know? Like he's he's the Nutty Professor, you know, like in Dr. Doolittle.
You want to guess who they're saying? I bet this guy's gonna say Stellan Skarsgård, but
let's see.
I'm curious.
Sean Penn.
Oh, no,
He's
Sean Penn
gonna be at the
won.
Oscars. I feel like they're gonna be like, you know what? Fuck, let's give it to Delroy because he's not even gonna be at the Oscars. I'm like, he's probably thinking, I'm winning Best Supporting. I've already gotten 2 lead actor Oscars. Why the fuck do I have to be there? You know?
Tastes different. Does anyone still read Rolling Stone or Variety? I mean, we use Variety for podcast stuff because they're the ones that put out the most stuff around Oscar time. And
yeah, and also Rolling Stone does pretty good political like deep dive stuff too.
They haven't done.
But then they did that one like pro-Israel thing, and I'm like, what?
They've done a couple. They've done a few of those lately. I don't know. Maybe they've rehired a bunch of people or like hired new people or something, because they did the other day they were doing Israelis dancing in the bomb shelter. They're like, Israelis rave. I saw that. As the Iran war rages on.
And I was like, what's going on over at the Rolling Stone? But then again, they also were like, you know, listing the top movies of 2025, and they're like, and they mentioned Sinners, but it wasn't on the list. And it's like, I'm supposed to trust you with the best 5, like the top 500 songs of all time. Okay.
When I was a kid, like when I was like a little kid, I thought that Rolling Stone was started by the Rolling Stones. Like I thought it was.
Me too.
I thought it was their magazine. Like Mick Jagger ran it or something.
I mean, the guys go understand. Variety was going hard against Sinners the fucking first weekend. They were crazy Marty Supreme's like box office opening numbers, right? Saying, "Oh, this is gonna be a hit." You know, Timothée Chalamet is the king of the Christmas box office. And then when Sinners, which opened more money, more numbers than Marty Supreme, they're like, "Well, Sinners, it still has a lot left to go to become a hit."
I remember they did the best Rolling Stone did the best 25 movies of 2025, and then they mentioned the deal that Ryan Coogler got, but they didn't mention, like, they purposely didn't put Sinners on the list. And it's like, come on, that's gotta be in my top
it's not like he's getting the rights to the movie right away. I mean, Paramount's gonna own the fucking rights now because Paramount's gonna buy Warner Brothers. So it's like, what? 20 years, guys.
They're gonna try to cancel that. They're gonna try to cancel that deal.
I'm gonna do. I will be there. We will be here to cancel that deal because it's ridiculous.
They're gonna be mad that Ryan Coogler supports Palestine.
Yeah. It's fine. It also too. It's still, you know, coin toss between, you know, PTA and Ryan Coogler for, you know, best director too.
I can't remember what I think it was. Maybe that movie like Palestine 1936 or something, like, you know, that movie that came out with the woman from Secession that played I love her. She's great. But that played that played Logan Roy's wife, Marsha. Ryan Coogler and Boots Riley had a screening of that movie that they did in Oakland together, and it was didn't see a movie all year. I am old. I mean, you
don't have to be old to not see movies. I know. I mean, I grew up watching movies with my grandfather because he was a movie fan.
I just I don't know. I feel like I would watch way less if we weren't doing the podcasting, which is why I'm happy I do it. I'm just like, it'll force me to watch everything, because I never watched everything for the Oscars until we started doing this. All right, best actress in a supporting role, they have Amy Madigan.
Oh,
yeah, okay. I think that it seemed like it was Tiana Taylor's to win like early on, but it does seem like Amy Madigan kind of grabbed the
because again, she's been in the business. She hasn't gotten her flowers yet. You know, there's certain things that we have to consider when it comes to like, it's not just the performance; it's like the career that they've had too.
Now Elia Kazan is dead. No, he's not.
Yeah, they're like, we can support her now. You know.
Let's see. Best directing, Paul Thomas Anderson. I definitely think that Paul Thomas Anderson has this, because it's like, I don't know. They're not going to have another chance to give it to him, and I feel like they're going to have another chance to give it to Ryan Coogler, definitely. Straight up horror movie too. I mean, it's like, I'm definitely impressed by the Amy Madigan weapons. Like she doesn't even. She feels like she dominates that movie, and she doesn't even come in.
But she's only there for like 10 minutes. The last 10 minutes or whatever. Like,
I really love though that they did the Tanya Maria, like the woman that was in the Secret Agent that we were talking about last night. I really love that they dressed her up like Aunt Gladys, and they had her doing the thing where she was like over just a bowl, and that's like their Oscar. And then they put her into Sinners.
Yeah.
All right, let's see from here on down. Best original screenplay, Ryan Coogler. Yeah, so that's usually the prize that they give when you don't get best director, but you wrote and directed your own movie.
But it's funny too because a lot of people are like, why is it original? Why isn't it not just like Awoke from Dusk Till Dawn? And I'm like, guys, just because there's vampires in a club, that's where the movie has its similarities. There's no deep culture aspect like people need to stop putting Sinners in a box. Yes, okay, it's not a vampire movie, but if you don't have the villains that are the vampires technically, you don't really have a movie. Like it's hard to like explain to these people who just don't see anything like in gray.
If you don't have the vampires, it's just like,
what's the point of Sammy's powers?
Well, but also if they don't have the vampires, they're partying all night and then the clan shows up and then
they die. Like what? They didn't know. See again, Remick is a real ally, you know? The Irish Spring. Right?
It is. I mean, he did like, and I feel like he did this with Killmonger too. Like writing that, like he created like a villain that's incredibly complicated, where it's like there's like parts of it where you're like, all right, like this it's clearly bad what this person's doing, but also like the reasons for it are complicated. And I feel like he ramped up that same thing they did in Black Panther, where it's like, you know, you create a villain that's like has complicated motivations enough that you're like, just a lot of what they're saying is kind of right. Like,
yeah,
like T'Challa at the end of Black Panther kind of just gives away, like makes inroads with the CIA and just gives away their location. And it's like, well, that doesn't seem great. It doesn't seem like you really did the best possible thing for your community.
That's what his cousin would have wanted you to do, but okay.
Best adapted screenplay, yeah, of course, Paul Thomas Anderson. This one is a lock. I mean, other nominees: Begonia, Train Dreams, One Battle After Another, Hamnet, Frankenstein. I mean, Train Dreams did a pretty good job, but it's not really the dialogue I think that sells that movie.
Yeah.
And Begonia, I would personally be like probably voting for Begonia because it's such a unique script.
Yeah.
But, you know.
No way. They made us believe that Emma Stone was actually 45 years old. No way.
She's like, I have a unique anti-aging routine.
Like, nah, Emma Stone, you're not even 40 yet. Chill out.
All right, K-pop Demon Hunters for animated feature. I don't think that's a surprise. I mean,
wait, what? Surprise?
I don't think that's a surprise.
Yeah.
That movie is it seems like it's kind of dominating right now. Hell, they could have put it in Best Picture and see what happened.
Yeah, I'm surprised it's like, you know, putting an animated in there too, you know, but they always gotta put an international film for Best Picture.
Yeah, this year that's pretty big.
I'm trying to think. Isn't the animated category like fairly like new? Like it's been something that's been happening since the 90s because of like the Disney Renaissance became a thing.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think that they
did Beauty and the Beast win like best? I forgot. Something. There was a whole like thing about like, oh, Beauty and the Beast or something like that.
John Fetterman and his wife. Let's see. Best International. Sentimental Value. It seemed like The Secret Agent was kind of dominating the you know.
I think because with One Battle, they're like, we can't be having two, you know, movies about like fascist dictators like, you know, dominate. We got to spice things up a little bit.
Well, it says don't be surprised if Brazil repeats with The Secret Agent.
Yeah.
But it's close to a toss up. I agree. I mean, I think either one deserves to win it. I don't think that there's anything, as long as it's not fucking Sarat.
Okay, Sarat. I do feel it's gonna be very interesting though if Michael B. Jordan does win the Best Actor. Like that's gonna be the one where it's probably got the most reaction.
Yeah,
because that's the one where it's like, is he? Isn't he? Timothy, what's going on? Yeah, and then it's like Ethan Hawke. Wait, what?
And then everybody
that's probably gonna be the upset of the, because like I don't feel like, you know, most of these are very much coin tosses, but like if Michael does win, I feel like that is the upset of the evening.
Yeah,
or maybe Diane Warren winning Best Original Song.
I was reading NPR did like a breaking down each original song thing, and they were like, "It's not even Diane Warren's best song." It's her 17th nomination. Like I didn't realize it was that many.
I would nominate Diane Warren for 18th time if I could.
I wonder if
Which
this will be like
happen next year. She's just writing songs and be like, "Hey, put this in the movie."
I wonder if this will be like her last time because they're like, "Listen, this has been fun, but all right." Best documentary, The Perfect Neighbor. I haven't seen any of these. I meant to see Mr. Nobody Against Putin, but it's like,
well, first, Cody, you gotta write a song for a movie.
Conan's gonna be the next Diane Warren. Yeah, it'll be like this is The Commuter for Paul Thomas Anderson's The Commuter. You know, or like Adam McKay's The Commuter.
There you go. Or The Heroes of Ice, that totally real movie he's definitely making.
Man.
Of course, Sinners gets the best casting because every character in that film is essential to the plot.
Well, they won SAG's version of that, right? Like
yeah,
SAG, like the ensemble award. Which one? The Heroes of Ice or
that one probably,
or The Commuter, the movie. I could see like an action movie starring like Steven Seagal or like a Jean-Claude Van Damme type character.
Ooh, the muscles from Brussels.
Where it's like The Commuter, and he's wearing like an oversized suit, and every day kind of sucks for him, and he's like going to work every single day, and then all of a sudden, like one day on his day at work, he gets like a phone call that's like, "Your past has been revealed. Do not do anything too crazy, but this guy is following you to kill you." And he has to like
in Las Vegas.
Go to the office. He has to like sneak to the office with a gun, and he's like kept on him because he used to be a KGB agent or something, like an FSB agent, but now he's like an office worker that commutes to work every day. It's the commuter, and everyone in his office is actually secretly like a CIA guy that's trying to kill him. It's like.
And speaking of Steven Seagal, if you're ever in Vegas, go see Caesar's penis.
All right. Best cinematography, one battle after another. Yeah, I feel like that is like because it's that crazy like the crazy car chase scene is definitely in there.
And then when they're trying to like sneak out.
Yeah. Missed the opportunity there is with a movie called The Commuter with Liam Neeson. Has to be one of several other ones or an original composition. Liam Neeson in The Naked Gun, the thing where he's like, he really has to poop, and he's in the car, and he's like,
yeah.
I gotta pull over.
That's how you do poop humor without overdoing it, because there are so many of those parody movies in the mid 2000s where it's like they had to do like scenes with diarrhea that go on for like 5 minutes, and I'm like, okay.
I swear a lot of those movies were just money laundering.
It was all about. It was just the Zucker dudes, and then like the other two dudes who always did like the worst of the parodies, like the Twilight.
I feel like a lot of that was like money laundering, because it was like they were just so bad, and like how were they in
theater? And they kept coming like twice a year. Meet the Spartans. Vampires suck, and
it was like when they used to have it was like the MTV movie, I guess, where they would put like whoever the host was through every single movie.
Yeah, I remember when Jack Black and Sarah Michelle Gellar hosted
Harley Brothers, yeah, them too.
And they did the Spider-Man and spoof, and then they did I think a Lord of the Rings one.
Yeah. Best film editing. They're
really confident one battle after another.
Cinematography, looking for a best picture winner, not always though. And a film like F1 could surprise. One battle after another for film editing. I don't know. I think I said that.
Deadline, I feel like you're not reading the room here. That's totally.
Best production design, Frankenstein. That's probably is the one they'll give to Frankenstein.
Yeah.
Production and like costumes.
Mm-hmm.
See if it's costume that goes to them too. Yep. Costume, Frankenstein. Avatar, salt and vinegar chips. Most costumey costumes usually take this prize. Short of
Wicked. Hello, Paul Tazewell. Anyone? No. Okay.
Original score. Sinners.
Ludwig, you know, honestly, I mean, he's won how many? I think he's only
This
like
would this would be his third.
yeah, in like what, like 5 years, I think. It's crazy. Like he's doing pretty good for himself.
The Black Panther soundtrack went so hard because they had so many artists like putting out songs in that soundtrack. Like they had Kendrick, they had Future, they had like they just had a crazy selection of songs for that.
Yeah.
They like put it out like an album. I remember that.
Yeah, I cannot wait. Yeah, of course, Golden from the K-pop. And that's not even you know what's so weird? That's not even the best song from the movie. And that's the one that gets nominated.
I saw like the thing that I was reading with the NPR, like they were being real catty about, well, mostly about Diane Warren, but they're being real catty about all this. And like, it's not even the best song from K-pop Demon Hunters. All the songs kind of sounded pretty similar to me. I'm not gonna lie. I'm just not a K-pop person.
Yeah, it's very flat and similar. Like I need some like a little bit of diversity.
They're like, oh,
You know,
really? The Demons are also a boy band? Like,
I mean, it's like, listen. You know, you could tell when a certain like songwriter or record producer song is, you know, it's like with Max Martin, all the pop hits of the 90s and 2000s, even now, like he's the king. He literally is the king of pop hits. You just know, like, oh, this is definitely like a Max Martin song. Like I could, you know, like just the way he tells the singers to enunciate words, or like just how he writes like lyrics together. Like, you could just tell. I mean, there's a whole jukebox musical about his songs that my sister saw, and I'm mad at her for that. But like, you could just tell. But at least there's some flavor because each artist has its own sound. But with K-pop, everyone sounds the same.
by the way, U-Bowl is back. U-Bowl, I mean, his movies by illegally abusing German tax loopholes. He's doing he's rebooting his old stuff. He's doing like
a lot of dudes from the Me Too era are definitely getting a comeback and getting hired at Paramount. I feel like that's another reason why it's Warner Brothers should stay the fuck away.
What if Viva Verde?
Verde.
For all I know, Viva Verde is the best. Like, for all I know, Viva Verde is the best song because I haven't heard it. Like, what it could be like. What if their song is like? What if their song is so good that it just blows everything else away? But it's like nobody's heard it.
It'll be like that. I remember the Critics' Choice Awards when I'm Just Ken won Best Song and Ryan Gosling was so confused. I feel like if Diane Warren were to actually win that category, she's gonna be like, "What?"
It's just crazy. She's been nominated 17 times.
Yeah. She's probably one of the most nominated. She's probably the most nominated person at the Oscars, if we really think about it.
All of films were like video game
and
films.
Flamin' Hot.
No, I'm saying U-Bowl. I don't even remember what films he did. Like Rampage, he did that one. Blood Rain, like all of his films were just based on video games, pretty much. He's like famous for that because all of his movies have like a 10% or like a 12% on like Rotten Tomatoes. Like everybody.
Yeah, you should definitely keep making films. That's the scores you're getting.
I mean, yeah. I mean, look, I'm just saying. I'll like it's Sweet Dreams of Joy. Like for all you know, that's the best song ever. And it's like,
wait, what? Wait, Jake Paul's running for office and Donald Trump just endorsed him. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, the world gets worse and worse every day.
Every minute.
All right, best makeup and hairstyling, Frankenstein.
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy that the Smashing Machine is up for that. Like, what's the? I guess they changed.
They gave The Rock a forehead piece and a wig. That is it, and a fake nose.
You guys gave The Rock hair. That's why you're up.
When he used, he used to have hair once upon a time. I mean, I back in the day, your girl was a when it was WWF fan. Me and my cousins would get in air matches and we would recreate the matches. How am I still able to move? I don't know.
You could never have U-Bowl boxing all his critics in a ring these days because it's like there'd be too many. Everybody
remember when Kurt Angle had hair. That's how old I am when he was wrestling.
Kurt Angle, best sound, F1. I mean, look, if you're gonna give F1
Corgo's room.
If you're gonna give F1 anything, it is a pretty incredible.
Yeah.
I'm into it. Like, I don't know. I went into it being like, you know what? I have no desire to give this movie anything. And then and when it went hard. It went
Also with the threats that Iran is probably gonna like bomb California or whatever, that there's a heightened security at the Oscars this year, and I'm like,
Yeah, they just made that thing. I feel like they're leading up to a false flag, or if they're attempting a false flag. It feels like every shooting in the last few months has been something close to that, though. They're like, oh wow, they shot around and it just happened not to hit anybody. It's like there was that one a couple weeks ago where the guy had like a shirt that was like I love Allah or something, and it was like, and then he had like an Iranian flag on like patch or something, and it's like, I don't know, man. It doesn't seem like you guys are trying.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not to get conspiracy brained about the whole thing. Best visual effects, Avatar, Fire and
CGI.
The first 2 Avatar films won this award. No reason to believe the third time isn't also a charm.
Oh, is that why they're doing it? Because I mean, it's already 3 times a charm. It's already one. Give it to something else.
What are the?
You might as well call it the best Avatar effects or something like that. Like, come on now, because he's
best
already
Avatar awards.
James Cameron's making another one. I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Apparently it's one of those movies that has like the 66 with critics, but like a 90% with on like regular people watching it. But at that point, it's just like. At that point, is it just like the audience coming in and being like, I like Avatar, so I'm gonna vote for it or whatever.
It's a James Cameron film. We know it's gonna be good. I'm like, yeah, that doesn't mean anything. He's made better films.
All right, let's see if there's other ones. Documentary short, All the Empty Rooms. Oh, that's the one I think that Adam McKay produced, or he's like involved with it in some way.
Ooh, he's gonna win another Oscar. Cool.
Best live action short. 2 people exchanging saliva.
What the hell? Wait, is this like about mononucleosis or something? What's happening?
Or herpes.
Mm.
Let me see. Best animated short. Retirement Plan is the funny and most simple of the bunch, which is why I loved it. But it's gonna be Butterfly. Yeah, I kind of want to watch the animated shorts before I don't know if I'll get around to it, but
yeah.
Yeah, so there you go. Those are their predictions.
Very different from like Variety and Rolling Stone, I will say.
I haven't seen the Rolling Stones ones. I think I saw some of the Variety ones.
They're very similar to Variety's options, and I'm like, huh.
Maybe they have the same guy doing them.
Yeah, that's why wasn't it Clayton Davis?
I would say that they're like trying to influence it a little bit, but the voting's already been closed for a while.
But it's so funny because see, the thing is, they do it for Variety. They do it every Thursday, so this is gonna be the last Thursday where they do their final. Like, this is it. This is what we think, and it's just so funny how they're like, "Yeah, Sinners, let's go." And it's like, you guys were Sinners' biggest op for like a year. You finally get it, sort of.
So I guess it closed on March 5th, which was last Thursday, so a week ago. So anything that's happened in the last week doesn't even influence it at all.
Yeah, I cannot wait for St. Patty's Day. I'm just saying, it's gonna be great.
It's a couple days after, right?
I know. Imagine everyone's gonna be since Sinners was released after last year's St. Patty's Day, this one is gonna be very lit. I can only imagine. I've already seen the TikTok Rocky Road to Dublin dance trends hitting my TikTok algorithm. I'm like, thank God something good is hitting my algorithm that I want to see.
You just want to see people dancing in the club.
Yeah.
Well, if you're gonna watch Sinners someday on Saturday, this coming Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern time, we are going to be watching Sinners in the old Discord.
Yeah, Movie Night Extravaganza Discord.
Movie Night Extravaganza Discord. Join the Movie Night Extravaganza Discord. I can put an invite link into the chat, and if you join the Discord, you can watch it for free with us as we I
have a weird feeling that's gonna be like our most popular watch party.
Well, it's gotta be more popular than the Secret Agent. Nobody fucking showed up.
I know. There you go.
There, I sent it into the old chat. So if you join up on our Discord, you can watch Sinners. I feel like I'm giving away a I don't know. I feel like I'm giving like a thing to be like, if you sign up now,
you will win a car.
Yeah, it's the secret agent watch party. John Ross came, but then he didn't say anything. I don't know. It was good to see it again though. It's such a long movie.
Yeah,
It's
at
good to
least
see it
Sinner-
again. It's such a long movie.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'll watch Sinners for 300th time. Why not? Why not? Why not? What harm is it gonna do? You know.
So I was reading the best original song nominees cruelly ranked. Here, I'll throw it on screen.
Oh, is Diane Warren last?
Yeah. Cruelly ranked by Stephen Thompson, but I just thought it was the Diane Warren takedown was pretty funny. If you could write a note, if you could write a note to your younger self, what would it say? Do a better job taking people into consideration. Tell your loved ones how you feel while you're still around. Always wear earplugs at concerts. Or barring that, how about do everything possible to convince voters at the 1999 Oscars to pick I Don't Want to Miss a Thing over when he believes that Diane Warren can release her eternal chokehold in the category of Best Original Song before it gets out of hand. Any of those pieces of hindsight advice would be more insightful than the ones Warren writes to her younger self and Dear Me. Chief among them, It's Gonna Be All Right. That song, performed by Kesha, anchors a documentary, Diane Warren, Relentless, which seems to exist for the sole purpose of featuring a song that would net Warren a 17th unrequited Oscar nomination.
Yep.
That's right. Diane Warren has, prior to this year, been nominated for 16 Academy Awards and won 0. The film depicts the songwriter as, among other things, fixated on winning an Academy Award.
Oh my God, that's literally what the fucking documentary is about.
The honorary one that she took home in November 2022 doesn't count, which should come as no surprise to anyone who's watched her chase down nominations for 9 consecutive years and counting. The problem is that while Warren has always possessed a gift for melody, she rarely infuses her song with sentiments more nuanced than you might find stitched on the nearest throw pillow. Her recent run leans mostly on themes of resilience, defiance, and/or affirmation. And Dear Me is no different. In the final form, it's elevated by a committed performance from Kesha, who's operating in praying mode here. And of Warren's 9 most recent nominated songs, the one since Till It Happens to You or 2020 or 2015 Lady Gaga collaboration, which should have won in this category a decade ago, Dear Me may stand as the most memorable, but is almost certainly and rightly doomed to the same fate as its predecessors.
Damn. That shit's funny.
Yeah. Of course, then it says number 4 is Train Dreams.
Yeah.
Sweet Dreams of Joy. I do wonder what he said about that. Well, this left field entry in this category, Sweet Dreams of Joy, was written for a documentary almost no one has seen. It can be screened via Jolt, whose existence suggests a world in which new streaming services must be named for 90s energy drinks. Viva Verde follows occupants of an Italian retirement home for musicians, made possible by Giuseppe Verdi, who died in 1901, and they discuss their lives and mentor young artists. The lilting Sweet Dreams of Joy plays briefly at an opportune moment, roughly midway through the film, and then rolls over the closing credits. The song itself functions as a marvelous and approachable gateway to the opera Curious, composed by Nicholas Pike and performed by the esteemable soprano Anna Maria Martinez. Is it new? Nope. Written and released in 2017. How is it eligible to win an Oscar? It was written for the film, which took so long to see daylight that most of its subjects have since died. Does it belong in this field? Absolutely. And it's a shame that such a little heard song won't get more of a showcase on Sunday night. Does it have a chance of winning? None whatsoever. God damn.
Yeah. Jeez.
All right. So another thing I wanted to talk about, by the way, it's like I feel like things have gotten a lot more crazy, and the new strategy online with like centrists is just to beg progressives to drop out of whatever they're doing.
Yeah, and also be like, imagine what all the opera research the Republicans are going to do. I'm like, it doesn't matter who's going to be the Democratic nominee. Republicans are still going to do opera research. It's like the Plattner tattoo thing. I'm like, did blue sky liberals get a hold of this information now after it happened 5 months ago, and now it's reaching like liberal Twitter? Like, what's going on?
Yeah, so this was the first one. So it's this Drew Sabacki guy who. He's always like I'm a smug elite, but he looks like he hasn't taken a shower in 6 months. I don't know how elite he can really be. But Graham Planter needs to drop out. I feel like they say Planter so they don't get. I don't know what the fuck. It's become increasingly clear that he's not a good person. Should not run for any elected office at all. His stuff keeps happening, so we're beyond coincidence at this point.
But all that stuff dropped like 5 months ago, though.
This one was he sat down on that one guy's it was like a podcaster who had said that Charlie Kirk was
but it's fine that Gavin Newsom sits with Charlie Kirk and Steve Bannon and sings their praises. Come on.
Yeah, well, I feel like there's like allowable evil guys like Steve Bannon, where it's like this guy's the most referenced out of anyone in the Epstein files. Like, there's the most emails between him and Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah. Also, too, what if Janet Mills dies during her first term in office? What then?
I don't know. I think
what's Maine gonna do then?
See, a big thing, right, with that is that she's the governor right now. It's like whoever the governor is would appoint her successor. What if the governor ends up being like a freak?
A Republican, because a lot of people, I'm like, guys, Maine is like coast. It from what I've heard, it's basically white trash, redneck, hick. Like, it's literally the most southern state of the North. From what for everything that I've been told about Maine.
I mean, listen, I went to Maine all the time. I'm like, that was like more like no less than New York, obviously, but as a kid, I was there every single summer because my grandpa lived there. And it's a weird place to like try to guess out politically. Like, I was there in 2018, and I remember it's not the weirdest place to guess out politically, but New Hampshire's also a very weird place to guess out politically. But I don't know. They like insurgent kind of people. Like they really like Angus King. Like, he's like the most popular guy there. And I remember I was driving through. Like, I don't think it doesn't even break down in terms of like Republicans and Democrats. It's like, is the person like a maverick? Like,
yeah,
kind of in Maine, which, like, I don't know. I was there pretty much every summer from when I was, and I mean, we drive through New Hampshire to get there too, but I don't know how much I was paying attention to New Hampshire, to the politics of it. But New Hampshire has the same kind of thing where it's like, they have like a maverick streak where it's like, if somebody's a Democrat that's like, oh yeah, I'm a Democrat, but I'm actually like an independent. Like, pretty much Angus King. He canvasses with the Democrats, but he's like an independent senator or whatever. He's like the only two.
Like Bernie.
Yeah.
Who
So
should retire.
They like that kind of person. And he's also
and Janet Mills doesn't scream maverick.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but they did. I mean, they made her governor like twice, I think, and they made her attorney general before that. But it's like, is that who they really want in the Senate? Because that's really where the maverick streak has shown up for them. Susan Collins, I don't think she really is a maverick, but
and also too, Janet Mills was praising Susan Collins, so it's like, what are you gonna do about that?
Yeah.
There's Opera research right there. If she were the nominee, which I think is worse than anything Graham Plattner's done, like anything that he's done.
I mean, Plattner also voted for Susan Collins at least once, but
yeah, so it's like,
but yeah, I mean, she's old. She's old as hell now. Yeah, but like, you know, I mean, and she is definitely too institutional. But I think that Plattner has a really good chance of winning because, number one, he's speaking to people's actual like lived experience there and speaking to the actual issues, and he's pretty much at war with the Democratic establishment. Like, he just came out and said like Chuck Schumer's trying to ruin his life. And I think those two things combined, especially because it seems like Chuck Schumer is trying to install Janet Mills as a senator outside of like the channels, right? Like outside the Democratic channels. I think he has a really good chance to win because, you know, he's just a guy. Like, and I feel like they respect that.
Yeah. He's not someone who's clean, polished, or whatever. And you see the same thing with like Jasmine Crockett and James Tallarico. It's like, guys, just be like, I get it. The black vote in the Democratic Party is huge, but not when it comes to like a border state like Texas. James Tallarico has actually done shit for the state of Texas. Jasmine Crockett actually hasn't. None of her bills have passed. Like, she's done nothing for the state of Texas. And when I see some of these strategists break this down, people get mad at them for pointing this out because, like, how dare you? Have you seen like her takedowns during these hearings? I'm like, yeah, that's good for clips and, you know, to go viral, but like in the end, that's not legislating and getting shit done.
Yeah, Maine is for conservatives who don't actually want to deal with living in a red state. That's always been the thing with New England, though. Like, New England, a lot of times you're like a New England Republican, which is like, it's on the liberal side of the Republican.
I'm a moderate.
But they used to elect like pretty liberal Republicans. But I feel like that's kind of dried up since since the days of Reagan and then the days of Bush and then the days
kind of
of
like
Trump.
it's kind of like the same thing with like Democrats who are like even to the right of like blue dogs, like when they run, like I think his name was John Barrow. I think he was a Democrat in Georgia But he was so conservative because he was like, here's a gun that my great grandfather gave me that he used to help stop a lynching. Vote for me. And it's like, who are you trying to appeal here?
Yeah. Oh yeah, Olympia Snow as well. Yeah, there's been like a lot of I feel like she has family members that still come out once in a while.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's when it comes to like when it comes to Maine, I feel like especially it's like they've been some of the they're always on. They're either like independents who caucus with Democrats, or like independent style Democrats, or liberal Republicans, and they really like that as their main thing. Before it was Janet Mills, I think they had a Republican governor too, but they had like a Democratic. I don't know. They had like a lot of Democrats in office, but they also had like a Republican governor. It was one of those states. Like it was, I don't know.
There's no sudden like, oh, this is gonna be like a solid like red, then it's a blue. Like the trends just keep going depending on like the election cycle. It's not something it's like South Carolina, because for some reason, I don't know why, people are convinced that Lindsey Graham is actually gonna get out of office finally. And I'm like, I've lived here down long enough to hear that over and over again every cycle. Okay, it depends. It doesn't matter. He's still gonna keep that seat.
I think Paul. Yeah, that's who I was thinking of. The guy that was the Republican governor of Maine for the longest time. Which is how Janet Mills got in, by being like not as insane as that guy. he was like a big gun rights guy too. I remember that. I don't know. I like my grandpa lived in Maine, so it was like I was constantly there. But the part of Maine I was in was like it was in Brunswick, which is like near Portland. So it's literally where Bowdoin College is, where Zoran went to college. It was like 10 minutes outside of that. Last time I went was during the pandemic, though.
It's just so weird seeing like the K-hivers and then the centrists, be like, we gotta, support Black women, but also support the white guy that's running, like the white woman that's running in Maine or what. Like they're not consistent with like who to support, because it's like there are lots of women of color running who are also incumbents who've got ousted by the Democratic establishment, like Cori Bush, and y'all didn't say a thing. But they're like, well, she had a lot of issues. I'm like, what issues did she really have? Like, what, like, you say she has all these issues and why it was a good thing for her to be ousted. What are the issues? They'll mention like the bodyguard money thing. And I'm like, but what about like the actual like issues? Like, what was she wrong about?
I mean, you know what the answer is.
She's loud. And I'm like, okay,
no,
but
it's the answer was Israel. The answer is like, not always Israel, but the answer is very often Israel. But nobody wants to say that right now, so they come up with other things. It's like with Graham Plattner, like the problem that everyone has with him isn't even necessarily Israel, although he did call Gaza a genocide at his first ad. It's that he's running an anti-war campaign, and the Democrats don't want that right now.
Yeah, and the Democrats are always against the war, except for the one that's currently going. We've heard it over and over again, and it's so funny that they hear it, but it doesn't click with them.
Maine native Stephen King was not found in the Epstein files. People suspected he downplayed the files before they were released. Actually, he wasn't wrong. He said there's no Epstein client list, which is true. There's never been, no one's ever come out with an Epstein client list.
And then like all your flight logs that got doctored, and people like Stephen Colbert, and I'm like, first of all, why would if he was going to go by a different name, why would he misspell his first name and keep the last name? Like, I'm like, you people don't think.
I don't know. There's the whole thing now where it's like people are AIing Zoran into pictures with Jeffrey Epstein.
they're like saying Jeffrey Epstein is actual like dad. Oh, here he is at like, he's like a teen, like he's a baby, and it's like 2009. I'm like, guys, Zoran's a lot older. Like, it was so weird that people are like, he was born in 2009. Look at this photo of him. I'm like, you people are so fucking dumb. I miss being happy on the internet. Like,
I don't think I ever was happy on the internet.
I was happy on MySpace.
I didn't have one.
You didn't have a MySpace?
I had one for a year before everyone switched to. I don't know. As a kid, I like my parents were very strict about social media because they thought that anybody that they thought I was going to get kidnapped.
Well, that's when your parents use it like a parental blockage, like my grandmother did with me. So I wouldn't go. She would know if I went into chat rooms, and then I would get blocked from it. But it didn't stop me from going on like BroadwayWorld.com and chatting with adults about musical theater. That was fun.
Yeah, I feel like that's when they would have been like, no, you're gonna get kidnapped. I don't know. It's not their fault. It's like it was a constant thing, like a constant refrain. But they were always doing like online safety, and online safety is like somebody's gonna come with a van and they're gonna take you away. And they made it seem like that was happening all the time, and it wasn't. It was
who's posting their address on the internet? Like I don't like it's like when some people like say, look, there are no safe spaces for kids on the internet. I'm like, there is. It's the parents' responsibility to actually create those spaces for the kids.
It gets way more insidious when you realize that like most people that are either kidnapped or like raped and murdered, it's by like a family member or somebody they know.
Yeah, stranger danger is pretty much a myth.
Yeah, so but like as a kid, you're like, oh, it's stranger danger, and it's like, no, you should have been scared of like creepy uncles and like stepdads and like
it's a thing. It's like, oh dear, don't be wearing that like that shirt and that skirt around Uncle Ted or whatever. And it's like, why?
Yeah.
Am I the problem or is he the problem? Like that was the one thing I never understood. It's like you can't, you have to be careful what you wear around this family member. It's like, why?
But they still do it, right? Like it's still like, I don't know, like pastors are always getting in trouble for that shit.
Yeah. And then they move. If you're a Catholic, priest, you get sent to a different, to keep doing it.
For a while, they were trying to just pin it on the Catholics because their priests are obviously, like people don't trust the Catholic. I mean, obviously there is a lot of molestation that happened with Catholic priests. Don't get me wrong, but it's like that same problem happened with Baptist pastors. That same problem, like, so it's not just the fact that the priests are unmarried. It's like that's happening in churches across America, and it's the fact that too much, like all this faith is, no pun intended, is put in like these authority figures who you assume are going to be good people because they preach the word of God, and they're the same as any other people, and there is no God. Sorry to tell you, but it's like like the church. It's always been like church is like a very insular institution, and that isn't just the Catholic Church, although it obviously is the Catholic Church, but it isn't just the Catholic Church. And it's like you find out all the time now that like evangelicals, Baptists, it's all the churches, like all the churches are a problem.
Yeah, it's a fundamental issue that runs deep within all religions, and I'm tired of it just being like, oh, like one thing, like this is the only. I'm like, no, it's everywhere.
Which
Jim Jones with People's Temple, he was doing the same shit, and everyone knew in the temple because they felt like they were, it was part of the, disciplinary. And you're doing it for the cause, and things like
Olympia Snow looked a lot like Amy Klobuchar, by the way.
Was she throwing staplers or whatever at a?
No, I mean like just the way she looks. She looks like.
Oh
Amy...
wow! I forgot.
Yeah, she looks just like Amy Klobuchar. She looks like Amy Klobuchar's nice.
Amy Klobuchar look-alike contest. Where's it happening? Where in Minnesota?
Dude, QAnon has to be struggling right now, right? Like QAnon's struggling enough that they're doing a JFK Jr. Look-alike contest because they're trying to find a guy from Central Casting to play JFK Jr. so they can bring him back.
I mean, the guy who's playing him in the freaking Ryan Murphy show looks just like when I was first watching like the trailer for like that love story. I'm like, they look exactly like Carolyn and JFK Jr. I'm like, are they them? And then I was like, oh shit, no. It's just, and then people are like, oh, look at these people they look like they belong in the 90s. It's because we don't see people who look like normal people anymore because all the crap they've done to their face. That none of these people who get the lip fillers but they're all gonna age poorly.
It is pretty crazy that
everyone has the same face.
Josh Schlossberg
looks like his uncle. Yeah,
he does, but it's like crazy. He's running for office, and it's like I haven't seen him really elaborate. Like besides
supporting Israel.
Yeah. Oh, I support Israel. He doesn't even have. He needs to beef up his.
Do the Kennedy voice. Yeah. That's part of your legacy, man. Like.
As a man from Boston, I am gay. As a man from Boston, I am Jewish. As a man from Boston,
but I do understand why he's very protective of his family's legacy, considering his cousin is like part of the government in the worst way possible.
Yeah. He's running to be a good Kennedy.
And it's funny too because the Maha, social media is like, this is the guy who's gonna make you healthy again. It's always the photos of RFK Jr. before the heroin addiction kicked in. It's like, what about? I'm like, yeah, if we're looking at photos of him when he was a kid, a baby, a young girl.
By the way,
What about like
Olympia Snow-
after 1970, whatever, when he started heroin, when he started looking
Olympia
ugly.
Snowbachar. I don't know. He's on like TRT or something like that. Like he's on either testosterone replacement therapy or he's got to be on something like that.
Well,
And
his
it's
sister
like-
Carrie, has the same vocal thing, so it might be like a genetic,
yeah, that thing probably is. He made it worse though because he got a steel pipe inserted in his throat.
Yeah, listening to him before that happened, I'm like, I can actually tolerate listening to him.
Yeah,
I
we need
can't do it
to
anymore.
hear Jack Schlossberg say "Ich bin ein Berliner" before we decide whether he's.
I have a jelly donut.
I remember my German grandma still thought that was funny.
Yeah, my
my
old
dad.
Jesus, yeah.
They still thought it was funny in like 2009 or something. They're like, and then he said he was a jelly donut.
Yeah, I mean that in German class we all got "Ich bin ein Berliner," I'm a jelly donut T-shirts with the. There are certain things we learn every year. Martin Luther and his 99 thesis, we learn about the fall of the Berlin Wall. We learn about Hitler, offing himself, and the "Ich bin ein Berliner" every year in German class. What happened on this day?
Wait, why is he always working out in jeans? Why is RFK Jr. always?
My sister says Bruce Springsteen does the same thing. I'm like, is it like a men's thing? Like, I feel like it's uncomfortable.
No, it's not. It's nobody does that. Nobody works out in jeans.
Yeah,
it's not a thing.
Or they drink milk in the saunas. Ugh.
Nobody does that either. It's just him.
He's just weird. Like he's not like stop. I don't understand why people think he's a normal guy. I'm like, this man is telling us to be healthy, but he eats roadkill. He's eating roadkill.
He really is. He's a never nude. He's like
it's so weird.
There
I'm
are
like, guys,
dozens of us.
there are other Kennedys in the family who are actually normal people. And guess what? Even though Jack Schlossberg's done like weird social media posting, he's actually a lot more normal than his cousin.
Yeah, but I like the idea of RFK Jr. like there are dozens of us, dozens. Like because he's a never nude. Like Tobias from Arrested Development.
Yeah, sheesh.
He cries in the shower. Dude, it must be crazy to hear RFK Jr. cry. As someone who worked out in jeans because I had to go to work right after, I just got but it's like but that's
put
not
on
what he's
sweats.
doing.
You got time to put on some sweats?
It's also not what he like. He also is like I don't believe that when he does.
He's not even bench pressing. Like he's not even like he's barely even like lifting his legs. Meanwhile, I'm over here like I was doing that shit for like 600 pounds. I could still probably with time I could probably catch up.
I mean I don't know about all that, but there's a lot. But it's like he's juicing. He juices.
And he looks like, and everyone like, I'm tired of seeing him shirtless. I'm like, his stomach looks like Tara Reid's botched tummy tuck circa 2007. Okay, that's what his body looks like, and I'm tired of seeing it.
I think he looks like a big old slab of meat. But yeah, so we can leave it here.
Yeah. So we have fun here.
On
This is absurd.
Saturday, in the and I put the link into the chat at one point. We are doing a Discord watch of Sinners at 8 p.m. Eastern time. So you can come along for that. And then on Movie Night Extravaganza, we're covering the Oscars live on Sunday. You can watch us watch the Oscars.
Yeah, it's 7 p.m. Eastern. We might have to start like a few minutes early because
Yeah, we definitely do.
Yeah.
We definitely have to start a little bit early. So we'll probably start like half an hour earlier than the Oscars are.
6:30 Eastern. Get ready, y'all.
Yeah. So that's our yearly Oscars stream that we do. And then after that, stay tuned. We got some stuff we're working on, and then after that we're going on a little break. So it's gonna be fun. And then we'll be back here at 6 p.m. Eastern on next Wednesday, whatever that is. All right. That's all I got.
Hello and welcome to American Wasp. I am your host, Deter McBizness, joined as always by Alex Haha of Devil's Advocate Productions. We are I-95 leftists talking to you about national politics as well as some pop culture items. Today we are going to be getting into some random shit because it's a random type of world that we are living in. You're on mute, Alex, just so you know.
Boom.
How's it
Oh,
going back easy? I hear
it's very random today.
Y'all thought winter was gone, but now it's back. Is that right?
Well, actually, it's gone for right now. And us real New Yorkers, us real East Coasters, no, this is a false spring. Everyone's out in their shorts. I'm in my shorts and my nice short sleeve shirts. It is beautiful outside, but I know that next week it's going to be 30 degrees again. So
right.
I'm not breaking out the air conditioner quite yet.
Smart.
But yes, it is a very random ass day. I have this clip that you queued up, and it actually goes right into what I wanted to start with. So I think this is perfect. We're going to start with talking about some MAGA trash. Some more of our favorite things to do is make fun of these fucks. And you got these this clip from Vaush.
Vaush,
right?
yeah.
Vaush. Is it Vaush or Vaush? I keep
Vaush.
saying it both ways. All right.
It's as if the AU were an O. But it's kind of amazing how resilient he was after that controversy. I don't know if you heard about that controversy with him a couple years ago.
I've heard about many controversies with him. I personally jumped off. I was never really on.
Yeah, I was never really into him either.
But like, once he had a beef with FD Signifier, I was like, I respect FD a lot more than I do you.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna.
Dude, I really want to collaborate with FD Signifier. I know I'm not big enough to, but I mean,
he's great. He's so good.
I hope he writes books and like he could go on tour with some structure. With some structure, I think he could really be more than just a YouTuber. You know?
Oh, absolutely. I think that, and we have different voices here on this space, folks. That's why I think it's so valuable to have different people, all from the same side, having disagreements with each other. And I think, I've heard Sandee from Left of the Box talk about her affection for Vaush's content, and I will give him this: he didn't get spurned in a debate or got his feelings hurt and go, you know what? Fuck all this. I'm throwing it all away. Fuck my ideology. I'm just gonna keep going and keep espousing the same things I've been espousing. And that's a credit, because a lot of people will just go, fuck it. If this isn't working, I'm gonna go try this other thing. But here's a clip from Vaush. And what is he doing? He's reacting to MAGA people being asked about Iran, right?
Yeah.
All right, so let's take a look here.
Did promise not to get involved in any foreign wars.
I know that. But he would not be the first president to break a promise.
Slaves, man. If you have a slave mind, you should have a slave job. You would look like fundamentally we're different people. You should be out there on the fields doing agricultural work, and I should be in an air-conditioned building. I'm sorry, you're just not. We're not the same kind of. We're very literally built different.
I'm going to take you.
Right, so is that it? Or
no, I wanted to keep going.
7 different vacation homes ranging.
But he's you don't spend the $15 on YouTube.
I don't have the $15, man. When we get paid for doing this, then I'll have the $15.
The main reason I voted for him was to be tough in Iran. I think this is pretty much the best he could have done. No more comment. He's perfect.
I'm in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, a red state located in the Republican stronghold of Adams County, which voted for Trump in 2016, 2020, and 2024. I spoke to some of the president's most ardent supporters to hear whether or not the decision to get embroiled in another foreign war is testing their loyalty.
Trump has mentioned multiple times peace through strength. And to me personally, it doesn't seem very peaceful to be participating in something that I would say isn't really our
good on you for having a functioning brain. No idea why you voted for him in the first place, but
place to be putting American lives at risk.
These people are killing my desire for democracy. That's fine. I don't really believe in democracy right now anyway. Democracy, like, listen, okay, this is a very, very basic pitch from the founding fathers. Democracy only works when people are reasonably educated. Like, what's the point of a democracy if, like, everyone who's voting doesn't know anything and they're illiterate? Like, what would the point of a democracy be if every citizen was kept in a box completely disconnected from the world? Then they got to leave the box and pick their choices and then go back in the, like, what would the, why have a democracy at that point? People have to be educated. That's the entire point. That was the argument it made initially, by the way, for why land-owning white males were the ones who should be voting back in the early days. Of course, I disagree with that. I think that you can solve this problem. Early on, is it true that land-owning white males were by far the most well-educated people? Yeah, probably. They had the money. But you can solve this with something called public education.
Yay!
You can ensure that every citizen has the ability to benefit from.
Okay. See, this is my thing with him. Where
And
I'm
bring
like,
it back to that's good enough. That's good enough.
yeah, that's my thing with him is like he goes into a direction where I'm like, I don't know about this, man. And then I'm like, okay. I start to see, because when he says only reasonably educated people should vote, who decides what's reasonably educated? When he
Right.
says you are a slave, you should have a slave job, you should be in the fields. Well, I think people in the fields should be able to have breaks and earn enough to have a house, and like there shouldn't be. I get the sentiment. I feel the vibe, right? But like he's angry, he's pissed. I get it. But again,
Yeah, I don't think he had like I don't think he was saying like, you know, we should have to take a test to be able to have the right to vote or anything like that. I think just in general as a core value of a functional democracy, you have to prioritize the education of your population. And this is a big reason, and we don't need to talk about him for too long, but education is a huge reason why Gavin Newsom sucks as a nominee for president, because California has more billionaires than any other state in the union, and it's the biggest economy by far. And he had 2 terms to fix California public schools, and he didn't do it. So they are ranked, I think they're ranked like 31st in the nation or something like that.
Yeah, whatever money and resources that are going to charter schools, private schools, what's the religious ones, parochial schools, could be going to public schools. And public schools could also be trade schools. They could also be colleges could also be free.
So actually, okay, so with education,
part of it.
You got to don't talk about it in the kind of institution, talk about it with the teaching methods. So, for example, modern psychology, we can go and a couple years after someone hits puberty, if they've taken their education seriously, you can give them a test or just a profile evaluation, and you can put in front of them 3, maybe 5 career paths that they will have a strong likelihood of being successful at based on their skills, knowledge, and interests. So that's one thing to do. The other thing is in education is using documentary film. I think that we need to accept that the youth of America's attention span is really small. But if we give them something, if we stop demanding that they read everything, yes, reading is important and should definitely be part of the education. But if you make it visual, both documentary and scripted, like if you want to watch a movie version of a Shakespearean play or something like that,
or a graphic novel.
But you can also save time and say your homework this weekend is to watch this documentary film rather than read 6 chapters, which they'll probably just use ChatGPT to summarize.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's another thing. The other thing is the way we teach American history, where I think freshman year you teach 1980 to the present day, and then sophomore year you teach basically Teddy Roosevelt, FDR, all the way up until 1980, or you do 1945 to 1980. Yeah, I would actually say that 1945 to 1980, and then junior year you do Civil War through up until World War II, And then, you know, senior year, it's like whatever, the pre-colonial history and stuff like that. But the point of it, I mean, how many times did you go from one grade to the next and you learned about the same goddamn thing? Like 15 different times. Like, it's redundant. Like, I don't need to relearn what I already learned in 3rd grade about the Pilgrims coming here. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I think first of all, I think it's funny that you brought up attention spans. I was literally just having this conversation with my wife right before I went live, and she was also lamenting, like, I don't know, man, the attention spans of Gen Z and Gen Alpha are so low. They're not going to learn anything. They're not going to be able to do anything. And I'm like, honey, they've been saying that for years, for decades. One of my favorite accounts to follow is Pessimist Archive, which will any topic or complaint, there is a history of it. The attention span thing. They thought attention spans were rotting our brains because of television and MTV and video games. Before that, it was just the advent of television or radio was shortening attention spans. Before that, it was kids can't sit down and read a full novel. They're picking up these penny dreadfuls and these comic books. What are we going to do? There's always a moral panic. There's always some kind of fucking the older generation lamenting the younger generation not doing what they did when they grew up. And it's just, you have to adapt to them. They're the humans who are going to be here after you're dead. You are trying to impart the knowledge that you know they need to survive the world. Make it accessible to them. If you need to give them, your homework is to watch these 10 TikToks, fucking fine. Let them do it if those TikToks are from FD Signifier, Consciously, Olayemi Olurin. They will accept it. The media literacy debate, I don't know, conversation that's happening. Here's a great example of that. A writer for comicbook.com is asking why James Gunn keeps making right-wing extremists the villains in nearly every DCU project. The piece points to a pattern across Creature Commandos, Peacemaker, and Superman. Now, I don't think you've watched all of these projects. I have.
No.
Yes, the Nazis are the bad guys. They've always been the bad guys. In Superman, Lex Luthor, a very obvious Elon Musk allegory, but different in that Lex Luthor is actually competent and actually a genius, is the bad guy. He's always been the bad guy. He's been the bad guy since 1938.
Right.
These are the same. It's not changed. The reason people are asking this question is because of the reframing that Breitbart has done, Steve Bannon, Jeffrey Epstein have done to try and Nazi's just a word, man. It doesn't mean anything. How many times have you heard Greg Gutfeld say, or anyone on Fox News say, oh, when someone calls you a racist, don't worry. They're just calling you a jerk. It's the same. It's the same thing. It's just an insult. That's Rush Limbaugh's project. It's just an insult. Let it rush off your back, just like someone calling you a jerk or an idiot. To the point where now, it's some idiot fucking writer at comicbook.com is saying, why are you using right-wing extremists instead of saying, why do you have the Nazis as the bad guys in everything? Because that sounds dumb. Because if you do say that, then people go, because they're the Nazis. What are you talking about? And
but I will say, don't you think a lot of the reason why, like Gen Z, for example, and Latinos for Trump, like, and the Gen Z shift for Trump, like, don't you think that that's in large part due to a lack of education in those two demographics?
I think it's a lack of education and also not necessarily, because they know they're the bad guys. It's just been for so long, since 80s, maybe, probably before that. I mean, hell, I'm literally looking at a picture of Sid Vicious above my desk here, and he has a fucking swastika shirt on, because his way of mocking Nazis and mocking the UK for thinking they were the good guys in the 70s when they were oppressing the poor and the working class people was to wear the swastika and be like, yeah, you didn't get rid of Nazis, you just became Nazis. He's mocking the UK to their face.
Right.
And Gen Z, after decades of that, after we saw, my favorite show is South Park. How many times have they had, Hitler sing? I literally listen to the Christmas album every Christmas, and there's a song from Adolf Hitler singing "Oh Christmas Tree" in German because it's funny to mock. It's funny to mock the Nazis.
Yeah, of course.
Just like Mel Brooks did. But over time, it got diluted. It got into, this is just edgy humor. And then, oh no, there's these people trying to get rid of edgy humor or censor you for doing edgy humor. Those are the liberals. You want to be over here where we have free speech and you can make jokes and we can have fun. And it's all good fun and games until, you elect Trump and now you're getting real censorship. And people are being pulled off networks for telling jokes, or networks are being bought. Platforms are being bought by the Ellisons to censor speech actually. And I think Gen Z and Gen Alpha, for as much as they may be lost in the media literacy and not being able to decipher the meaning of fucking Tom Sawyer or Moby Dick or whatever, they can tell that the CBS has changed now. I'm not seeing the same things I was seeing just 2 weeks ago. It's happening too fast. They're doing it too fast because they're also idiots. And I wanted to talk about this kind of Crunning-Duger effect and the fact that younger Gen Z are seeing the ones with modicums of brain cells on the MAGA side of the MAGA trash, the white trash fascists, as you're saying, are using it as a grift because there is money to be made. Here's a woman, Brooks Slusser, who says when she was in college a couple years ago, she shared a bed with a trans person when she was on the volleyball team because she didn't realize that this was a trans person. The school did not inform her because why would they? Who gives a shit? But now that she realizes, oh, Riley Gaines got famous for this, the full necky girl who wrote a stupid essay got famous for this and is getting money for this. Maybe I can do it too. And here she is on Fox. And then you have this guy who was, I want to watch this clip actually. This is a guy from Doel.
There was, how do you interpret DEI?
God damn it. My fucking computer's all over the place.
There was the EO explicitly laid out.
Right. That guy was part of the Doge team, right, from Elon Musk. And here he is in a deposition.
How do you interpret?
Having to actually explain what DEI meant. And I want to play this clip just a little bit.
How do you interpret DEI? There was the EO explicitly laid out. The details, I don't remember it off the top of my head. It's okay. I'm asking for your understanding of it. Yeah, my understanding was exactly what was written in the EO. So can you? I don't remember what was in the EO.
So he says my explanation for what DEI is was written in the executive order. It's explicitly written there. What does the EO say? I don't remember. He doesn't know because all it meant, really, all they took it as was get rid of anything that says black, trans, woman, gay, anything that shows any kind of diversity in this fucking nation. And I'm gonna finish my rant and I'll let you jump in. I'm sorry. I talked about it yesterday. I was still getting over my sickness, and I'm seasonal spring depression, honestly. But I came across this term, masculine discrepancy stress, the internal tension or anxiety of men experience when they perceive they are failing to meet internalized societal standards of masculinity, strength, dominance, or toughness. These are the people like Hegseth here, who historically white U.S. soldiers frequently refused to salute black officers. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth saluted all the white soldiers except the black soldier. This is a violation of military standards. He's doing it. He's trying to exemplify we don't respect DEI people, black people.
Yeah.
Right? So here he is shaking hands. and then skips right over the black guy. Oh, he shakes his hand, but he doesn't salute him, and salutes this guy. But he noticed. He's like, I don't get a salute. What the fuck? So this is all. I mean, here we have Trump endorsing Jake Paul, another person.
What's Jake running for?
Nothing. But he's just at a rally, and he's saying,
God is with us.
This
I
is
know
breaking.
he wants us on the right side of history. And everyone here has to do their part. And God's got us. Trump's got us. God bless. Love you, Kentucky.
The way they invoke God is so disgusting. It's so disgusting. That's a good counterattack.
He's a courageous guy and a talented guy. He's a hell of a fighter, too, by the way. And I just want to say, I'm going to make a prediction that you will be, in the not too distant future, running for political office. And you have my complete and total endorsement, okay? Yeah, that's what.
That's it. So that's that. But I wanted to continue here. And I'm almost done. This is, I didn't know the origin of the Dunning-Kruger effect. And here's what it is. In 1995, MacArthur Wheeler walked into two banks in Pittsburgh and robbed them with no mask, no disguise, and lemon juice on his face. He believed that because lemon juice works as invisible ink on paper, it would make his face invisible to cameras. He smiled directly into security cameras. Police aired the footage on evening news and arrested him within an hour. When shown the tape, Wheeler stared at the screen and said, "But I wore the juice." He had tested the theory with a Polaroid selfie and didn't appear in the photo because lemon juice got in his eyes and he aimed the camera at the ceiling. His case inspired Cornell psychologists David Dunning and Justin Kruger to publish their 1999 paper defining the Dunning-Kruger effect, the cognitive bias where people with low ability drastically overestimate their own fucking competence. This is the entire administration. This is Jeffrey Epstein. Forgive me. This is all the people I just showed. The girl complaining about the trans person is just like, I can get on TV. Jake Paul there invoking God. You said it's disgusting the way he invokes God, but it's easy. I'm at a political rally. I have no experience with this. All my experience has been being on YouTube. What do I do at a political rally? I go on there and say, man, I love God. I love this guy right here. I love Trump. You love him. I love you. We're all together. God, Trump, good. Okay, moving on. That's all he did. And Trump said he has a future in politics. My prediction is that as soon as Trump kicks it, anyone associated with him is going to be running for sure. But running away from fucking justice. Running away from the
if they're in the
masses
administration
who are coming for them.
Yeah, I think they'll be running from justice if they were in the administration, and if they were just a MAGA trash supporter, then they're going to be culturally radioactive.
Sorry, I had to get that all off my face.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Because that's, incompetence is definitely a big part of the Trump administration. We think things are bad. If Dick Cheney were running this operation, I guarantee it would be a hell of a lot more devastating.
If it was President Steve Bannon or President, Steve Bannon. I was going to say Stephen Miller or J.D. Vance, but no, they're idiots too.
Well, Stephen Miller is running things, like as far as the ICE stuff goes.
Again, he's doing it poorly. He's doing it too fast, too stupidly, too obviously, because they've been waiting for this moment so they can beat on the people that they perceived were the cool kids or didn't invite them to fucking parties or were having more fun than they were having when they were growing up. And they're using this as an opportunity, just like that's what ICE is. ICE is, hey, do you want to beat up on the people that you don't like? The white women who are coming after, who mock you, who laugh at you, the black and brown people who you think are taking your jobs or taking your women or taking any other kind of opportunity that we told you they were taking from you. Here's your opportunity to just beat on them. Are you a cop who was fired for police brutality, the rare instance that happens, join ICE and you can get all your brutality out that you want. This is the administration for failed sons and daughters, for fucking failures. This is the administration for fucking failures. Just like that Dodge guy. He cannot define DEI. He doesn't know what it is. He just knows what the mission was, and he knows not to say it because that's going to get him in trouble for sure. He's already in trouble, but it's going to maybe get him in trouble with the people who hired him to do that, and then he'll get taken out before anything further can happen, or he's not going to get bailed out. I mean, this is all frat bro mentality. That clip I was talking about a couple weeks ago of these frat guys who were in a basement covered in like alcohol and mustard and shit, and the cops showed up and none of them talked. And that is the point. That is a point of the Greek society, the frat society, any kind of secret society like that. It is to train you, the army, the police, train you to keep secrets. Do not rat on each other for bad behavior that you know is bad. You may feel guilty that your partner is taking bribes, that your partner rapes victims that call for help, that your partner beats people who are at a traffic stop that he just didn't like the look of. But you're not going to tell your superior officer because, yeah, he might get fired and you might be doing the right thing, but none of the other cops are going to trust you because it is a fucking fraternity. It is a boys club. It is a club. It's a big club and you ain't in it.
Right. George Carlin, the GOAT. Yeah, I mean, what you're talking about psychologically is social conformity, where people see established social norms like keeping each other's dirt under wraps, and they feel like that's part of the relationship. That's a condition of the relationship, is that you have to make sure that we protect each other from the outside world. It's very similar to a mafia culture.
Yeah. Yes. Very, very much. The same exact culture.
Yeah.
The mafia, the police are just a legal mob.
Real quick, did we talk about Crockett Tallarico last week, or was I even on? I can't remember.
We did.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was your final verdict on that?
We'll see. I think maybe he's I think the fact that,
I mean, he's just the best characterization of him, of Tallarico, that I've heard so far is he's Pete Buttigieg, but he's like a Texas Christian.
He's Pete Buttigieg, a Texas Christian with maybe slightly better politics than Buttigieg, slightly.
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah.
But I think, again, there's the way they're trying to force cultural change, the way they're trying to force their own policies to be popular, or at least not even be popular, just force them down your throat anyway, is very stupid, because he had an interview on CBS with Stephen Colbert. They told Stephen he couldn't air the interview. Stephen said, the fuck you gonna do, cancel me? I'm already canceled. He put the interview out on YouTube. The Barbra Streisand effect, it got even more popular because it was trying to be suppressed. That could have actually put him over the edge and got him the win in that race. They are their own worst enemies. They will fall. It will end. And there will be a day after Trump. And I cannot fucking wait. And I want to transition that into hope. I have a couple of stories that here. It's all going to blend together. Let me roll. So this was kind of funny. You a fan of the Smashing Pumpkins?
Yeah, I love them.
All right. Well, so the lead singer of the Smashing Pumpkins,
Billy
who has
Corgan.
appeared on Alex Jones, said, Billy Corgan claims rock music was deliberately marginalized in the late 90s, early 2000s, right around the time the Smashing Pumpkins' relevance kind of was waning anyway. Just kind of argues political correctness killed it. And G. Willow Wilson, who's a comic book writer, she says, capitalism. You were defeated by capitalism, Billy, and by being a dickhead. Now, another rock band singer Lamb of God, who has an album coming out on Friday that we're going to make a reaction to, says, "Don't be a coward, speak up." Encourages other artists to use their voices and platforms to not be quiet in this moment. And this is an artist who I just made a reaction to his album and actually bought it because it's fucking great. It's with Little John. This is a guy called La Russell. He is a rapper. Billy Corgan, cover your ears. But this is La Russell, and he's saying Billboard disqualified him after selling 30,000 albums. Now, check out what he has to say here, because this is important.
I sold 30,000 albums independently within my community. We was really excited because with 30,000 albums, you know, we were supposed to chart, and I would have been like top 5 albums in, and I was like, man, we did it. And I get a call from a company called Luminate. Luminate works with Billboard. They decide who charts and how it goes, you know, and we like, man, we sold 30,000 units. And they come back and they say, none of your units count. All that hard work you did, it's for you and your community to enjoy, but it don't count for what we do. And we like, well, why? And they said, well, you called some of your fans that bought albums, you did pop-up shows, you did live streams, and you set a goal and said you was gonna sell this much. That's incentivizing them to support you. And I said, so marketing and promoting. At first it was bothering me because it's like, man, you know, like we grind. What you talking about? Like we really did. I broke records. I sold out for 20,000, 18,000, 11. What y'all talking about? Publicly, we the first people who ever made album sales transparent. You seen every sale live. Nobody, no other artist, the industry don't do it. And they said, nah, that don't count here. They game, they rules. And that's cool. You know, it's like we're gonna take our ball and we're gonna do what we do over here, and I'm gonna make y'all look culturally incompetent. It is what it is. At the end of the day, it's like, let come what may. You know, and the fact that...
And who does that remind you of? Does that remind you of Zora Mamdani? Grassroots? We're doing it our own way. Kat Abu Ghazala, we're going to have turn my campaign office into a mutual aid hub and do politics a different way. You might not like it. This might not be what politics as usual looks like. We might not have consultants giving me the best polling on certain issues, but we're doing it our own way, and we're breaking through. We're breaking through.
Just a quick comment. Just a quick comment on the music industry that he's probably running into as well. Is people think so? Of all the entertainment businesses there are, TV, movies, video games, music, whatever, you name it. Okay, music is the most gangster, and is the least meritocratic. And you think these pop stars come out of nowhere? No. They make them. So this guy was not made by the system, so the system didn't really receive him, even though that was really short-sighted, because if he was able to sell 30,000, I don't care what community you're from, 30,000 in like, what, you got to know that many people. Like, you know, it's in science or in innovation, they call it proof of concept, and he's got a proof of concept. Right. So it would be smart for a label to be like, okay, well, let's see how you do for the next 5 years. I'll pick you up for, like, it's a missed opportunity. So hopefully that'll give him the exposure he needs to get to make his money. It sounds like he's going to platform himself. It sounds like.
Absolutely. There's another artist who I did a reaction to a couple weeks ago, whose album I cannot stop listening to. His name is IDK, which stands for Ignorantly Delivering Knowledge, which I love. And he was on The Tonight Show last week because the album's doing so well. He is not signed to any major labels. It is all independent. It is just word of mouth and virality. And oh my God, I'm watching my favorite YouTuber and he mentioned this album. I'm watching a streamer and he mentioned this album. I'm talking to my friend.
Like, can you get the album on Spotify?
Oh, you can get it on Spotify, Apple Music, wherever you can get it. Absolutely. Okay. It's same with La Russell. You can buy the album if you hear about it, and if you are finding it through, you're not going to hear about it on Billboard. Just like you're not going to hear about maybe Graham Plattner or Kat Abu Ghazala in the beginning of their races on CNN or MSNBC or New York Times because they don't want to talk about it. Zohar Mamdani. But these people are breaking through. The landscape is changing. People don't fucking, you want to talk about Gen Z, millennials, alpha, whatever? We are not watching CBS. We are not watching fucking CNN. You can buy these media empires. You can try and control it all you want. You can buy TikTok.
But TikTok is the one that's kind of scares me. The fact that they own TikTok.
But TikTok already has a culture since its inception as Musical.ly, and then it became TikTok. The internet in general has a culture of, oh, we get that the platform doesn't want us to use certain words, so we'll change how we say this. Instead of saying suicide, we'll say unalived, or killed, we'll say unalived. We will change the way we talk. Instead of using the Palestinian flag, we'll put the watermelon. It will still get through. There'll still, because you cannot moderate every single TikTok that is posted, because that would then defeat the purpose of a social media platform.
Right.
That you cannot moderate how many times somebody uploads something to YouTube or TikTok or any of these things. So all you can do is generally blanket say this image generally isn't allowed. You can't use the Palestinian flag. All right, then we'll use a watermelon. You ban the watermelon. Okay, then we'll use something else. It'll always change. That's what I mean about the young people and their attention spans. Okay, we can't use that anymore. We'll use this. And it just means this. And you don't know you can't catch on to the trends fast enough. You cannot. And I wanted to play some of these clips from some of our rising lefties here. This is Graham Plattner talking about schools.
We've also created this like weird political apparatus where we almost like the way people show their seriousness is by dropping bombs on people.
Yeah, that's since the Cold War. This has been the case since the Cold War.
First term, there was this moment in Syria where there was this, we crossed a red line around the use of chemical weapons, and
it's not about schools, it's about Iran.
Drop some bombs, and the whole political pundit world was like, "This is the moment Donald Trump became president."
Yeah, right.
Like, come on, dude.
Yeah,
like,
it's pressing a button. Yeah.
It's absurd.
Right.
And this idea that we've given like waging war, or not even war, but waging violence, often illegal violence, against innocent people, somehow has become like indicative of how serious you are as a politician, which is wild. And frankly, we need to stop doing this.
Yeah, I mean, and again, he's on Tim Heidecker's show, who Tim Heidecker, if you remember 15 years ago when Tim and Eric's awesome show was on Adult Swim, I didn't watch the show. I wasn't a fan, but like enough people remember, enough people stayed fans, enough people kept following the careers, enough people are listening to this podcast to the point where a potential Senate candidate feels like it's beneficial to him to go onto this podcast.
Yeah, you might as well.
Right?
You might as well. When you got the profile like Plattner does, it doesn't take much time to make these appearances, and it doesn't cost you anything but time. So, and they'd be great, and they're grateful to be able to do an episode on a national political figure. Tim and Eric have a religious following. There's a lot of people in my generation, my age, that really love them. I never really got into them like you, but
neither did I. I didn't really fuck with it either.
But Plattner's talking about something, and it's like, I wish, I don't know. It's just, I know he's an educated guy, but I wish he would say something like, "This is a relic of the Cold War. This is like we grew up with this, and then we had the war on terror." And
but I mean, here's another.
There's a difference between being a tough guy and being a bully. Right.
Yes.
And I think America can be tough without being a bully. Something like that. You know what I mean? That's the next level of his rhetoric.
He'll get there.
Yeah,
Here's
I'm just going into coach
mode.
No. My dream job right now. My dream job right now is to be having nothing but consultations with these political figures, because I'm pretty sure I could improve their game, every single one of them.
Yeah. Here's another clip of him talking about war.
It has been infuriating for me to watch a bunch of cowards who know nothing of war to sit in Washington, D.C. and cheer and clap and treat this like it's a game. And then have the audacity to tell us that sacrifice is just what happens. That we just need to deal with the fact that we're going to lose people in these kinds of things. They say that because it doesn't happen to them, it happens to us. They will never be the ones to change this system. We need to change it ourselves.
Now, that's a great message too. I think that
Yes.
goes into exactly what you were saying. I wanted to bring up this candidate, Oliver Larkin, for
Yeah, he
Congress.
just did.
running in
I think
Florida.
he just did a episode with someone.
He did
pretty big
a
in our space.
fundraiser with Hassan and
Mike from PA.
PA,
Yeah.
for two of our best fundraising days of the campaign. Both in the past week, joining your stream. He said, shout out both in the past week joining your streams. This is the power of your communities have to change U.S. politics. Thank you for sharing your platforms. On Monday,
Yeah, and this is what I want to see more of from Hassan, is promoting political figures in the next
Exactly.
generation. This is what I want him to use his platform for.
And
So,
behind the
I'm
scenes
thrilled to
last
see
week,
this.
we talked about you making a video pitch for
Yeah.
DSA to use their YouTube channel in this
Yeah.
same way that already has 10,000 and is already an established organization.
It's a brand.
It's a brand. I watched your
brand.
pitch that you sent me. I appreciate you. We're not going to play it here, but I will say it is a great pitch. It is exactly what needs to happen because it can't just be the luck of the draw. Hassan happened to, over the
Right.
course of 10 years.
It's all
get this
personality based
platform.
when it's an individual. It's all personality based when
Right.
it's an individual, but when the media brand is based on an institution that has very explicit values that you can just go to their website and see what they are, and policy positions, like that's the next step in evolution for our media, is to have transparency about the media conglomerate's interests or the media source's interests and biases. And that's what's great about the DSA is we're very upfront. We want huge structural change, and we want basically FDR's Bill of Rights plus environmental protections plus immigration reform plus guns, cops, criminal justice reform. I mean, the list goes on. And that's one thing I will say, just I don't want to, not to reopen it, but like one thing that Crockett maybe could have done better job of versus Tellerico is having that machine gun of policies ready to go whenever she had a media moment. I mean, she was just acting a lot instead of presenting. You know what I mean?
I'm performing that
Right.
I'm taking on the machine. Right?
And performance has a lot to, and performance is good, but so that's the biggest challenge for leftists, and the biggest thing that separates us from the neoliberals and the moderates and the centrists and the resistance liberals and whatever, is we're not just attacking MAGA, because I know everybody wants to do that now. We are offering a new brand of lefty politics, something that unless you're 80 years old, you haven't really seen in America.
Yeah.
In our time. So
And
so the point is that we're attacking and replacing, not just attacking. That was where I was going with that.
Exactly. And again, here's a policy that could be part of that machine gun clip of policies from Chris Ahuja, who I had on the show a few months ago now.
We don't take contributions from billionaires in Bel Air, okay? It's about working people who can be literally change their lives. Over 100,000 people will use. We don't take contributions.
He's talking about high-speed rail, heavy rail through the Sepulveda.
I know where that is.
Sepulveda Pass. Thank you, Deter. Billionaires in Bel Air shouldn't block public transit for working people. That's what's been happening. That's why Elon Musk gets those contracts so that he can dig holes and not do anything with them. I don't take their money. I stand with the working class. Like you said, it is not when it's about personalities like Hassan Piker and Mike from PA, and we're happy there exist and places like this space. But the value of something like this space or the DSA is that it is an institution. You cannot discredit this one content creator like Hassan. Oh, we found that he shocked his dog, or said 9/11 was deserved, and now everyone hates him, and we discredit him, and it's a poison pill for you to be associated with him. That's what they tried to do with Zohar Mamdani. Andrew Cuomo said Hassan's name on the fucking debate stage. And again, that was stupid and short-sighted, just like the MAGA folks, because you Barbara Streisand him. You made people Google his name. You made people look up what he says. And now he probably got more influx of people watching him because of that. You can, to quote fucking Batman, to end this fucking section here, the quote Batman begins, "A man is fallible. A man can be destroyed, be beaten, be taken down, but an idea is eternal. An idea is impenetrable, invincible. And DSA is an idea. This space is an idea. Leftism, these policies, Medicare for all, fuck it. Universal healthcare, universal housing, universal fucking food. The things you need to survive should be free. You shouldn't have to slave away at jobs you fucking hate for pittances to barely afford to exist on Earth that you didn't ask to be born into." Is an idea that cannot be stopped, no matter how many fucking media companies they fucking buy, no matter how many times ICE kills somebody. You cannot kill all of us. Who's gonna run your fucking factories? I'm on my soapbox today.
No, it's good. No, I love it. I mean, I'm eating it. You're doing all the heavy lifting. I appreciate it because it's been a long day for me. Two things. One was that it's good to see Hassan doing this promotion of I know he did a live stream with Oliver Ma. I wish he would do less content so that people would pay attention to it, you know, but these cuts with the political figures, he did this. I reacted to his interview with Tom Steyer, who's like my one and only favorite billionaire. I don't really I don't know him, but yeah. But what's funny is he was at the DSA convention, but the DSA didn't give him like a speaking spot. Like there's, and they didn't, and he just kind of was hanging out in the lobby, and there was like a 45-person line waiting to talk to him. He and Emma Vigeland were hanging out and whatever. And it's like, why is that connection not stronger? And again, with the Vanguard guys, those guys haven't been to a local Kansas City DSA meeting. And I'm like, dude, I just did a webinar with the DSA this last weekend on growth and development for leaders within the organization. And I connected with a bunch of Kansas City DSAers. And I said, like, you know, I texted Gavin over at the Vanguard and was like, hey, man, have you guys ever been to a DSA meeting? Because I think they'd really love to have you. And he's like, no, I haven't gone yet. But they're thinking about it. But, like, you know, why when I go to a DSA convention, there's the biggest name in progressive politics there, the biggest media figure, and we're not nurturing a relationship with him?
And I think that's a disconnect too. With while DSA is great, it is still an organization and an institution that
it's
thinks
very siloed.
Right, they think they need to do things in this procedural way, and there's moments where you need to just seize on opportunities. Like Jennifer Welch from the I've Had It podcast. I don't know how long that podcast's been around. I remember the first time I saw a commercial for it while I was watching Pluto with my wife and going like, what is this podcast? Two wine moms talking about like pop culture or whatever. Like, all right, they got an ad on Pluto. Who cares? And then I started seeing her show up on CNN and Majority Report and is actually a big lefty. And she's like, okay, seize on that. Seize on, if you're at the DSA convention, this is your big yearly event. And the biggest fucking name in socialism, period, in the United States, arguably, is Hassan, well, I guess Zoran, but he was still running, is Hassan Piker. Yes, a random person who none of us would know the name of if he wasn't associated with Cenk Uygur, and if he didn't create his Twitch platform and just keep rising consistently. And then we're the mainstream. Oh shit, this is popular. I guess we have to pay attention to it. That's what I mean. They can try and control everything, but there's still going to be organic popularity, organic things that just kids are interested in this. So I guess we have to pay attention to this. I remember I talked about it yesterday, but in the 60s, the hippie movement, very famously, eventually Coca-Cola made a commercial. We can teach the world to change, and seized upon that popularity to sell Coke because they recognized that it was popular and they couldn't ignore it anymore. And they thought, well, we're a Coca-Cola company. We're going to just use it to sell our product. Who cares? But it still elevates it into the mainstream. And then the mainstream has to deal with it. And they have to deal with it. Now, the way they dealt with it then is to mock hippies, to isolate them, to make it seem like, well, this portion of it was okay, but the rest of it has to be mocked and ridiculed and be called tree huggers and all this shit. But it's not going to happen that way again. It's not. Part of it is there may be portions of it that will be stripped away after the big win, but there will be the big win. It is coming. It is going to happen. And I just wanted to transition here. Speaking of Zoran Mamdani, our weekly, I guess at this point, Zoran check-in. Ramadan was going on, and he hosted Mahmoud Khalil in the
I saw this.
Mayor's Mansion.
I heard about this. I didn't see it.
Yeah. Very cool. Him, his wife, his new baby. And, of course, he had a very nice statement here that I'm not going to read all of, but just saying he deserves to be here. We're all New Yorkers. We're all Americans, blah, blah, blah. Very nice statement. This is how CNN chose to respond. It's just a little, this is an 8-minute clip. I'm not going to play all of it, but this is Jake Tapper.
So sad what's happened to Jake Tapper.
Last night, and I know that because I was watching Majority Report, Sam Cedar was supposed to be on, but they bumped him so that they could talk about this.
Some heat from some circles after posting this picture with a high-profile Palestinian activist detained and released by ICE. The mayor writes, quote, "We marked the 1-year anniversary of detention. Rama and I were honored to welcome Mahmoud," meaning Mahmoud Khalil, "Noor and their son Dean to Gracie Mansion to break our fast together. It is Ramadan. Mahmoud is a New Yorker and he belongs in New York City," unquote. Now, you might remember Mahmoud Khalil as the anti-Israel protester from Columbia University, to say the least.
So, I mean, Jake Tapper is a piece of shit, Zionist cunt, and I fucking hate him. But again, they cannot ignore it. Now that Zoran's in office, now he's the fucking mayor of New York fucking City. They cannot ignore him like they did during the primary, like they did during most of the election, not having him on, not talking to him. They cannot ignore him. Just like I hope the DSA lets you take over that YouTube channel, or at least does something with the YouTube channel so that the DSA becomes a bigger and bigger presence in the country.
Yeah, I think I told them, I said,
ignored.
And I told them in the video, I said the 2 goals I have are by 2028, you've grown at least 3, if not 5, if not 10 times what you are now in terms of membership. And also 2, getting Ashik, one of the co-chairs, on Meet the Press. Like that's the level. That's when I know we will have arrived.
Because, as you say in the video, and as we said on this show many times, Meet the Press is the oldest running news
show and
TV show
in history
in American history.
Yeah,
is still a tastemaker when it comes to politics.
Well, it's just
country.
a test of relevance. If you make it on those Sunday shows, then you are relevant. You do matter. One thing, did you hear about that Kat? Speaking of the DSA did not endorse Kat Obagizelia.
Oh, really?
In her race in Illinois. No, she they endorsed someone else named, I think Mike Simmons is his name, but he's like this. He doesn't have a chance in hell of winning. But I was talking with Pep Talks last night. He was on my show, and he was telling me about the guy that he's supporting, who the DSA what's
This
it
Mike
called?
Simmons guy?
DSA. Yeah, Mike Simmons guy.
Yeah.
So Kat, for her not to get the DSA endorsement, I think is pretty devastating, because if she had gotten that, she would have gotten a hell of a lot more people in Chicago to come help her with their campaigns. Like, that's another thing that the DSA has to be offering campaigns is boots on the ground.
Yes.
Like, if we endorse you, we're not just endorsing you. We're going to make phone calls, write emails, and send text messages, and knock on doors, as well as host, like, events in our towns for you.
Yeah. And I think DSA needs to get to a point where they really are the tastemakers and can do that. I think it's at a point now, like, we talk about relevance. The fact that the one debate that I saw from that race was Daniel Biss, who is the current mayor of Chicago. No, not the mayor of Chicago. He's a mayor of a town in Illinois, in the district. Kat and a woman whose name I can't remember. Those were the three people they had on that local news show
The debate,
have
yeah.
a debate.
Right. I
So
remember this.
to anyone who's casually paying attention, who might know that there's an election next week, those are the three people they know are running.
Right.
Anyone else, I know there's like 15 other candidates, including this Mike Simmons guy who's endorsed by DSA. Irrelevant. Do we want it to be irrelevant? No. But that is the way it is. Just like, do we want Meet the Press to be this metric of if we made it or not? No, Meet the Press fucking sucks, but that's the way it is.
Yeah,
We're using
exactly.
the levers that we have available to us.
So it is Mike Simmons, and he's at 10%, whereas Fine, who's backed by APAC, is at 14, Kat's at 20, and Biss is at 24, and 17% of the district has not decided on a candidate yet.
Okay.
So it's annoying that Kat's in there, because this guy Mike Simmons looks like a way better. I've looked him up after Pep Talks told me about him, and he does look like a more comprehensive candidate. Does the DSA proactively look for talent to run elections at every levels? If yes, we do. But there are certain traditional routes for people to run for, let's say, city council. We might try to find someone who's already on the school board to run for the city council spot that's coming up in a local election. I'm on the electoral working group for my local chapter, and I think it's the most fun work in all of DSA is the electoral work. I think it's what brings most people to the DSA. Obviously, in election years, our growth is way bigger than in non-election years. That's like you're saying, like that we share the same vision. It's just a matter of, can I get all these people who are used to operating on a local level to see the national vision? Because, and I'm reluctant to say this on my channel, but the DSA's local reputation is way stronger than its national reputation.
Right. Yeah, and that's true, and that needs to change. To change. I think the media blitz that you're proposing, which is not just the YouTube channel, it's the YouTube channel as the main
is the center
content driver.
Yeah,
but then you'll clip it, and it'll be on Instagram and TikTok
Yeah.
and Facebook and all over the place.
Right.
Spam it. Make sure that that you cannot scroll any social media for more than a minute without coming across one of the DSA's videos.
Right.
That's, I think,
That's
a
the goal.
worthy goal to strive for. And I'm really glad, Deter, that you are working towards it. And I think next week I'm going to have Lindsay Boylan on again to talk about her race for city council here. I want to bring that up to her as an idea, because you're right. There should be regular contributors on mainstream news outlets that are representatives of the DSA. Working Families Party, I would throw out there too, but they're not
Right.
as big or national as the DSA already is.
Well, thanks to Zoran, they're just red hot, and that's why I said in the video that you
Yes.
saw was like Zoran has conquered irrelevance for you. But anyway,
Yes.
we should wrap up and let Lumen come in here and do his thing. But before we go, we just want to remind you. Oh, go ahead, Alex. You got.
I do have a little bit of fun.
Go.
I do have a little bit of fun that we can do. We have 3 minutes here. I just want to
He
play
gave
these
us 3
two
minutes.
clips.
Okay, cool.
That are
Yeah,
just
we're good. We're good. We got you, Lumen.
right here. So this is an art collective called Secret Handshake that keeps putting statues in the National Mall. And their latest statue is this of Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein recreating the scene from Titanic. The King of the World statue appears in the National Mall. And I love this. Again, you cannot stop people from resisting your authoritarianism. You cannot stop people from throwing up a middle finger to you. No matter how many fingers you cut off, there will be someone else to put up a middle finger. And the last thing, I just thought this was really fucking funny. This is from Majority Report. This was a commenter wrote in this, I think, what is one of the funniest fucking jokes I've heard in a long time.
Existence on Sam's Subaru. I was wondering if the white smoke over Tel Aviv is an indication they picked a new Jeffrey Epstein. Oh my god.
Is that not fucking hilarious, dude? Like they're picking a new pope.
Exactly, just like the St. Peter's Basilica.
Folks, I got tons of reactions on my channel. I got tons of reviews, videos, video games. I'm going to be streaming Resident Evil 4 tomorrow. I got a reaction I made today that I'm trying to upload after this because it got blocked. So we'll see if it goes up. Deter, take it away.
The great show today. Thanks for coming again. Devil's Advocate Productions, Alex Haha on
As
YouTube.
always.
Please find him, subscribe. He is the hardest working member of this space, I might argue. And I am Deter McBizness. Please, if you go to my channel, check out my essays. They are the foundation for a larger project that I have in mind that is about a year out from now. So until next time, y'all, we will remind you that you don't get change in America by asking nicely.
Hell yeah, motherfucker.
So that hopefully okay, good. Everybody can hear me. Not on my mic setup because I had to rush home in a hurry and I've got a million things. I'm doing a Trump dance. I've got a million things hooked into my PC, and so the mic is not in there. So I had to rush and do the headset thing. Hope it's okay. If it's not too terrible, please forgive me. So boom boom Tel Aviv. Am I right, gents? That last with Devils, that last Sam Cedar bit was pretty good lead in, because all I can think about and all I want to talk about is the war. You know, do you fuck with the war? No, I don't fuck with the war. And I have so many mixed emotions on it. And I was pulling stuff to, show y'all that probably if you're terminally online like I am, probably that you've already seen. Maybe I was trying to pull stuff from not super, I don't want to say mainstream, but just not, the kind of stuff that I watch. I know everybody here probably watches, Majority Report and Hassan and stuff like that. But also you have to look out because there's like a ton of bullshit out there on both sides. And the bullshit comes from everywhere. It comes from AI YouTube channels. It comes from Telegram channels that I'm a part of. It comes from CNN and MSNBC and Fox. Honestly, Fox Business, if you've been watching, if you want to keep up with the war, and Fox Business has been really laying it down. And it's kind of crazy to me that we have a leader, a president. I mean, it's not crazy when you think of it as Donald Trump, but like in my lifetime, I've never had a guy who really talking about allegiance to Israel. Forget that. Allegiance to the stock market. The stock market is all. Like this guy will come out and tell a lie and be like, well, the special military operation is over. At the end of the day at, 2:30 to try to make the oil futures go down and the Dow, raise. The Dow's over 50,000. Remember that? That seems like a million years ago when we were touting that, hey, it's fine that pedophiles run our country and we have to sacrifice our children so our little girls can get fucked on an island so the Dow can be over 50,000. That feels like 10 years ago, but that was what, a week ago? It's crazy. I'm coffeeed up. I'm caffeined up. No Zen, so I don't want to make myself feel sick. But when you work 40 hours a week, a normal job, that's nothing. People work 60 hours, But when you have a real job in real life and then you come home and you're like, oh, I'm going to do some content, like it really does drag. I'm getting to the age where it's like my number one thing was playing video games. I really don't even have the energy to do that anymore. I'm just like, ooh, let me go to the gym and then go to bed. But I digress. But no, that felt like a million years ago trying to hear about how the Dow was over 50,000 and that was a reason to celebrate somehow when our country is run by pedophiles. But here we are. It's we're really in World War III right now. It's just the rest of the countries aren't making it a hot war. And it's really depressing because I don't want to distill this into some kind of, good versus evil or bad guys versus good guys or, who to root for. But obviously if you're watching this and if somehow it leaks out of, this, I don't want to call it a bubble, where, because truth and light penetrate all the time in here. It's not like this isn't some kind of a closed loop, like, your dad's Facebook page. We can talk about uncomfortable things here and we can disagree and it's not a problem. But obviously we're the evil, right? Obviously we're the bad guys, because even if you're going to, Thanksgiving's over, the next big holiday that you're going to see your family is maybe Easter, and you're ready to have that fight with your Fox News, MSNBC parents about, who are the good guys and the bad guys. And they try to tell you about the theocratic, regime of Iran, which treats women poorly. And if you just replace Iran with America, then you're dealing with the same thing, the theocratic regime of America, who wants to go to war for Israel. This isn't a conspiracy. This isn't crank shit. This is 100% real. Go to war for Israel so Jews can go live in Israel and then get murdered, and then somehow Jesus will come back. And I've had the same argument with my evangelical mother, who goes to evangelical church, and she's not about Iran specifically, but definitely about Palestine. And she's tried to tell me to, I need to somehow invest my precious life force in the few scant hours I have of sentience on this planet, of learning about end times prophecy. And I said, you know what? Instead of fighting her on that, that's what I told her. I said, you know what, Mom? I said, okay, I'll just concede and I'll say everything that you're saying to me is correct, right? So when Jesus returns, do you think that America, we can end the world with launching nuclear weapons? We have military force projection all over the world. We dominate and pillage indigenous people, and we steal their natural resources, and we economically and militarily dominate them. Do you think we're the good guys in this situation? Do you think in this storybook, in this Dungeons and Dragons Warhammer story, this Warhammer 40K, really it wouldn't be 40K, it'd be like Warhammer Fantasy. In this Warhammer Fantasy story that you're trying to tell me, you telling me that America, where we live right here, we're the good guys, and you're telling me that Jesus, when he comes down off a cloud and comes back to right the wrongs, he's going to be on our side, or is he going to go home? Is he going to go check on his people in his birthplace and clear that out and go to war against us? Do you think, like, what makes more sense to you? Is he from what you're telling me about this dude who is the Son of Man, the son of God, is he going to come back and he's going to side with the people with the nukes, or is he going to side with the people with the child in the West Bank throwing a rock at an Israeli bulldozer with the Star of David on it, who's turned his birthplace into a mockery of the nation of Israel? What do you think? And she goes, I never really thought about it like that. I'm like, well, maybe you should, because I'm not trying to be facetious here, but the older I get, I say this all the time, the older I get, the witchier I get. And I'm starting to be like, hey, big guy in the sky, why don't you come on down? Because all this has to end. Like this cannot keep going the way it's going. It's insane. So with that preamble, I guess I want to give even at work, I can tell you this, at work, I've got a 3-monitor setup at work, just like I do at home. And like, people are like, damn dog, what's going on with the war? Because I'll have like Hassan on one screen. I've got work on the other. I've got, Fox Business on another. I've got on my phone, I've got Telegram, and I've got the Red Alert app going off. And if you know what the Red Alert app is, you can go, it's on Android. I'm sure it's got to be on iOS as well. But if you just put in Red Alert, what that is it's not the official app of Israeli Homeland Command, but it definitely is tied into them. What it is when missiles are coming in, it will give you a alert of where they're projected on hitting. And those alerts are getting, the first thing there'll be is an early warning system, and it'll go beep, beep. And that's saying, hey, you're about to receive alert in a couple minutes, get next to the bunker, get by a bunker. And then you receive a missile siren, and that's saying, hey, they're coming in. Those alerts are getting shorter and shorter. And from the early warning to the actual, like, this is where they're headed alert, those are getting, they used to be a half hour, then they went to 20 minutes, and now they're within seconds. So just off of that, plus the information that I'm getting out in the world that you can get easily as well, you don't have to be an open source intel guy. You just really just have to not watch TV. The Iron Dome is gone. There was a Hezbollah, we're not even talking about Iran, a Hezbollah attack today that they launched 100. The Iron Dome was able to intercept less than 50. And those things came down. So don't believe what you're hearing. Israel's definitely getting hammered. And I don't know how to feel about it. And what I mean I don't know how to feel about it, okay, so I'm just going to lay down I get canceled, whatever. I'm going to lay down the honest truth. I don't care about a Zionist. I don't care. And that is a very distinct difference between a Zionist and a Jew. A Zionist can be a Jew, but a Jew does not have to be a Zionist. Obviously, I'm speaking to the choir here, but I just want to get that out for the millionth time. A Zionist can be a Christian Zionist. You can have these, boy, do I got a name for them, that black people that we call other black people when we say, hey, skin folk ain't your kinfolk. I got a name for these Iranian, these Persians here in America, hoping that their homeland gets destroyed by the United States. So those people are Zionists because they're trying to bring about Pax Judaica and think it's going to be somehow better for them. But a Zionist can be an atheist. There's plenty of atheist Zionists out there. It has nothing to do with your religion. It is an ideology that is akin to Nazism. So to restate that, I do not care about a Zionist. I do not care what happens to them. If you decide And that is not everybody who lives in Israel either. That is not everybody who lives in Israel. There are people who live in Israel that I will have religious disagreements again with over, civil rights and over a myriad of different things. But there are Jews who live in Israel right now who will tell you they do not live in Israel. They live in Palestine. And they are waiting for the Messiah to return and to give them a homeland, because the idea, going back to the religious thing, that the rant that I went on in the beginning, the idea of the Jewish people being able to claim a religious homeland because God sent them into the wilderness before the Messiah comes back and says, this is now yours, is sacrilege, is sin. It's apostasy. And they will not stand for it. So we can have all kinds of disagreements, but on this one, if they are anti-Zionist, they are anti-Zionist. I know plenty of Jews here in America who are anti-Zionist. I know plenty of New York Jews who are anti-Zionist. But as far as if you have chosen to make your stand as a colonizer in that land, and you are claiming, there are plenty of young Israelis right now who are born into that, and I feel awful for them. And I wish that somehow there was some kind of a way to get them out of that country which is in a death spiral, because they do not deserve the fate that's about to happen to that place. But as far as a Zionist, I do not care about them. But what I am afraid of, what I am terrified of, is this war going badly for Israel, which it is. Israel is the ones, when you hear about, Trump is talking about absolute surrender or unconditional surrender, or, we're about done bombing them because there's nothing left to bomb. That's all cope. That's all bullshit. What that is Israel going, please stop. Stop this. Stop this right now. Stop this right now. This is hurting us. Oh my God. This is not Israel. Iran's got hands. This is not the way we thought this would go. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Make it stop. That is them crying for mercy. So what I'm terrified of is the Samson option. And we'll get into that later, but of them getting so bad for them is they want to turn to the nukes that they say they don't have. But with that being said, I want to give you a little bit about how the war is going. Let's watch a couple videos that I picked out. And so maybe we can get some truth out here in your life. I don't know why I highlighted that. That was terrible. All right, let's see. I'm so bad at this. Share my screen. Perfect. Did I do it right? Also share tab audio. Oh my God. Is this the first time ever? Somebody, can y'all see it? Yay or nay? Anybody in the chat? Okay, thank you. Doggone it. I always do this wrong. Why do I always do this wrong? Stop sharing. What if I do this instead? Share screen. Oh, I know why. It was just a tab. All right, let's go back. One day I will get this right. I swear to you, I will. Yes? No? Add to stage? Yeah! Heck yeah, let's go back. We're good now, right? Bad. Damn. All right. Why am I so bad at this? Why am I so bad at this? Tire screen. Do that. Oh, I know why. I know what happened. Boom. 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 And go.
evidence to suggest otherwise. Those were air sirens blaring across various sites in Israel on Tuesday morning, warning residents of incoming missile attacks from Iran. Now, according to Israel's state-run health ministry, just 13 people have been killed in those strikes. According to its state-run military, while several Iranian missiles have struck the country, most have been intercepted. And we've seen very little evidence to suggest otherwise. There's been limited available footage of damage within Israel, and what we've seen appears relatively superficial in most cases and filmed long after the strikes have taken place. There's almost something calm about it too. No panic, no upset, nobody's crying. There's also been relatively little footage of Iranian airborne missiles over Israel. Now, that's very, very different to previous attacks by Iran on the country. In 2024 and 2025, we had no difficulty finding verifiable footage of Iranian missiles over Israeli airspace, as well as their interception by Israeli defenses. In 2026, though, that's a lot more difficult, partly because social media is flooded by AI slop like this.
And this is the stuff you got to look out. This AI slop, this is stuff you got to look out for. I'm telling you right now, Telegram is the truth. If you want, Telegram is where it's at. Get on Telegram channel. There's Resistance News Network, Telegram channel, stuff like that. But this kind of garbage still leaks in. So you still have to use your frontal cortex here and figure out, hey, where would the cameraman be in this? Hey, even if there's a program that you want to run these videos through and be like, is this AI or not? You hear crazy stuff like Ben Gvir is dead. It's like, no. Like, verify first and then, share that. Don't share garbage. We don't need to. We don't need to share garbage. We need the real.
Now, you might think filling social media with AI-generated rubbish showing new Iranian weapons or Iranian successes aids Iran, though the AI itself is very bad. But it might also help Israel, making it harder for journalists and social media users to find and repost what is legitimate footage. Where we've seen genuine footage of attacks on Israel, it's often come from Israelis, sometimes as part of an unironic attempt to appeal to international law. Sorry, I had to stop myself laughing there. For example, several Israeli accounts posted this footage alleged to show a cluster missile being fired from Iran and exploding over Israeli cities. The use of cluster weapons is a war crime, though Israel appeared to have no worries about using them in Lebanon. Of course, Israel is not a signatory to anti-cluster bomb treaties, and neither is Iran.
And I tell you, the cluster bomb thing is 100% real, because it's crazy. Because again, when you cross-reference all these things, and I'm just an autist with a sick mind, I'm not expecting y'all to do this. But so what'll happen is, how you know it's a cluster munition is that you'll get the red alert text, right? Not text. You'll get the red alert siren, and it'll go off. And then 30 seconds later, another one will go off in the same region. So you're like, wait a minute, it can't be two different salvos. So what's happening is Homeland Command is detecting the first one, the cluster munitions break apart, and it's treating that as a second launch. And because the Iron Dome radar is down, there's no lag time. It's just, as soon as that siren's in, they're already in.
Nor the United States, for that matter. International reporting from Israel is also tightly controlled. France 24 has reported this on Israel's restrictions on journalists. The army has banned live broadcasts of the Israeli skyline when alarms have been sounded to warn of incoming missiles or drones. Images of air defenses intercepting incoming missiles had been a major part of the coverage at the start of the war and was a feature in the coverage of the June 2025 war between Israel and Iran. However, this is now forbidden. The army has also banned.
This is one of those things, folks. Now, why would you do this if you want to show off the technological and military superiority of your defense systems? Why would you be so keen to? They were so happy to show off the Iron Dome until the 12-day war when they started leaking through. And then they were like, cut the feed. Why would you cut the feed completely like this now? And now it's completely illegal. These Israelis, because they're, as Hassan Piker would say, they're treatlerites, just like we are. They're just even more deranged versions of us. Why would they're addicted to their phones, and they'll film their own deaths if you let them, but they're getting this stuff out under penalty of jail. If Israeli Home Command found them, but they're still getting it out. But why would the state come down so hard on this now, unless things have completely flipped? It's like when you hear, we've completely dismantled Iran's ability to make war, but yet they did 5 missile salvos today. They do them. I'm in Central Time. It's like clockwork. You can set your watch to it. They launch around 3 o'clock my time. They launch again at around 7, and then they launch again around the middle of the night. There's usually 3 today. Now, there's been 5 already today. And then when you hear stuff like, we're doing so well that we're moving more carrier strike groups into the region. Yeah, what's the part of any war movie that you've ever seen? What's the part of any war movie that you've ever seen where the winning army was doing so well they called for reinforcements? Or they had to cannibalize munitions from another place on the battlefield. When I say another place, I'm talking about South Korea, which they're moving interceptors from South Korea to Israel. What part of that is winning? What part of that is doing well? But they'll tell you this bullshit all day long on CNN. It's crazy.
And filming impacts at or near security sites, although it does allow coverage of civilian damage as long as exact locations are withheld. CNN has also reported this on Israeli media censorship. Israeli far-right Minister of National Security Itamar Ben-Gvir has turned the apolitical military censor into a talking point, vowing to, quote, act with severity and zero tolerance against international media that violate the censorship rules. In a joint statement with the Minister of Communications, Ben-Gvir said police have been dispatched to several locations as, quote, suspects have been detained, incidents investigated, and even arrests made in cases where suspicion arise of violating the guidelines. Anyone who endangers Israel's citizens in the name of, quote, journalistic reporting will face a determined and tough police force, Ben-Gvir said. No concessions, no games. It's not a game, it's just trying to ascertain what's actually going on. Kind of the point with journalism. Every now and again, though, we get a different take on what's happening in Israel that punctures even slightly, ever so slightly, the government narrative. Ori Goldberg is an academic in the country, and he posted this today about the impact of the attacks on Israel. The level of damage is not remotely close to what Israel is doing in Iran and in Lebanon. The issue is that the Israeli government heavily censors any news regarding casualties and deaths, as well as actual missile hits. We also get regular lies about the number of missiles launchers Iran and Hezbollah have and about Israeli success in taking such launchers out of action. Over the past few days, missiles and rockets have hit Israel with regularity that is being officially denied. Alarms have sounded in the midst of rockets hitting. Advanced warnings are often given without alarms sounding, placing responsibility for sheltering on citizens' shoulders. Information about hits is disseminated through unofficial channels. There are clearly hits on any number of strategic sites. We get no official information. Mr. Goldberg, I would expect a knock at the door, maybe even from Itamar Ben-Gvir. What do you make of all this? I mean, look, Israel has classically been seen as a leader, maybe even the world leader when it comes to psychological operations. They're now using it, one might argue, not just against the global media, but their own populations.
I think it speaks to tremendous fear on the part of the Israeli political class about two things. One, that they're losing, on their own terms at least, they're losing this war. They're not meeting the objectives that they set out with. And two, that they know that the mood in the rest of the world has completely changed towards them. Israel used to. You only censor things if you're scared of the reality, right? That's an obvious thing to say, but it's true. Israel used to grandstand on its militarism, and it was a big, big part of its identity.
And here's the thing, like objectively, I can take myself out of the situation and just look at the map, coldly of just geopolitical realpolitik. I say this, objectively with no emotion, again, I feel for Israel's position. It's a position that they've done to themselves, just like America has, to where they've painted themselves in a corner. They thought they could finish a genocide. So what they did was they cashed in any goodwill that they had from the Holocaust. And it's again, it's terrible, but if you've been a follower of this, you know that they have been using, the Holocaust and every time you say, well, why do you need a genocidal ethno-state? Why do you need an ethno-state of Israel? And they'll say, never again. But yet never again did not mean it meant for Israelis. Again, notice I did not say Jews. It meant for Israelis, and I said that very purposely. It meant for Israelis, but not for the rest of the world. So they thought, hey, we had a Holocaust on, European Jews. So we get a, one free Holocaust that we can redeem. And the rest of the world said, no, actually you don't. But they didn't finish it quick enough. So any goodwill they had, they cashed in. I'm sure, everybody in this audience has seen the polls of just like over time to where, how Americans, do you have, positive, ideas thoughts about the Palestinians, and what are your thoughts about the nation state of Israel and how they've converged finally? And the nation state of Israel has more negative connotation in the United States than the idea of a free Palestine, right? I'm sure you've seen that by now. That was out last week or something. Breaking Points did like a whole 20-minute thing about it. So they've cashed in their chips because they thought they could get this thing over quick and dirty. And now they've goaded us into a war with Iran, and now they're stuck because they don't want to be seen as the aggressor, but now they can't even get sympathy. Do you see what I'm saying? They can't even get like oh, poor Israel, because click on go to YouTube. Y'all are on YouTube right now. When you get it, open a second tab, go to any mainstream news source about the war, about any kind of, what's going on in Israel and, oh my God, Israel's under attack and this and that. Look at the comments. People have already called it. They're calling, they're like, good. This is what you get. This is what you get. This is what you get. And it's like, so they don't have a card to play here as far as a psyop's too hard of a word, but as far as something, the other part of warfare, which is propaganda. And I don't mean that I mean that in the most objective, not that propaganda is neither a bad nor a good thing. It just is what it is. I'm doing agit propaganda right here, for a free Palestine and for Iran that doesn't get, attacked and taken. I'm doing that kind of agitprop right now. So it's not a bad word, but yeah, they don't have a card to play, much like the United States, how we're in an offensive war of choice. We're in an offensive war of choice, and we are now looking for the exit, but we can't look for the exit. We can't openly look for the exit. We have to play pigeon chess to where we have to say, if you play chess with the pigeon doesn't play by the same rules. So the pigeon just shits all over the board, flips the board over, flies away, and declares victory. Where the United States is the pigeon here. So Donald Trump is in a box now that he painted himself into of, well, we're definitely losing, but we can't say that we're losing. And I want this thing to stop, but I can't get out because Iran is not going to make it. Is not going to stop. And Iran is completely justified in not, they're saying, hey, we don't want a ceasefire. That time is over. We tried to negotiate with you. We did a nuclear deal. You tore that up. Every time we came to the negotiating table, you betrayed us. And that's why the United States, we're trying to pull out all these stops of, oh, well, if we can only get if we don't only get the Iranian people to rise up. Well, okay, no matter, I'm not going to sit here and pretend because I watch Rick Steves Iran, which everybody should. I mean, go to YouTube and watch Rick Steves Iran. It's real good. It talks he went all over the country back in like the 90s or maybe in the 2000s, but it's great. It really changed my perspective even when I watched it, a decade ago about Iran. I'm not going to pretend though that I know the ins and out of that country. in my imagination, only reading books, only watching documentaries, and stuff like that, I think of Iran as, and I could be completely wrong, as just the United States. It's a theocratic, one-party state. We're a theocratic uniparty that some places are cool. I mean, you look at images of Iran, and there's some places where it's like, oh yeah, everybody has to be super religious, and the IRGC has complete social control here. And you look at other parts of Iran, and it's the club. You go up north, and it's people, skiing and drinking alcohol and having a great time. Women with their hair uncovered, like all that kind of stuff, like whatever. So I'm not going to pretend I know anything about it, but I like to think of it as the United States, like cool people. Country's not their government's not the greatest, but who am I to judge sitting here in the Imperial Core? I'm absolutely not. But I can tell you what doesn't. If and these Persians here in the United States, excited to see their homeland get bombed. I can tell you what doesn't liberate anybody is us using Tomahawk missiles to murder little girls. I guess if you're really in the mindset that Iran is so terrible to women, I guess the best way to solve that is to take a bunch of little girls and liberate their souls from their bodies and to make sure they don't grow up to be women. That's a good way to make sure that they don't have their civil rights taken away as women. It's just don't let them grow up, right? That cuts right to the heart of the problem. It's disgusting. Like, people in the United States don't care about those people. We don't care about them at all. And I want to go, let's see here. I want to watch.
It was a big part of its popularity. When they were still the good guys.
Trying to pause it in the thing. Let's see here. Before I get into my next bit, I want to watch.
So we've covered the Americans, covered the Israelis. Let's talk about how the Iranians are thinking about this war right now. CNN has a reporter on the ground who was able to interview a top foreign policy advisor to the Ayatollah about their war aims and how they're looking at things at this point. Let's take a listen to that.
So the United States says it's drastically degraded the Iranian military, the capabilities as far as missiles is concerned, drones is concerned. How much longer can you do this?
That is one of the false narratives that the United States government is producing. Iranian military is quite strong, as you see, because they have the motivation, they have the arms that they need, which are produced in Iran. As a matter of fact, we are not dependent on any other country for weapons and.
Hold your damn right. When I'm going to get real spicy before this ends. So we'll see how you feel in a couple seconds.
Arms.
So your side is ready for a long war if the United States and Israel choose that. Do you consider this an existential threat to the Islamic Republic?
It is an existential threat to the Islamic Republic, and therefore we have to stay with full might, as we are doing now.
Is your side seeking, or will you seek, a ceasefire with the United States at this point in time, and with Israel?
I don't see any room for diplomacy anymore, because Donald Trump has been deceiving others and not keeping with his promises. And we experienced this in 2 times of negotiations, that while we were engaged in negotiation.
I mean, that last part there is just incontrovertible fact that we have repeatedly used the promises of diplomacy as a ruse and a cover to actually commit acts of war. So, it's not surprising that's the way they're thinking about it. And of course, the Iranians, they want to project strength. They want to project stability. That is all in their interest. And of course, you should take any government official, whether it's ours, the Israelis, or the Iranians, with a million grains of salt. But I think that the logic is pretty straightforward. They just need to survive. They understand they cannot allow Israel and the US to walk away now, having sustained some blow, but nothing really significant. American consumers are not super feeling the pain at the pump quite yet. The markets are volatile, but they're just sort of roiling right. You haven't had a huge collapse. You have not had enough pain to deter either the U.S. or America from doing this, or sorry, the U.S. or Israel. They're one and the same at this point, I guess, from doing the same thing again. And so I believe them when they say, look, we are locked in for a long war. This is what.
Now, here's where it's going to get real spicy. What the incredibly intelligent Mrs. Ball is talking about is what Sun Tzu talked about in The Art of War. And I think it's the most important principle in The Art of War is the principle of death ground. If you're going to fight a war, the one thing you must never do is surround your opponent and give them no place to retreat, because it puts them on death ground. And if you are going to fight a war and the war is existential for you, and either by your own choice that you've backed yourself against the sea, or by the enemy's choice who started an offensive war and wants your regime changed and wants your country, your nation state to collapse, by either your own choice or the enemy's choice, has put you on death ground. And men, when I say men, I mean, fighters, as Sun Tzu would have said. But the whole society, men, women, she, theys, gays, and guys, gals, and non-binary pals, just the average Joe and Jane, the average Fatima and Muhammad, who live in Iran, and I know they're not Arab, they're Persian, but I really don't know any Persian names. Sorry, Persians. I didn't mean to disrespect you like that. You have put those people on death ground. And people on death ground can do amazing things because they have no choice. It's fight or die. It's victory or death. There is no way forward but through. Iran finally understands this. After all their restraint, all their reasonableness that they've shown to us over the decades since the revolution that we caused. Let's don't forget that. If you want to talk about, Iran's terrible. Oh, Iran is the worst place on earth. It's hell on earth. If you want to go with that route. But then you have to take one step backward and go, well, how did it get that way? It got that way because of U.S. intervention. Same thing with Cuba. I had this fight with my father-in-law. Talking about, Cuba, the Castro regime. Well, did the revolution happen because the mafia and Batista were treating people so well? Even if I concede to everything you're saying, all the propaganda bullshit that you're saying is correct, it's still at the end of the day America's fault, even if everything you're saying is true. So, but the people of Iran understand this. They understand this now. There's no dealing with us. We're the Terminator. In Terminator 1, remember Kyle Reese, he said it can't be bargained with, it can't be reasoned with, and it will not stop. This is Godfather, where Michael said, Sollozzo's going to kill Pop. That's the key. No matter what he says, they got to kill Pop. And that's what it is. Bibi Netanyahu has to take out Iran because that will open up. He'll have no other, the Pax Judica, Israel will have no other rival, near peer rival in the region. So they got to do it now. They got to do it now while they got the muscle, to quote Godfather again. Because the muscle is Donald Trump. Anybody else after that, they could still be a sycophant for Israel, but they might be an Obama that they don't, allegedly don't have any blackmail material on. So where he'll do their bidding, but they'll only go so far. Trump, for whatever reason, I want to stay, off the conspiracy stuff, for whatever reason, is willing to go all the way with this thing. Right? So they got to move now while they got the muscle. Iran finally understands this. This is why, no matter what America does, pull out all, we can declare this a fake victory. We can even say we won. There's nothing left to bomb, and we're gonna pull out. Donald Trump could come on to a fireside chat tonight and be like, "My bad, y'all. This was stupid. We should have never done it. We're turning tail. This is America. This is a disgrace for America. Not good enough. Not good enough. Iran must finish the job. If they want to have any future as a nation state, they must finish the job. And what that means is all United States assets out of the region yesterday. They must go. They cannot stand. We must, the United States cannot have any forced projection in that region. Israel, Palestine, we know you're not, this would be my, if I was Ayatollah, this would be my demands, because it's the only demands that's going to make any sense and get this thing to stop. All U.S. assets out of the region yesterday. Actually, I don't want to hear, it's going to take time, because in that time, y'all, when I say y'all, I mean the United States are going to build more interceptor missiles, more THAAD batteries, more interceptors. No. You got 10 days. Leave your assets. Get your people out now. Israel. We know you're not going to do one state, because that would literally mean the end of the state of Israel. Okay, get that. We'll compromise on the 1978 borders. Palestine gets all their land back. That's it. They get all their land back. You can build a wall. You can wall yourself in to whatever that little fake country is that you call Israel. Palestine gets all their land back. And Dimona nuclear site shut down. You're going to dismantle all the nukes that you don't have. Yeah, we know you don't have nukes, but you're going to dismantle them all yesterday. That's what's going to happen. And the IGC is going to make sure that it happens, that all the nukes that you don't have are gone and dismantled. That's the only thing they can settle for. If they don't do that, if they don't push for that, we will be right back here 5 years from now at a minimum. At a maximum, we'll be right back here 5 years or even sooner. And I think finally Iran understands that. And I'm going to tell you, here's the spiciness. Here's the spiciness that America, we're not ready to hear. And I'm going to give it to you. We need that to happen. If we want to have any kind, if we want to not be an empire, if we just want, the days of American empire force projection are over. This has shown that. But if we want to have any kind of future as a society, we need Iran to not stop until they clear us out. They must hold the Strait of Hormuz. We as Americans need to feel pain, the thing that we are not accustomed to feeling. And what I mean by that is, I'm not talking about American troops or civilians or any kind of Americans' bodies, getting murdered, getting killed in this thing. I'm not talking about that. One, I don't want anybody to die. Two, it wouldn't do anything. That's why we're such we are such a sick society right behind Israel, that the idea of just like, you can go on your parents' Facebook right now and look at, what are we claiming right now? 8 U.S. soldiers are dead. Our Army National Guardmen, who should have never been in the region anyway, if they're National Guardsmen, how to make that make sense. But you're gonna see thoughts. What are we? We don't stop school shootings in this country. We don't care. We're gonna say thoughts and prayers. RIP to a real one. They knew what they signed up for. They died for America. Play Lee Greenwood's God Bless America. And we're going to go back to our lives. When I say we need to feel pain, what I'm saying is we need to feel 10, 8, 9, $7 a gallon gas for 5 to 6 months. And I don't mean, and that's the thing about that. The thing about our society is that we're so self-centered and we're so weak. And what I mean by weak, I think about people like the Iranians. I think about the Palestinians, how they can absorb pain because they're on death ground. This thing is existential for them. It's victory or death, like I just ranted about. But the thing about our society is that we're so soft and protected from our own consequences that softness could be the thing that would save us. Because we don't need to have bodies stacked up, American troops dead, All we need is a disruption to our soft lives. All we need is people not having to pay very high prices for gas. When we talk about infrastructure, public transit in this country sucks. You know, there are limited cities in this country that have decent public transportation. This is a country of cars. If we can't get around, then all of a sudden we're pissed off. We need prices at the grocery store to go even higher, because the diesel will be more expensive and those costs will be passed on to us. And if you don't believe me, I want you to think about COVID. You're telling me, and you see on Fox News, if you're watching Fox News, you'll see, I don't understand why people are upset about gas prices. World War II, they did gas rat. This ain't World War II. People are not with that. This is the same country where when you had to wear masks, it was mandated that you had to wear a mask, and during a global pandemic, and Applebee's was closed for a month. You had armed rioters, armed insurrection outside of Chili's and Applebee's. Do you remember this? Because they couldn't get their jalapeno poppers and their sugary, disgusting margaritas. Remember that? So you're telling me that those same people are going to absorb those kind of price increases and have their freedom to travel? They're just going to eat that? No, they're not. We're going to be screaming for the exits. And more than that, we're going to be screaming for the end of this war, of the military industrial complex. We're going to want an immediate end to it. And the first thing you should tell me is, and you'd be completely correct to say so, is Lumen. Well, that's going to affect the poorest people first. And you're exactly right. It's going to affect the poorest America. And that's where you and I come in, as working class people. This is where we do mutual aid. It's not going to save everybody. I know that sucks. But we do mutual aid. We carpool. We make sure that everybody in your block is fed. If we're going to do a grocery store run, we get groceries for the neighborhood. We have, refrigerators set up so poor people can get food out of those community refrigerators. We have those here in New Orleans. They're stocked with food for people. It's just what we do here in New Orleans, because, post Katrina, people got on the mutual aid train real quick. So you need to get with your comrades, your friends, and your neighbors and be like, hey, things are going to get really bad. What are the plans for this? Because the only thing that's going to save us is for us to go through this pain. And you're hearing right now, what did I read today, that there's some kind of threat that Iran's going to launch drones on the West Coast? Like, game that out. Like, game that out for a minute. Like, what kind of sense does that make? It smells like a false flag to me, but I don't want to get in conspiracy mode. But okay, let's say Iran or some kind of, it'd be state-sponsored, right? Let's say state-sponsored Iranian terrorism, which is not terrorism, because how can it be terrorism when you're at war, when you're in a defensive war against us? So it couldn't even be terrorism. But let's say the war did come home somehow. Why would you ever want to do that? Why would you your enemy is already suffering and tearing itself apart inside the homeland, while your society, who, good, bad, or indifferent, was tearing itself apart, has now congealed and is on death ground, and they're about surviving another day, to where our society is falling apart because grocery prices and gas prices. And you already have a majority of people saying this war is being fought to cover up for, sex crimes by the elite and Donald Trump, Operation Epstein's Fury. So they already don't even believe the reasons for the war. So why would you do something like that, if you could even pull it off, which they couldn't, and then have the chance of blowback in an unpopular war? You just wouldn't do that. It stinks to high heaven of the USS Liberty and a false flag. If you take this bet to Polymarket, I have Mossad will commit an act of terrorism in this country before Iran commits an act of war that somehow hits the homeland. Take that to the bank. And it's just so many of these people talking loud and talking crazy about this war have no concept of history. They have no You're telling me this country, the United States of America, has not decisively won a military conflict since World War II, and not even the Western Front, because that was the Soviets carrying the load there. We defeated and pushed back the Japanese Empire. How? Because they were an overstretched empire, much like we are now. That's why they were an empire built dead set, bat out of hell for conquest of the region, just like we are now. Empires get overstretched and fall. That's the rule of warfare. I mean, that's just happened throughout history since two guys picked up rocks and started throwing them at each other. As soon as an empire gets overstretched, they have to contract because their supply lines are too long and they can't defend everywhere. You're already seeing now the UAE, because we've chosen not to defend them and only defend Israel. Now they can't ship weapons to the Congo. The Congo is being liberated because of Iran. It's insane. Again, an overstretched empire is making this happen. But after that, we couldn't handle Vietnam. We couldn't handle North Korea. We couldn't handle Afghanistan. Iraq, we killed the leader in Iraq. What happened there? We're having attacks launched from Iraq to military installations in the Middle East right now. That happened today. It happened the day before, and it happened the day before that. What a big win that we had. What a great conquest that 20 years down the road, or that we're Americans are getting killed by the same people that we thought we kicked out through de-Ba'athification. What makes you think we can't handle the Houthis? The Houthis made us turn tail and run. What makes you think that we're going to handle a near peer military let's be real about it, backed up with intelligence that we know of? We know this is a fact, but we don't even know if it's material, but backed up by Russia and China. What makes you think that we are equipped to do this? We are not. We need this. We need this pain to get our minds right. And hopefully we can be like one of the other empires in the world that said, we tried it. We could be like Spain. We can be like the UK. We can be like French. We can be like the Dutch. And just be like, yeah, we had a decent run. We murdered millions of people all across the world, but we figured out we couldn't do that anymore. And we had to play in the sandbox of society, of global society. Maybe that's our best option. But I am terrified with, like I said, with Israel having the nukes that they say they don't have, that they're going to be pushed into a situation. It terrifies me, as the more the cracks in their society show, that they're going to call us and say, look, you better do something about these guys, throw your whole military weight around them, or we're going to nuke somebody. And we've done it before because Israel was on the verge of getting overrun by Egypt, and they made the call to Henry Kissinger and they said, we're going to start nuking people unless you do something about this. And we sent them the material to fight back Egypt. And that's what I am absolutely terrified about. And that's what keeps me up at night. But I hate war. I hate that we have to do this. I want it to be in a book, in a video game, and not a thing that we have to watch on our TV. But I can't state enough. We need to feel this pain in the homeland so we don't ever do this kind of thing again. All right, so that's all I got. Oh, I probably lost all the audience. That's fine. Don't care. This is just history and facts. Lumencast on Twitch, Lumencast on YouTube, Lumencast on this space. It's been fun. I will see you guys next week. Have a good night.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good evening. Welcome to the Wednesday edition of Primetime PEPAGANDA. Oh man, coming in hot from my stream over on my channel, but we're good. We're all chilling. Okay, actually here, I need to do this for a second. All right. Little lo-fi, little chill. How is everybody doing? Welcome to the show. I hope you guys are enjoying yourselves. I hope you guys have had a good day over here on this space. Yeah, if you guys haven't already hit the like button on this space, it helps all of us equally. So consider doing that. And also, oh, come on. You can't do that for me. Oh, it's a small ask hitting that like button. And also sub to the channel. We are a growing contingent here, and I am always happy to see us continue to grow. So, yeah, coming in a little hot from High on Politics, which if you guys did not know, that is what my show is called. You guys can follow me over on Pep Talks TV on YouTube. Kind of just went through it was rough. It was a little rough. I'm not going to really go through the entire thing, but I'll just say, yeah, we watched the Destiny Taylor Lorenz thing. It really brought some feelings out of me as far as just being very angry, just like almost like it almost turned me into Bobcat Goldthwait. I don't know, guys. It really did though. It wrecked me for a second there. I was like, okay. Just a reminder, guys. Support your favorite streamers. That is something that if I have one request, please consider if they have memberships, if they have donation links, if they have any of that stuff, please just consider giving just a little bit to your favorite streamers. It will help all of us grow and just be here a lot longer. Anyway, okay, they're both annoying to listen to. Yeah, yeah. We're actually winging this today. This is the first time. Actually, this is true primetime PEPAGANDA. Because most of my core audience knows that I like to chill. I like to kind of just hang out, discuss some politics, and kind of chill a chat. Actually, yeah, guys, do not be afraid to engage today. I know that I'm not going to be able to bring you on the screen today, but if you guys, I will be reading chat more than my usual PEPAGANDA shows. Just a heads up, there is no left past 10, so we kind of got we can do whatever. Pep Unfiltered. That's exactly what's going on here, Natch. I appreciate that. Yeah, Pep Unfiltered. I don't know if you saw when I said it before, but if you want to add anything like it, what people do know is they can put it in a link tree. Okay. I appreciate that. Oh, kind of like Johnny up there. Thank you, Johnny. Too late, by the way. Really appreciate you being on top of that. Thank you. Also, shout out to the producer of this space. We don't give him. I'm not sure if he likes the attention, but I'm going to do it anyway. I appreciate you, buddy. We actually have a pretty, tight ship here because of our producer, and he does a fantastic job. So, big love. So, all right, where do we want to go with this? I don't even know, man. I'm not sure if I want to do I don't want to do Iran stuff. I've covered that all day. I'm sure that you guys have seen some coverage of it. It's a lot. I mean, I could talk about can we stop the left on left stuff for a little bit? But then at the same time, it's just like here I do want to talk about it. Yeah, if you didn't know, Taylor Lorenz and Destiny got into it over the chorus thing, and it really did kind of point out that I was just like, oh wow, we don't have anything that's well funded, and here we are in the times we're in where we really need well funded leftist media, and it's just like there's no winning. And it sucks too, because there is the other side of that where it's like, yeah, you want to keep your ethics about you and you don't want to fucking compromise. And I, as somebody that's literally my jam, a little bit of integrity. Yeah, it's kind of hard. So, what up, DJX? God, I'm not sure if you were there for that one. Oh, yeah. If you guys want to check out the first part of the Destiny Taylor Lorenz thing and me kind of crashing out at it, you guys can always just check out the last hour of my my show. I just want them to be more transparent. That's all. Yeah, no, honestly, like again, the 1630 fund thing, it almost would have been easier to stomach had they even said, it's just like, okay, yes, we take 1630 money, but we don't allow that to push, our narrative, or we don't hold, content creators to that same standard or whatever. But wow, I forgot what full screen Pep looks like. Looks like nice room. Hey, yeah, right. Yeah, I also didn't have my my horizontal stream up because I wasn't using this fine program, which Etch, we can play I Spy with Pokemon now. Yeah, you can actually. I mean, I got a few more things up. I changed a few things around, Yeah, you guys can actually. Actually, no kidding. No, Steven. Those are happy leaves. Anyway. All right, what do you guys want to do tonight? I don't want to do no, because sovereign citizen stuff here. I don't know. Oh, we did have that Piers Morgan thing with Mehdi Hassan. I could bring that up. Although, will that make me shouty too? I don't know. Here, let's do a little roulette. I'll bring it up on screen too. Let me just get that ready. Alrighty. Live snow chase. No, we're not doing a live snow chase. I mean, the Piers Morgan thing is literally like it's right there, just kind of waiting. So Mario Flower Power. Yeah, I gotta build that thing. I got that 2 years ago for Christmas for my nephew. So I kind of feel bad that's just sitting there in the box, which I think he would even. Oh, there we go. Anna. Yes, Anna Crapsparian. There we go. Sorry to anybody that might be a fan. I don't think there's anybody that's really gonna be, clutching their pearls in honor of Anna Kasparian. Are there? Is there? Is there? I don't know. Where the hell is it? Come on. I know I had it. I had it pulled up just for this. Where's the her take thing? Hold on, guys. I gotta. You know what? I don't want to do it though. I don't want to go through the her take thing again because, like, what I had to do is I had to watch the episode to get to the point where they started having a fight. Oh, don't tell me they took it down. There's no way. There's no way they would just take it down. I mean, it's too entertaining. I mean, what? It is entertaining. I know I'm teasing it. God. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna find it. Storm coverage. Yes, I know. Did the storm coverage there. All right, here we go. This part I have to do off camera. Sorry, guys. Oh, God damn it. All right. Oh, I guess we're doing it live. This sucks. I don't want to do this. All right. Where is it? Oh, wow. They already changed. Okay. Woohoo! It saved it. Thank God. Okay. I don't care about the chat. Let's bring it up. What's it called? Yeah, this is literally primetime Pep right here. This is just primetime Pepaganda. This is as uncut as you get. There. All right. Oh man, I just looked at the whole who's who of who's pissed me off. Oh man. I'm about to get mad again. Oh, well, let's just go into it. Okay, so Dinesh D'Souza apparently really pissed off Anna. Oh, you know what? Do we want to do this whole thing? Screw it. You guys want to do the whole thing? Or do we do just the clip? Because I mean, we don't have left past 10 tonight, so you know what? Screw it. Executive decision. Let's go for it. Oh, her take.
Good morning, herd takers. It's been quite a week. In fact, I think it's probably
who's that?
Probably one of the most important and historic weeks
who's
of our
this?
lifetimes.
Wait, where are the other girls? Wait a minute. Did her take?
Excited to be with you today. We have quite a panel for you. I'm going to start with introducing our special guest, Dinesh D'Souza.
How long is it? It's about an hour.
Thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, it's an hour and 3 minutes, and I'm already 13 minutes in, so I'm going to do about 15 minutes late.
Pleasure. Thanks for having
You
me.
have been a bastion of kindness to me. I just want to thank you. Give you a shout out
Yeah,
for
do
that.
the whole
You've been
damn thing.
remarkable.
All right,
Dinesh is an author, filmmaker, and host of the new weekly show, Dinesh. His latest film is A Dragon's Prophecy, and you can watch it on Apple, iTunes, and Amazon Prime. I've seen snippets, and I am blown away. So thank you so much for joining us today. We're really
yeah, I mean, Lindy is
grateful.
the one who took it over.
And of course, our friend, the friend of the show, Bianca Rodriguez, also about to.
She grifted her way into a PBD show. She, out of all the ones that, like, I don't know, she's the one that
Give birth in a week,
she
so
won.
the fact
She
that you're
won.
here today is remarkable.
Won.
Thank you.
Wow.
You are such a soldier.
She needed it.
No, I'm excited. I'm excited to be here. It's whatever I can do until literally
Oh, yeah, Dinesh D'Souza is one of the worst human beings ever. Also, didn't he get arrested?
my last
Hey,
day.
Ringo,
I'm
what
for
up?
it.
Good to see you.
An amazing Anik experience.
Welcome, everybody, from
we all know.
my stream.
Hey,
Also
everybody.
Welcome this space
Thank you
that
so
do
much,
not
Paul.
usually follow me.
And we have quite a rundown.
Chichu
Of
also hanging out.
course,
I thought she quit her take.
we're gonna
So Anna quit her take in this episode. She actually like walks off until I think that she even says like, I'm not going to be back.
talk about Israel, the United States' attack
Also,
on
hi,
Israel. I mean, Iran,
Wanda.
excuse me.
Wendy.
And we're going to talk about
Wanda.
Israel's influence in the region and beyond. Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton have testified before the House Oversight Committee on the Epstein files. What exactly happened there? We're going to talk about how Iran has impacted J.D. Vance's presidential aspirations and how Iran changes the calculus for the midterms. Does it? And what's the impact of the war on 2028? And finally, we're going to close with how Democrats are holding up Department of Homeland Security funding because of their opposition to ICE. All right. Anna's going to kick off the show by delving into Iran. Can't wait to hear what exactly is going on. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Well, there's a lot of different angles to tackle this story from, a lot to unpack. And this is the first episode of Her Take since the war began. It launched on Friday night. So the war, unfortunately, has escalated into a devastating regional war, not simply a war between the United States, Israel against Iran. So Iran has carried out quite a few successful strikes against American bases throughout the Middle East. Our embassies, especially in Gulf countries, have also been struck by Iranian fire. Oil infrastructure has been targeted by the Iranians in various Gulf countries, and even a CIA center in Saudi Arabia was struck just yesterday. In the meantime, Israel has intensified its strikes on Lebanon, essentially opening up a new front in this war. The latest attack hit a hotel near the presidential palace. And Israel laughably claimed that the hotel was really a building belonging to the Palestinian armed group Islamic Jihad. Right now, Israel is
That echo is very prominent.
claiming that they're carrying out strikes in Lebanon against Hezbollah, but it's important to remember that the latest strike against the hotel near the presidential palace is not a Hezbollah stronghold at all. On top of that, Hezbollah is also engaging.
Why do I have this feeling that Dinesh D'Souza is going to say something that's going to really piss her off? Because I mean, I kind of already know. I saw like part of the clip of her like freaking
in
out.
attacks against Israel since they
won't
had
pause
signed
too
a
much
ceasefire
tonight, by the
in
way.
2024. This is the first time that they're doing so since the ceasefire, and their claim is, Israel
This
has
is not her audio. No. What happened is Dinesh D'Souza, when he got welcomed in, they didn't tell him to turn down. Somebody has to tell him to turn something off, because I have a feeling it's him.
It's done.
It's usually
Thousands of
usually
strikes since signing that ceasefire, so we're going to go ahead and engage now.
We'll see.
The UK has also been dragged into this war. They will allow the United States to use
Anna the Tiefling. She does kind of like it. Oh, she would actually, the horns.
to strike Iran, and Spain has refused, which has now led to a conflict between Spain and the White House. Trump says that he is cutting trade relationships with countries that refuse to play ball with the United States, Spain being one of them. And if there's any question of how the United States got dragged into starting this disaster, war to begin with, why don't we hear from Marco Rubio? This is what he initially said before walking back his statements. Here's the initial statement.
I even had to check my mic levels just to make sure it wasn't me.
Why now? Well, there's two reasons why now. The first is it was abundantly clear that if Iran came under
This is what you get with Lindy running the show.
States or Israel or anyone, they were going to respond against the United States. The orders had been delegated down to the field commanders. It was automatic, and in fact, it appeared to be true, because in fact, within an hour of the initial attack on the leadership compound, the missile forces in the south and in the north, for that matter, had already been activated to launch. In fact, those.
Is it bad to say that she could probably, or she would probably gain more money than she does now being a Tiefling cosplayer?
The third is the assessment that was made that if we stood and waited for that attack to come first before we hit them,
Is their audio so disgusting?
So the president made a very wise decision. We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that would precipitate an attack against American forces, and we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after
Give me one moment.
we would suffer higher casualties and perhaps even higher. And then we would all be here answering questions about why we knew that and didn't happen.
So that last part in regard to Marco Rubio, saying that the U.S. needed to strike first because they knew Israel was going to, and that would threaten our soldiers at various bases throughout the Gulf. That has led to a lot of backlash, a lot of controversy. And my guess is that he was told, you're not supposed to say the quiet part out loud. So he tried to walk it back the following day. This is on Tuesday. Let's just watch that, and then I'll open this up to the panel. Take a look.
Told us that Israel was going to strike Iran, and that's why we needed to get involved. Today, the president said that Iran was going to get.
Yeah, you're saying that's false. So that's not what I was asked very specifically yesterday.
Yes, I
Okay. No, were you the one that? Because somebody asked me a question yesterday. Did we go in because of Israel? And I said, you asked me that. You from the follow me? And I said, no. I told you this had to happen anyway.
Of course, he would do that, right? Where
The decision made was that Iran was not going to be allowed to hide behind its ballistic missile program. That Iran was not going to be allowed to hide behind its ability to conduct these attacks. That decision had been made. The president systematically made a decision to systematically destroy this terroristic capability that they had, and we carried that out. I was very clear in that answer. This was a question of timing, of why this had to happen as a joint operation.
Honestly, yeah, she has never walked that back here.
That they were playing us on the negotiations, and that this was a threat that was untenable. The decision was made to strike them. That's what I said yesterday, and you guys need to play it. If you're going to play these statements, you need to play the whole statement, not flip it to reach a narrative that you want to do. All right?
All right. So we played over
As
a
I
minute
said, their audio is messed up.
of his initial statement. He said what he said, and he pretended like he didn't say what he said. Axios is reporting today, actually yesterday, I apologize. Axios reported yesterday, Barack Ravid specifically, that Netanyahu convinced Trump that it was smart to do a strike in Iran because all of the Iranian leaders were meeting with one another in the same place, so a single strike could take them all out. I think that was a dumb move because it didn't really take into consideration how this could escalate into a disastrous regional conflict, which it already has. And at the same time, the U.S. has some serious issues with the lack of interceptors necessary to carry on this war. We'll get into the details on that in just a minute. But first, I want to open this up to the panel. Take it away.
Dog cam, please. Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, I don't have the dog cam here.
I have to say, I have done everything in my power to support this administration. I left the party to support this administration. And unfortunately, this is just not something that I can, in my good conscience, abide. President Trump ran on an America First agenda in 2016, in 2020, and 2024. I believe this attack on Iran is completely anathema to America First and his opposition to no foreign wars. We wanted no foreign wars. And I feel like it's a betrayal of those principles. And I really hope, I wish him success. I love my country. I wish President Trump is successful. But just judging by the events in the last couple of days, things have gotten progressively worse.
Dinesh, today, Pete Hegseth announced that the U.S. had succeeded in striking.
All right. Actually, Kitty Cam whenever one of them is down here, because they both went upstairs to go bark and just look at the neighbors.
An Iranian submarine. But at the same time, there are some real concerns about our interception capabilities. We have appeared to leave our Gulf allies high and dry because they need interceptors at this point since they have become target.
This is literally why I named him this. Stan! Come here, Stan!
considering the fact that they have U.S. bases there. Are you at all concerned about the lack of thinking ahead and planning when it comes to this conflict?
No, I think it's helpful to pull back and try to grasp the underlying framework of all of this and put it very much
He is not coming down, and that worries me.
in the context
damn
of
it.
America First and what America First actually means. So I take America First to mean that the United States is a large and powerful force in the world. We recognize it's a dangerous world that is full of a lot of bad guys and some friendly guys. So we have allies. And we have adversaries. Now, if Iran doesn't qualify as a deadly adversary, I really don't know what does, because this country has been a menace to the United States since 1979. The hostage crisis in 79, the attack on the Beirut bombing in 82, numerous terrorist attacks in the intervening years, support for Hezbollah, which is a force, by the way, not just in Lebanon or in the region. Hezbollah is a force in South and Latin America. They're a force in Mexico. So we're talking about global initiatives by radical Islam, and Iran is the pioneer. I mean, they're the head of the snake. So we have to begin by asking a very simple question. Is it a good idea or not for these mullahs to go? And I would say, yes, of course it's good for the Iranian people. It's good for Israel. It's good for India.
Oh, he knocked down the treats.
It's good for
I didn't tell you guys about that, did I? Yeah, he knocked down the treats, and what do you call them? Those little marrow bones. Yeah, he knocked them. He knocked them down and ate them all.
Now,
that was not
Can I challenge you on that?
That wasn't good. I think there was teamwork on that one, by the way, between him and the cat.
Dinesh, because Iran
no, she's not Iranian. She's Armenian.
didn't have any military capability, any weapon capability that would hurt the United States. Their ballistic missiles don't reach the United States. And, in regard to claims that Hezbollah has spread to Latin America, I've yet to see a shred of evidence. I've heard a lot of claims about that. But, evidence would be nice. I know that we took out the leader of Venezuela, kept the regime in place in order to access oil in Venezuela. And then oil started flowing to Israel, likely for this ongoing disastrous regional conflict. But how was Iran a threat to the United States? I mean, you give examples. I think the most latest example of Iran hurting the United States was like in the 80s. But in terms of recent issues with Iran, how has Iran directly negatively impacted the United States?
And by the way, just to add on to that, the Trump administration met with the Gang of Eight yesterday. And what the Gang of Eight is the top legislators in the House and the Senate, including Senator Mark Warner, who came out. And by the way, I'm not even a fan of him. But he actually said something commonsensical. He came out and said, judging by the evidence, there was no imminent threat posed to the continental United States. They may have been a threat to Israel, but they weren't a threat to the United States.
Well, so is Lindy actually taking like a lefty position on this?
That's not what Senator Trump was the president of the United States, not the president of Israel. So, and Iran hasn't been a threat. We've been hearing the same line over and over again for the past 50 years that Iran was 3 weeks away from getting a nuclear weapon. They've been saying that for longer than all of us have been alive.
Right, but the same people. Right, so let's not focus on what we're saying. I think let's focus on what the Iranians are saying, right? Because I think they understand themselves better than you or I do. Understand them. They are.
All right, let's see. Can I add this?
And they have been saying consistently for 50 years. Death to America, theme number one. I think you can't deny that this is not simply rhetoric. This is like the foundation of the Iranian state. This has been the burning of the American flag is one of the first things they did when Khomeini came to power. So this has been a motivating, they see the United States as the great Satan. They say it, we don't say it, they say it. They came up with it. Second, the Iranians have tremendous capacity. In other words, we're talking about a large country, 90 million people. They're smart people, highly technically capable. They're oil rich. So
like
they have a motive. The motive is death to America. They act inconsistently with that. They have the resources to do it. They have the knowledge, no one denies, to build a nuclear weapon. So you and I can sit around here and say, well, we don't see any proof that we were facing an imminent or existential threat. Well, I agree.
Because there is no proof. Yeah.
Right. I started out with something. Much simpler.
Proof? What's the proof, Bianca? What's the proof?
I don't think that.
What's the imminent threat from Iran to the United States? I'm curious.
The United States does not need to be facing existential extinction to get involved in a military action. That's simply an
I think we got dragged into a war on behalf of Israel. We did. We got dragged into a war. But I'm curious what Bianca has to say about
nice. That was actually very
the proof, the evidence that Iran was an imminent threat to the United States.
Because she recognized that there was unfair time there too.
So if you'd like, I can send you actually some proof after the show, some links that show, for example, the propaganda that is being promoted by China and Iran, and that they're sponsoring in different Latin American countries to Hispanic populations in order to continue spreading
the United States. I asked about the United
anti-American
States?
message.
How
Well,
is
this
Iran
all
a threat
ties
to the
in.
United States?
This all ties in. So Iran has been a threat, just like Dinesh has been very correctly stating, for the last 47 years towards the United States. And the problem is that the United States has never acted accordingly or strongly and has allowed them to basically murder hundreds of American citizens and military service members. And why are we just expected to just let them get away with it for so long?
Well, Israel murdered
uranium. Their uranium was being developed at more than 60%. That is considered
Yes, as a latent
very
deterrent to the
existential
United
threat.
States and Israel for
Okay,
good
if
reason,
you want to
obviously.
bring up uranium, let's talk about uranium. At the discussions recently that were spearheaded by Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, the Iranians, according to Amani, a foreign minister, he came out and said very soberly that the Iranians agreed to zero uranium enrichment. But Jared Kushner and Trump, they weren't interested. They already decided the outcome of the negotiations prior to the negotiations. This is a war that they wanted. He's wanted it since Venezuela and even before.
It's not even a war. It's a targeted strike.
What do you call
Congress is the
at
only one
least
that can
7
declare
American?
Man, that must be the new one. You want to talk about like funded propaganda? That's funded propaganda. Whenever you hear something that everybody else is saying,
Please don't
in the exact way.
Don't insult the intelligence of our audience members, please.
Yeah,
please.
It's not.
don't.
This is in the Constitution. The
Are
only
you-
thing is that Article 2, Section 2 allows the president as commander-in-chief.
No, it does not. That's a canard that
strikes.
all right,
That's
guys. That's actually not true.
All right, let me
Congress
wait.
does
Let
not
me wait.
understand where we're not in a
Presidents
war.
do not have
We're in an
that authority.
engagement where we're engaging in a targeted military strike, just like all the other presidents, Democrat and Republicans, have done the same thing.
Right, just
America
like the
first
attack
does
on
not
January
mean
6th,
America
World War
alone.
Is it? Completely get it, yeah.
The United States doesn't operate, I think, by the standards being articulated here, nor should it. Okay, even in World War II, the Nazis did not directly attack the United States. We were attacked by Japan in Pearl Harbor, and yet we got into a war where we began to fight with Nazi Germany directly, and there was no imminent existential threat to the United States posed by Hitler. So if you create this fantasy standard,
Funny
where
how
you're
it's a
demanding
leftist
that we
opinion
produce
now.
evidence
It's just I
for
don't want
the
to go to another
satisfaction of a
war,
lay
and now
audience,
it's yeah. I
but
want
there's
good
an imminent
healthcare
threat.
system, and
Well, we should, by that standard, we shouldn't have fought World War II. We shouldn't
Then
have
you
fought the
don't
Cold War.
believe in a democracy or
now the right's just like, no, we never said no new wars. It's like, what?
country that operates under a
Yeah,
democratic.
guys, this is where I said that like the gaslighting is what really bugs me about like some of MAGA right now, and the way that they just pretend that they never said this shit, like we don't have footage.
Process where the government is accountable to its people. The people would like to see a case be made in favor of getting dragged into this war. And we have heard conflicting statements from various Trump administration officials. Everything from, oh, they posed an imminent threat and we were concerned about their weapons, which is a lie, to just flat out telling us the truth. They want regime change in Iran on behalf of Israel.
So I have a question
It's
for
one
you.
thing.
Anna.
I would like to
Do
see
you want
regime
to allow
change.
Iran to attack us, to do another 9/11 before we
The thing
actually
is,
take action?
Bianca, the thing is,
Like,
Bianca,
how much is
I'm
enough for
yeah.
your type of
Yeah.
viewpoint, right? Like your
I'm
side. How much
acutely
is
aware. Well, here's the thing, Bianca. I'm acutely aware of threats to the United States. And as an American, I obviously care about the safety and freedom of my people here in the US. So as someone who's concerned about that, what I do is I sit down and I actually read and I listen to military generals who know the details about Iran's military capability. And I'm also acutely aware that Iran
I hate
doesn't
this
have the
Bianca person.
actual capability to strike the United States,
She's not
meaning
exactly the
that Iran
best.
is not a threat, an imminent threat to the United States. I also know that
Well-
they were nowhere near building nuclear bombs. They had enriched uranium up to 60%, but were nowhere near being able to build the bombs or even deliver the bombs. So again, Iran was
But
not
how do
an
you
imminent
know
threat to the
that?
United States.
How is
I know that
deterrence
because I read.
not important
Because I
enough?
read, Bianca.
Oh,
Because
hang
I
on.
read.
It's true, and
Because I
I'm
read.
right now,
Well,
and
I'm sorry.
deterrence is
First of
a
all-
Read harder
much
then.
larger
On a second. I want to just clearly indicate to our audience that the goalpost in this conversation has already been moved. We went from saying there was proof, a substantiated proof that of imminent threat to the United States. And then suddenly,
McLeod.
one of our guests just said, well, we don't actually need an imminent threat because in World War II, Hitler didn't pose an imminent threat. It was an indirect threat. So the goalposts have already been moved. But granting your argument that Iran was on the verge of getting nuclear weapons, which actually isn't true, but granting that, why would you murder the one guy standing between you and nuclear weapons? Because the Ayatollah was the one guy preventing the launch of the nuclear program. He was against that.
He had put out a fatwa against building nuclear weapons, which actually frustrated the more hardline members of the IRCG. Now, those hardline members are like free to do what they want without that fatwa in place, without the Ayatollah stopping them from building nuclear weapons. And look, this has been a disaster already, and Israel has taken advantage of this to open a new front in Lebanon. They are leveling Beirut as we speak. They're bombing hotels that have nothing to do with Hezbollah whatsoever.
It is Anna's.
Destabilizing the
It's
region,
Anna-
and more
it's
importantly,
Anna's. It's the only one
balkanizing
talking,
Iran,
like,
similar to
it's not
how
when anybody else is talking
things went down in
or-
Syria, is the real plan here, which is
It's got
why
like a
I want to move on to the next
doubled
part of
up
the story and
audio
talk a
thing.
little bit about how the CIA is now working to arm the Kurds. So there are apparently Kurds looking to get involved in this fight in order to topple the Iranian regime. This is very similar to what we did in Syria under the Obama administration. We also armed, by the way, not just the Kurds, but al-Qaeda terrorists, which is why Syria ended up getting balkanized and is now led by an al-Qaeda terrorist who was fighting our soldiers in Iraq. But we're supposed to forget about that. By the way, for anyone who might have forgotten, al-Qaeda carried out the worst terrorist attack in American history on American soil, killing 3,000 of our men and women in the World Trade Center. But you guys are very concerned about American lives. So please tell me how any of this makes any sense.
Yeah,
So
I will.
do you not see
let me
how
do that.
Iran has been arming different terrorist groups? I mean, is that not because you say you do a lot
Yeah,
of
no,
them,
they
right?
have.
So
They have
do you
the
not
proxy
see,
groups.
you recognize that as a fact? Okay,
They
good.
arm
Okay.
Hezbollah. Hold on, let me finish my point. They arm Hezbollah. Do you know why Hezbollah exists? Hezbollah exists to protect Lebanese borders because Israel has an expansionist project and they keep encroaching and attempting to annex land. That's why those terrorist groups exist. I don't even know if I would consider Hezbollah a terrorist group at this point because without Hezbollah, Israel would have taken over Lebanon at this point. Okay, the real aggressor in that region is Israel. Period. End of story. Anyone who's honest, anyone who knows what they're talking about can see what's happening. Colonel Douglas McGregor, who is by no means some left winger, okay? He's a hardcore right winger who used to advise President Donald Trump in his first term. I wish he was still doing that. But he himself has noted over and over again that the true aggressor in the region is Israel due to their expansionist project. That's the real issue. By the way, Israeli settlers have slaughtered 10 American citizens in the West Bank since October of 2023. Any concern about that?
Do you have any concern about the fact that we have American citizens
my
that have
question.
been kidnapped
Do you
by
have any- do you have any
Hamas and that
concern
have
about that
just
at all?
been released? A lot of them
So is it Brianna or is it Dinesh that actually makes her leave?
You have
tortured,
any
murdered?
concern about that?
No, because you always
Hamas was
divert to
funded
this
by
topic,
Qatar
but you
at the
never
behest of
answer to the
Netanyahu,
people
by the
what
way.
you think about
Crystal Ball would be good on the show. Yeah, unfortunately, she would.
American citizens being murdered in Israel and the fact that Israel is our only ally in the Middle East. Are we supposed to let Iran take
Israel is not
over,
an ally.
not just the
Israel
whole Middle East,
is
and
a
continue
belligerent
terrorizing
pariah
everyone, but
state
also
and a
our
liability
people?
to the United States.
Well, if Israel was such a belligerent pariah state, you have to explain why so many of the Muslim countries are now mobilized on the side of Israel and the United States.
Because we
against
bribe them.
Iran. Okay,
We bribe
so
them.
so what I'm getting at here is you're saying these things and half
That
of
are
them
true.
contradict the things you said a minute ago, but you just blitz ahead. I mean, first of all, you say Iran poses absolutely
Oh wait, nobody's saying anything on the stage
no
chat.
threat to the United States. Well, guess what? You should be really happy about that because this war then has no danger
Yeah, about her
of
audio.
coming
Yeah,
our
yeah.
way.
No,
We can
I'm-
rest
I'm-
assured
I'm
that whatever fight
kind of floored by this.
is going to occur over there and not over here. We are
Dinesh,
safe,
we've already
according to
lost-
what
Why, unfortunately? Oh, because she'll never go on this.
you
Our
just said 2
soldiers.
minutes ago.
We
Or you know what? I don't know.
just lost 6 of
7.
our soldiers. Oh, 7. Oh, the number went up. Okay, that's great. The first opening strike
Hatch
by the
activated chillax
Iranians
mode.
was what was
Hey,
it?
I'm
The Navy's
chillaxed.
5th Fleet
I'm
in
good.
Bahrain. Okay, totally destroyed that. Luckily, no one got killed
You
in that
know,
strike.
I'm
How
not
many of our
getting all
embassies have been
bent out of
completely
shape.
destroyed?
I'm good.
I mean, our economy is going to be completely destroyed because of the fact that
that's
oil
not
infrastructure
true.
is being targeted. What are you
That's not
talking
true.
about?
This is please stop
the
gaslighting
straight-
our
the
audience. I
straight-
just want to
so-
be very clear. In the first couple of days of the conflict, we already depleted
Did Adam
billions of dollars of
Mockler
weapons.
fucking
And
get
in case you
hired
guys have
by
forgotten, we are
MS
$40
now?
billion in debt. This is absolutely unsustainable. And a lot of that
No,
money, a lot of that debt was
Come on, guys. I'm gonna have to figure
accrued
that out.
because
Yeah.
we
Did you
went
guys
on
do
these
this?
adventures in
Look.
the Middle East for as
The one that I just put my cursor on.
long as we've been alive. I
He's
am
got
sick and
Adam
tired of fighting
Mockler,
other
Donald
people's
Trump,
wars.
and Zoran
Not a single
Mamdani.
American should be dying for a foreign
Elshi and-
country. And I actually agree with you.
Elshi and
Israel has
Rule.
been a strategic liability.
So I'm guessing
It's
that they
deeply
have him on as a
unfortunate that you have Netanyahu dictating foreign and military policy in this country while the American people and the U.S. Senate have no say.
So
let's polls have indicated that, after the baby boomers
Oh shit, the
leave the
Mockler
scene,
worked.
support for Israel is going to crater. Young Americans see through the charade now. We are done. We are done mortgaging our future for another country. It's just absolutely insane at this point.
God, I'm
And by
never
the way,
gonna agree
that we
with
can continue
Lindy.
on.
I think on
It's also
anything.
not true.
This is kind of
Because
weird.
we had 4 years where we had a complete disaster under the previous administration. And what we do know is that in the Strait of Hormuz, where Iran had been
Hormuz?
taking complete
Hormuz.
control of all the
Hormuz.
ships that
Hormuz,
were
you
coming
mean.
in and out,
Or moose.
we now have the control again with the United States, with the Navy. We have control even through the insurance policies because we saw that Lloyd's, a London-based, but also just very strategically placed, one of the world's biggest insurance companies that had been controlling a lot of the shipments and protecting everything, they decided to back out because of everything that's been going on. So that's been of benefit to our country and our economy because now
So
we're-
much so
we're
that gas
able
prices
to
are going
generate
through
a
the
lot
roof,
more
right?
money to
I know, the
Well,
coke
I
is
mean, you
amazing.
can't say
When did Lindy all of a sudden take? Wait a minute. What happened? When did I miss this? When did I miss the face turn for Lindy?
Well,
say that now.
Oh my God, King! Oh my God!
How everything's going.
Lindy Lee comes into the ring to save Anna Kasparian. I think we have a tag team there, King.
To crap when at the same time the facts state otherwise. It's
Bianca,
actually
you don't
very
have to
quick.
defend this. There are plenty of supporters of the administration
do,
who support
though.
the president 100%. I support
Yes,
his
that's
domestic
great.
agenda. I
That's
support the
great.
things that he's.
Most of the time there, Sonny, we would have to say that this would be an intergender tag team match, but between these two ladies that are tag teaming together, and then you got this Dinesh D'Souza guy, I gotta say there, I'm still gonna just call it a ladies on ladies match.
Been doing here at home. But because I want him to succeed, it's important to have this conversation. You see people like Matt Walsh, by the way, who's been a diehard supporter of this administration, raising questions. You see even Jesse Waters asking questions on TV. It's
That's how I'm gonna just commentate things, just as a wrestling commentator now.
patriotic.
like,
It's pro-American.
Lindy coming in with the steel chair.
To have this dialogue and to ask ourselves, why do we keep sending billions of dollars to this state overseas, Israel, that's been nothing but basically an albatross around our necks? And so
oh my God, she put her in a Stardust press.
I know it's not being a sovereign state. I want to be a sovereign state. I want to ensure that our decisions benefit the American people, not some country overseas.
And listen,
who
I
doesn't
have
give a damn if we lose our lives. Did you not see the clip that's been circulating this past week?
and I have
Please,
been
Bianca, I'm
pro-Trump
trying to
since
finish. Please let me finish.
2016. I completely
Please,
understand.
why
I
are
know
you
what
talking at
America
the same
First
time as I
means.
am?
Because otherwise you don't let me talk.
I haven't finished my sentence. Can I please
haven't
finish my
barely spoken
sentence?
anything.
This past week, there was a clip circulating of Israelis saying on TV,
Allow it.
it was one of them. Thank God it wasn't one of ours, Israelis who died. It was Americans. They don't
Nebraska on Channel 12.
Well, let me say, I think this business, this obsession with this idea that Israel is controlling America is absurd. You have a country of 10 million people with a GNP that is a tiny fraction of ours that can't match us in firepower. We have an incredibly dominant figure in the White House, Trump.
Well, I heard the Israelis are pretty good at blackmail and
Don't
bribery.
interrupt me. You guys speak on
Go
and
ahead,
on.
go
You're
ahead.
filibustering the conversation.
Yes.
Go ahead,
The
go
point
ahead.
I want to make here is that the idea
Trump.
that Trump is somehow going to be taking dictation from Netanyahu doesn't make any sense. He doesn't have to. He doesn't need to. And all the evidence is in the opposite direction. When the United States pulverized the Iran nuclear facilities in the earlier attack, Netanyahu wanted to go all the way to Iran, get rid of the mullahs. Who stopped him? Trump. So Trump was telling Netanyahu what to do, not the other way around. The United States does not know how to fight radical Islam. Look at what we did in Afghanistan. The Taliban are back in power. Look how we botched Iraq. The Israelis actually know what they're doing. They live in a really bad neighborhood, and as a result, they know the kind of people that they're dealing with. Anna holds them to a standard that would never hold
It's
any
like,
other
really?
all other countries, when they go to war, when they fight against people who
Well,
have
this is gonna
initiated
get spicy.
attacks against them, by and large, attack military facilities in
I
relative.
feel sorry for you watching these so much. I don't really have to. Thank you.
Difference
I
to
mean,
how many
hey,
civilians are
I
killed in
mean,
the process. You're not
I'm
talking
just happy that I can give some commentary and make it a little more fun.
Not true.
Whether it's this stuff or just the news in general.
It is true. It is true.
Although, yeah,
No.
I do watch a lot of this stuff.
The first time the U.S. had discovered where Osama bin Laden was, the first time they had discovered where Osama bin Laden was, they held off on carrying out a strike because there were too many civilians in the area. So they waited until there was a better opportunity to do it.
One man. The United States did not take that approach when we attacked the Taliban after 9/11. We bombarded Kabul. We blasted all their cities. We destroyed their infrastructure. We didn't even count the number of civilian deaths. We chased the Taliban into the mountains. That was far more destructive, far more costly in terms of human life than
What is it about him that right wingers like?
anything Israel has done.
We were
Is it like he says the right things? Like, what is it? What's
publishing
the
the
appeal?
number of civilian casualties, which were unfortunately referred to as collateral damage at the time. That practice stopped under the Trump administration in his first term.
Griff not paying off for Anna, it seems. I think that she quits here because I know that she insinuated that she was already like she said that she's under contract, and once that contract's up, she said like, I'm not interested in going back.
But anyway, the idea that Israel is carrying out a
Although it
just
seems
war
like PVD
is
might have
laughable to
asked
me.
her to stay because I know that the big hangup was her flying to Florida for the show.
Especially when they have said over and over again, that the real goal here is to expand their borders on behalf of the Greater Israel Project. It's amazing to me because they say it out loud. on a regular basis. Their government leaders say it out loud on a regular basis. What the United States is doing right now is sacrificing American soldiers and using up its resources to build Israel's empire. That is what this is really about. Iran was a threat to Israel's project, which is why they wanted to essentially destabilize that country. That's why there's really no plan in place for what happens after you take out the regime. They want the same failed state that you see right now in Libya and Syria. And you know that's the truth, Dinesh. You're not stupid. You're not a dumb person. You just seem compromised to me. And you know what the reality is here. I mean, we've already lost $2 billion worth of military equipment.
If that is the goal, why?
God damn it! It's shit like that where I'm just like, oh right, you still suck, but
have an absolute, I won't say unanimity, but a vast chorus of Iranians all over the world.
That's not true.
Iranians
That's
in
totally
Iran
made up.
Demanding that this operation.
say sorry.
I've even seen Iranians in Iran basically say, "I will." Risk
You think
my life
Iranians are?
hat in hand,
You think there's
talk to the trans community, tell her that she was wrong.
unanimous support
She was wrong.
for Israel and the United States to come in and bomb the crap out of their country and level Tehran, to strike a
God, I
U.S.
hate
elementary
Dinesh. Yeah,
school
me
and kill
too.
165 little girls? You
Dinesh,
think that's what they want?
That was
Dinesh,
you're my
Iranian
friend. I just want to. I know.
Man, you are,
I
Bianca, you are
If Iran
literally
had done
like
that,
your
we would not be hearing a
propaganda
word
is
about
so
it from you.
disgusting. It is absolutely
I have
disgusting. You think
propaganda.
you think Iranians struck their own elementary school, killing over 100 little
It wouldn't
girls?
be the first time. let
There's
me
no
tell
evidence
you.
of that whatsoever.
Wouldn't be the first time. Hamas has definitely messed up by sending their own missiles
Dude.
targeted towards Israel. They have fallen
God,
back,
the right wing propaganda machine really, like, again, it's just
within their own borders. So
And
it
it
happens.
fucking works.
You're right.
That's
I
what
will give you
bothers
one
me.
thing that you're right. They're not as developed
We're
as us,
effective
as
at
the United
this
States,
shit.
and thank God for that. Thank God for that. But that's
Bianca,
the
you
whole
have
point.
to
If
be
we're going
honestly
to
one of the
maintain
most
our global
ignorant people I've
superpower
spoken to about this
status,
issue.
then we're
You
going
think
to have to
Iran
make
is not
decisions.
developed? Oh my
No,
God. Okay.
Well, it's precisely. Let me put it slightly different.
I knew it. I called that. They literally think that it's the same as Iraq. This is why I said the mean thing where I was just like, no, this is a real country.
Comparisons are not. I mean, I'm just
Like
very
an
curious. Why
actual
don't you go
country,
visit Iraq?
country, you know, like tall buildings, modernity, that kind of shit. It's not just like the idea, like, I'm gonna just be real here. Most Republicans that I talk to and have talked to since like the first Afghani, God, what do we even call it? The Bush Wars. So since the Bush Wars, we were just inundated with this propaganda that they're just a bunch of, sand people. And it's just like Star Wars? What? And they're like, yeah, you seen Star Wars? It's like Tatooine. It's all like sand huts and stuff like that. And they're savages. So it's like, oh, and then again, you get surprised where you're just like, oh, they got cars and stuff and buildings and stuff. Like, I remember like that where I was just like, they have indoor electricity.
It almost sounds like you're basically.
But then it's like Iran, it's a fucking like modern ass city. It's one of the oldest cities on the planet. Like, just
Promoting
really
what
great
their
rebuttal.
regime is.
they were not prepared for this. And again, going back to Bush, there's a reason that Bush didn't do this. Obama didn't do this. Trump 1 didn't do this. It's because, and Trump 1 during John Bolton being in his cabinet, by the way.
That's incredibly, with all due respect, which is none.
Iran's way older than America. I know that America really is up its own ass with this shit. We're about to hit 250 years old, and we're that third place meme where it's just like, yeah, woo, yeah, we're the best, we're the best country, we made it the longest, woo.
Advocating
We're like in 29th place.
for American interests is not Iranian. I believe that Iran is a threat. I don't think it's an imminent threat. I don't think it justified an unjust war. And I do think it's important to point out that Netanyahu is the only head of state that visited the White House not once, not twice, not thrice, but 7 times in Trump's second term alone. Do you find that normal? And by the way, a lot of this war situation,
A lot of world leaders
he
visit
wants
him all
to
the
stay
time.
out of prison.
It is what
He
it
and his
is.
wife Sarah were under prosecution, and he's like a shark. He's got to keep going. If he doesn't stop waging war, if he stops waging war, he's going to be prosecuted. Netanyahu is doing this for himself.
Was it the war that did it, like for Lindy, where she was just like, he said no new wars. I totally believed him, and now I look like an asshole.
And for the hardliners without any consideration for the American people. He's just using us. He's sapping American blood and treasure for his own war aims. He wants an empire in the Middle East, and that's that.
Well,
Listen,
Lindy,
putting aside what Israel wants, ultimately what President Trump is doing is for the long-term betterment of our country.
Oh God!
I mean, if you guys don't see that, it's lamentable, truly,
God.
because ultimately,
Oh God!
this is for Israel's
60% of
interests.
conservatives who
Trump,
agree.
like it's crazy to me how you love to brag about how you know so much about Trump, but you literally just started supporting him yesterday, right?
Oh,
So since
man.
2015, even before then,
This
his
isn't about
stance on
Trump.
Iran
This is
has
about the
never
details on the
changed.
ground in the
His
Middle
stance
East.
on Iran has never changed. He's always said that Iran.
She's such just blah, Blah. This is everything I heard on Fox News today. Blah.
Insane.
This is everything I read in the New York Post. Blah.
For 10 years, no forever wars,
develop
no regime change
ballistic
wars. I
missiles.
literally have clips of him on the debate stage saying going to war with Iran
Yes, and
would
I
be
have
terrible.
plenty of clips and quotes as well here where he is saying that they should not be allowed to have a nuclear weapon.
Are you basically just but they're not going to get a nuclear weapon. It's not something
You're
that they
right, you're not
wanted.
going to get it.
It's literally one after another.
Yeah,
So he just wrote down every talking point that Trump was just like, no nuclear weapons. We got to make sure they don't have nuclear weapons. We got to make sure that we got to protect them from themselves. Wait a minute. We also need them to also go in and we need them to go and take over.
I'm making sure of that. Zero uranium enrichment. They wanted to keep their ballistic missiles. Okay, so they were not on the cusp of getting a nuclear weapon. They just weren't. That's a fabrication. That's a lie.
You know, deterrence is important, and deterrence is what's been allowing the United States to retain again.
If you're going to
She's such an airhead.
operate by that standard,
Oh my god!
invading China today. You
You
got to
remember the Airheads commercials where like it was their heads would turn into the balloon and just
deter them from invading Taiwan. We got to go right now. If you want to deter the world, let's do it. But we got to be invading China. We got to be invading Russia. We got to be doing that. If you want to operate by that standard, then let's be uniform across the board. But no, it's because Israel is a unique situation in this country. We have Zionist billionaires agitating for this war. And like Megyn Kelly said, this is not a war. This is not a war. This is Miriam Adelson's war.
It's not a war.
It's
going to last probably a
billionaires.
couple
I
of
want to
weeks,
serve the American
just like
people.
it's happened in the
American
past.
people need help. We have millions of people who don't have health care. We have millions of people who don't have high quality education. A lot of them are going to be out of work. They don't know what to do. AI.
What the fuck? I'm genuinely curious about when did Lindy switch?
Going to accelerate and make things worse.
No jokes this time. No wrestling jokes. Although I'm holding off on that. Seriously, when did she actually turn face? When did she realize? Did Anna break her? Was there a debate that this happened in? Does anybody know the lore? I need to know.
House is not in order. And I'm in favor of mass deportations. We're not even getting that done now because our resources and our attention have been diverted.
Yes. No, I mean, she was on the Kamala. That's why she's famous, is because she worked for Kamala Harris. She pivoted right. She started supporting Trump. She voted for Trump. And now this. And I'm genuinely confused.
Because we have Democrats that shut down the government over
all the stuff I've done with that I've dealt with today and all the content that we have covered. This one might have actually gotten me where I'm just like,
DHS funding and therefore putting our national security at risk.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
I was fully funded.
I'm with you on that.
You know, this isn't as annoying as The View. The View is six people plus a guest, and they're
This is completely funded. Anyway,
all right, guys.
I want to pivot. Hold on, guys. Hold on. We got to pivot. We got to move on to the next story. If you don't mind, Lindy, I'd like to get to the damage to our weaponry and the stuff with the THAAD interceptors and stuff. Okay, so Iran has unfortunately hit.
When did her and Anna become best? It's her and Anna became besties.
Many of
That's
the
what
U.S.
it
air
is.
bases and other U.S. installations
using StreamYards
in the Middle East. So, for instance, they
It became
successfully
very
struck the Al
obvious with that cut.
U.S. military base in Qatar
Hey.
with a ballistic missile, and that's according to the Qatari Defense Ministry. So, they also said that air defense system successfully intercepted one of the missiles, while the second missile struck the Qatari base without causing any casualties. Now, Turkish media says that the U.S. has already lost nearly $2 billion worth of military equipment in just 4 days of this war against Iran. The headline is U.S. loses nearly $2 billion worth of military equipment.
She has her headphones. I just realized what it is.
First
She has she has it doubled up. She can hear it through her headphones, but she doesn't know that it's coming through her computer speakers.
Days of war with
I've done
Iran.
that.
The main driving cost, according to data compiled
why am I getting all
by
this feedback?
Anadolu, is the early warning
Anu Adulu.
radar system at that U.S. base in Qatar. And interestingly enough, Pete Hegseth came out and said, yeah, this is a little bit disastrous because this is essentially a necessary part of the ability for the U.S. to intercept missiles, right? So Iran also claimed to have destroyed the radar component of the THAAD anti-ballistic missile system
Knowing how this system works, somebody could have let her know.
deployed at Al Ruwais industrial city in the UAE. Satellite imagery through open source intelligence, I should say, reports suggest that it's been hit.
Just a heads up,
That
I'm
destroyed
probably gonna
radar
be
component is
20
estimated to be
minutes
worth about $500 million. But that's not the full extent of
Not
damage. On
running into
Sunday,
another
U.S. troops
show
came
is
under
kinda nice.
friendly fire in Kuwait, although it was 3 different jets that were hit.
But
The whole friendly
looking forward to the return
fire
of Left
claim
Past
is kind
10.
of being debated right now. But anyway, luckily, none of our soldiers died. They ejected themselves from the jets after realizing that they were being targeted. But the damage cost American taxpayers close to $300 million.
Right
And
here.
during Iran's opening retaliatory strikes, they hit the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters in Bahrain. That destroyed 2 satellite communications terminals in several large buildings, each one costing $20 million. And we do have a video showing you the before and after, just so you can visualize some of the damage that our installations are taking in the Middle East right now as we speak. This is in Bahrain. Take a look.
If it's going to switch to another show, no. I'm closing out the evening, so there's no Left Past 10. That's why I'm saying I'm happy to just let this go, and we're going to have fun. I needed this like chill end to the night. I actually kind of needed this vacation away from my own channel.
So there it is intact, and then there you see what it looks like after the strike. There's also a CIA center in Saudi Arabia that was hit by Iran yesterday.
Chat got me today, guys. It's just as far as being like, oh my god.
So on top of that, you've got oil infrastructure being
So many
destroyed, but
idiots.
according to Bianca, that's not going to cause any
Not you guys,
problems to our
obviously.
economy. So I'll open up to the rest of you. What do you think?
Yeah, let me weigh in on this because
Natural
Anna,
gas
I can actually feel the excitement in your voice about all this.
Started
because,
off kinda
see,
quiet,
On the
but-
one hand, you're like Iran
Excitement.
is no threat. Iran is no
I
threat
don't
at
think
all.
we should be there to
we
begin
shouldn't
with.
even have gotten involved. And now
No, we
you're
shouldn't have.
excitedly reciting all because I know you want this war to go badly because then you can go.
No,
told
I
you
don't.
so,
I don't
it's
want to
a
be
bio-
in this
we're
war.
having-
No, we don't want to be.
I don't want to be in this war, Dinesh. I don't want to be in
Why
this
am
war.
I
You're,
in?
I
you're
recognize that, but-
stupidly cheerleading a war that doesn't
I'm not
benefit the
cheerleading
United
it.
States at all, that
I'm not
does
cheerleading
nothing
it.
but put our soldiers in danger.
What happened? Oh,
There's nothing that we're going to benefit from.
I'm just saying how chat was. Like we started off very chill.
As being dragged into this
Did decent numbers tonight. Not gonna lie. But
ridiculous war. And it's not even a war against Iran at this point. It's a full-blown regional war. Our allies are being targeted. We are low on interceptors, meaning that our Gulf allies cannot be protected by the United States. Saudi Arabia reached out to the U.S. begging for THAAD interceptors, and the U.S. is just ignoring their request because we don't have enough, and we're using what we have to defend Israel. So how is this good when it comes? How is this good in any way at all for the United States?
I'll tell you how it's good. Because
Go ahead.
This,
Go ahead.
Okay, so when this
I don't support TYT, but I can. That's well said. Very well said, DJX. I appreciate that because,
conflict
I can agree with that totally.
started, I was worried that because it was a United States and Israel operation, it would be interpreted by 2 billion Muslims around the world as being some kind of a war against not just radical Islam, but
Welcome to
Islam
the show,
itself.
anybody
Now,
just
but
popping
when
in.
Iran, very stupidly and with tactical ineptitude, very surprising, by the way, coming from them, began to attack Bahrain, Qatar, UAE, even Saudi Arabia, I was like, this is actually fantastic. Why? Because now we get a whole bunch of Muslim allies speaking on behalf of the Muslim world. Let's remember Saudi Arabia
The young
represents
Turks, Ringo.
holy sites of Mecca and Medina.
That's
so
who
this was a
Anika's
massive
carrying,
miscalculation
the one
by
in the
Iran.
corner.
Very good for the United
corner.
States. And so you're missing the forest for the trees. You're like, oh, well, it looks like, it cost us $100 million here because they hit Qatar. Qatar could very well have been on the Iranian side.
Pop
They're
in
our
on
side because Iran
PEPAGANDA.
attacked them. So you actually
I like
good
that.
news, and there it is.
We are unable
I
to
do wanna
protect our
point out,
allies.
guys, and
So
Anna, to your point,
they might want to reconsider whether or not it makes sense to have U.S. military bases in their countries because that's the
Give me a
reason why they're
minute,
being
guys.
targeted. And when they need the U.S. to protect them, we're unable to because we've already deployed, or actually we began this war after depleting 25% of our interceptors. So whatever interceptors we have left, and they're running out pretty quickly, we're using them to defend Israel. And that sends a pretty strong message to our Gulf allies that, hey, you know what, maybe siding with the United States doesn't make so much sense because when push comes to shove, they will defend Israel, but they won't protect us.
And just to put some numbers, guys, just to give you guys some color as to what exactly this means. Every time we shoot down a drone that costs the Iranians $50,000, it costs us
The one you're hearing twice. That's Anna Asparagus. Anna Asparagus.
$1 million.
That was
That's $1 million that could have gone to the American
that
people, okay?
moment that you were not actually trying to call her the fucking nickname.
And the situation is so bad
Yeah,
right
that's
now. We are so
period.
defeated. Trump has actually invited Lockheed Martin
Wow.
and Northrop Grumman to the White House to talk about the situation because our reserves are running dangerously low.
how you know
And I think
my
one of the
brain
greatest catastrophes to come out of the situation is that we've been demonstrated to be a paper tiger. We couldn't even last a week without our supply being depleted. And now people can see that we can talk a big game, but frankly, there's no substance behind it. And our mystique has been taken a serious battering. This is bad foreign policy because it signifies we better be sure that our enemies, Russia and China, they're watching and they're laughing at us.
No,
Lindy, how can you be?
I don't feel threatened for the first time in many years again because we have an actual leader that's willing to do
This is the first time I
that
think I felt bad about calling her that too, because I didn't mean to.
well long necessary for many, many years because I didn't see anybody, neither of you really, none of you two excluding Dinesh, right?
Been a night.
Protesting when Obama had paid millions of dollars to Iran after they had taken some of our Navy members hostage. This was back in.
I was strongly opposed to the
So
bombing.
I mean,
That's
if
not
you're
what
really
happened.
complaining about the wasteful spending, the wasteful spending's already been done in so many.
Bianca,
other,
you weren't paying attention to
in so many
anything
other
I said.
administrations.
No,
I was
no.
paying attention.
Yeah, she
but
missed
the
everything
problem
that Lindy
is
just
that
said
right
there.
now, this is not going to be an endless war, right? Like.
Okay, well, if you don't believe me, then none of your president. President Trump just put out a message saying that wars can go on forever. If you don't believe me,
They
believe
could,
him.
but
You
it's
just
not
said it on
going
Truth
to.
Social.
But it's
How do you
not
know,
going
Bianca?
to.
I mean,
What's a millennial thing where we're all just like, we've been here before? We've been here before. Like, she strikes me as someone who might like be in her 20s or something, like just at the cusp of not remembering 9/11.
How
are you going to predict this accurately?
I'm
The
going
wars can go on forever.
this section, and I'm going to say, remember
name?
this. Remember
Okay,
this.
oh, I will,
Exactly a
Bianca.
couple
I
weeks,
will. Trust
it's
me.
going to be over because
So
it's
the
supposed
United
to be a
States-
limited
De La
targeted action.
Garza. Okay.
This is not targeted. This is the most
Yes, it
ham-handed
is.
way of
It's to
doing
get
this.
rid of their capabilities to keep building nuclear and
Oh,
ballistic
just like we got
threats
rid of
towards
them in
our
July
country and
2025,
threatening the
right?
international
Connor,
peace
can you
and
put up the
stability.
message from the White House saying that the Iran's nuclear facilities have been decimated?
What?
Please. We have an announcement from the White House from the
Uh-huh.
summer of 2025 saying that we basically bombed Iran's nuclear facilities
heard
to
it all.
smithereens.
Yes,
Connor, do you
we
have
did.
that image? It's down below.
I thought Iran was an
They-
imminent
they
threat with their
rebuilt
nuclear
it.
weapons.
They rebuilt it, but that's the
Bianca,
problem.
De
It's
La
They
Garza.
rebuilt it. They
Oh my
actually
God.
did not. That is
Oh my God.
out-bought lie. We can't come on the show and just lie. Even the Trump administration didn't say they
It's
You
rebuilt
guys
amazing.
lie all the time, but anyways, that's besides the point. The point
No,
is,
it's not
the
been able to
point
debunk
is-
a single
the
thing we've
point
said.
is
Years old.
that that's going to be rebuilt. It's like a snake. You know, it's going to rebuild its head unless you chop it right off. You know what I mean? So you have to go to the source, the root of the problem, and it is the regime.
You might have
Israel.
forgotten something that we
That's
already
the problem.
established
Getting rid of
a
all of
while ago.
Israel,
Ayatollah
a belligerent
Iran
foreign state.
nuclear weapons. This is from June 20,
Her?
2025. Like,
No.
for example, supporters of President Trump, like Matt Walsh even said, you can't have it both ways.
I missed the Taylor and Destiny thing. Wonder how that went. I'm finishing it tomorrow because I'm halfway through, and oh boy, did I DJX, no joke. If you want to be like kind of entertained by like a crash out that even I'm just like, it's entertaining, but I'm not proud of it.
You either obliterated it or you
Yeah,
didn't.
man.
So do
I
we
kinda
believe
lost
you
my
now?
shit.
Like, when were you lying? Were you lying last summer or are you lying now? Both things cannot be true.
But both things can be true. You can obliterate it, and then they reconstructed their system.
Right. And well, if you read the press release, in that same press release that you're saying is true, they said that they put back Iran's nuclear facilities by at least a decade. I'm not that great at math, but by my count, it's been about 10 months, not 10 years. Okay.
Well, it doesn't have to be quite so stark, right? So the United States goes in and pulverizes their nuclear facilities. And essentially, I think what Trump wanted, which is very Trumpian, I want to have an assurance from you guys that us having done this, you're not just going to start up on it all over again.
her, though.
You know, it's kind of like a guy does a whole.
That's not her.
You go after him, and you're like, don't do it again. But he's like, yes, I'm starting right now. I'm making my plans. I'm surrounding your ranch. And you're like, okay, guess what? I've had it. And this is really what
That's
happened.
definitely
it's so
not
easily understandable what's happening.
This is
here,
who they are
that Trump
claiming.
basically has
I
not got
wait,
the
I can't show you
assurances
guys.
that he did. Now, on the one hand, you act like Israel is the superpower, that a country
It
of
is.
10 million people.
They control us.
Exactly. So I'm actually very happy that a country of 10 million can pulverize Iran with 90 million. This just shows.
Yeah, just do me a favor. Look up Bianca de la Garza It's definitely not her.
Pulverizing
Brilliance
us,
of the Israelis.
Dinesh. They've
And then you
destroyed
say
our
that
country.
The United States, hold on, the United States, which by the way spends on
Watched some of Taylor's stream today. She was on a whole AI and mass surveillance is going to kill us thing, which she may be
That's
right.
real nice.
spends on defense more than number 2, number 3, number 4, 5, 6, 7.
I don't know, man. I don't even.
8 and 9
Hard to listen.
combined.
I'm not going to talk about Taylor Lorenz right now, okay?
Is such a paper tiger that all our technology, all this great spending on defense for the last 50 years, and we cannot fight against Iran for 1 week. I mean, are you people being serious, or are you just talking nonsense?
No, you're
By the
talking
way,
nonsense.
in terms of what happened last year
Oh,
with
you're
the
talking-
bombing, the reason why President Trump wasn't as successful as
It's
he claimed
factually
is that
fucking
Iran moved the uranium prior to the assault. So they moved it from Fordo. And that's why it wasn't as effective. But it just like, we have been sapping to say that
I don't know
basically
who she
spending
is.
several billion dollars
I
overseas.
just wanted to find out how old she is. And then I found that there's this 50-year-old woman named Bianca de la Garza, because her name is Bianca. But they have her as listed as special guest Dinesh D'Souza and Bianca de la Garza. But that ain't the Bianca de la Garza that's like on Google that works at Newsmax. Like, that is definitely not her. And if that's her, then holy shit.
Over 1 week is not a big deal. It's just
Holy
so
shit.
laughable and frankly an insult to the American people with all due
But
respect.
then,
Dinesh, are you
else
at
do
all
we do?
concerned?
Because like inaction
Holy
is also
filthy
Nothing.
shit.
How about we decouple from Israel and get that freaking parasite off our back? How about
Can
we
we
do
agree-
that?
can we agree on one thing? I just have
what
one
is the
question.
value of
Diplomacy.
having
Does
a
it work or
peaceful,
not?
prosperous, and pro-American Iran? What's the dollar
You know
value
what
of
would
that?
be great for America if we actually focused our attention and our resources on America instead of the Middle East, where we get no
Awkward
benefit
moment
in
that
getting dragged into these
is,
wars
more
with
America
countries that,
first
you know,
than
we could
America
have
first.
diplomatic relationships with, but
How do you
God
have
forbid we
diplomacy
do.
with terrorism?
Well,
with
I think
terrorists?
what you're
Bianca,
excited
there's
about
an
is
Al Qaeda
radical-
terrorist. There's an Al
Guys.
Qaeda terrorist, leading Syria right now because of us. Al Qaeda targeted us and killed 3,000 of our people
way, guys,
on
I'm gonna ask
September
one
11th.
thing.
And now we have an
Thing.
Al Qaeda
Diplomatic with
terrorist
them?
who fought
They want to
soldiers in
terrorize
Iraq.
As far as following and all
Shit.
that, can you please,
that's-
if you do not already follow me on X, please
The thing, you're
do.
full of
Otherwise, I'm just going to cancel this shit.
shit.
Values
You're
and high
both
values.
full of
They don't
shit.
promote Western.
I'm kidding about that. I want to. Oh God, I wish that I like at this whole streaming thing didn't require me to actually like have to pay attention to that stupid platform. But I swear to God.
All right.
Conversation
Well,
where
we're
they
full
want
of
to
shit.
blow us off
There
the
is
face of
a-
the earth.
there
You
is
want
a
to
giant-
Yeah.
diplomacy
there
with
is a
those
Bitch,
guys?
you don't know
project.
anything about foreign
I just
policy,
want my
okay? The
community
fact
to
that
follow
the
me so I
army
can have
of
like
Al-Qaeda
fun people to
terrorists-
post
When
to.
you
Yeah,
get
go ahead.
triggered,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
because
this-
Because you're
my
talking
biggest thing
nonsense.
is-
You're literally
My biggest thing is if Discord ends up not working out because of like the whole verification thing, then I just want to make sure that I have somewhere else to go and still interact with you guys.
lying to our audience. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know the
here's
first thing
thing.
about this war.
She's rehearsing her job in the Trump
Realizes that when
administration.
you raise your voice and you yell and you insult, it's because you
Okay.
lost the argument. You lost the plot, ma'am.
You haven't even
lost
made an
it.
argument, Bianca. You haven't even made an argument.
I've
You
made
haven't
plenty
even
of
made an argument. No, you haven't.
I've
You're just
asked
making
you over and
vague
over
general
again, do you
statements
think
that aren't
that you can go
true.
sit down and have a diplomatic conversation or agreement with the Iranian regime?
Let me say it calmly.
Yes or
Let me
no?
say it calmly for you. Let me say it calmly for you. People like you and Dinesh have blood on your hands. You're evil people who support evil actions that get our soldiers killed. I couldn't think less of you.
No.
You are the bottom of the barrel in my eyes. Okay.
All right.
The
Well-
average
That's
No,
okay.
hold on, I gotta jump in
I
here.
don't
Dinesh,
think
hold on a
we should
second.
do
that. Those are my
Wait,
views.
guys, I gotta clear this up.
My
Dinesh, by the way,
God.
I think highly of you. Like I do. I disagree with you on this issue, but my love for you stands. I know that we can have an honest disagreement. And I appreciate you and I are aligned on this, but I have to
But
say
there's no
that
honesty
you are
here,
my
Lindy.
friend.
That's the problem. I can't have a conversation with people who are literally lying.
Right.
Well,
I do
that's
see what
because,
you're on, but I do
that's
know
because
Dinesh.
you live in
He-
such a small intellectual cubicle that anything outside your cubicle has to be evil. You know, that this is the mark of a small
Dinesh,
mind.
that's what I'm telling you, that you and I may disagree on this issue, but I hope you understand that I still respect you wholeheartedly.
I appreciate it. Let me just make a point here, guys. Radical Islam is the true force of evil in the world. This is our greatest threat. And it's not limited to just Iran. It's not limited to Al-Qaeda. It is a project that includes infiltration of the West. When you said earlier,
Right.
Lindy, about supporting deportation, this is because there are probably a large number of terrorist cells in the United States
Yes,
now.
definitely.
Radical Islam is on the march in Australia, in Europe, in Canada, in the United States. So this is
Okay, so I'm gonna just say, Steven, with all due respect, man, if he doesn't want to engage with you, he doesn't want to engage with you. Like, you're not banned from the channel. That's just deal with it.
not something we can look at as something over there, that
It's
if
okay,
we leave
man.
it alone, the Muslims are all going to settle down,
Yeah, it's
the
just
radicals
one
are
guy.
all going to leave us alone. This was actually part of the naivete that came after 9/11. We began to identify Islamophobia as the problem. And essentially what we did
Christian
is we allowed
nationalism is
radical
dangerous
Islam to
too.
consolidate
Yeah.
and
Oh,
now
fuck yeah, it
make
is.
its way, burrow its way so that even in a red state like Texas, I mean,
Yes,
mosques
look
are
at what
coming up
happened
like
in Austin.
mushrooms.
Yeah.
All right, so
Muslim
Dinesh,
radicals
yeah.
are running for school board. They're
Dinesh.
taking over at the local level. There was one of Mamdani's guys goes, we will have 50 Muslim congressmen in the United States in 10 years. So this is all part of a comprehensive threat. Iran is
Okay.
merely the head of the snake.
All right, so Dinesh, I hear you, but granting that, don't you think that Islamic extremism will only exacerbate if you bomb their home countries? Like, don't you think they would hate us more if we go over there? Like, I diverge from Anna a little bit, and please forgive me. I just have to be intellectually honest. I do believe that Islamic extremism is a threat, but I also agree that Zionism is a threat. Why can't both things be true?
Well, both things are not true. The Islamic extremism is a threat to the world and to us. Zionism is not a threat to us.
Zionism
I
is getting our
believe that it
soldiers
is.
killed.
It's sapping our resources. It's damaging our international prestige. And our enemies, they don't even have to do anything. They can just point and laugh at us as we bleed out in the Middle East. All of our resources have gone to waste for a country that frankly doesn't give a single damn about us. The Israeli people don't care about us. They use us and they move on. They're building their greater Israel project, while here in the United States, our streets, here in Philadelphia, there are drug addicts on the street who don't have food, they don't have treatment. They're just languishing there because we spend all of our money overseas.
It's just, I think it's
No, but the answer to the Republicans is to just do away with them. They don't care what you do with them. Remember at the beginning of all this, he was just like, send him to Alligator Alcatraz. I don't care if we round up the homeless and send them away. Just get them out of the city. I don't want to look at them.
We spend most of our money at home.
I understand your point,
and we spend it
but
very
it's
bull fucking shit, motherfucker.
poorly.
conflating. It's conflating
What am I
because you're also
conflating?
because you're also making an overly simplistic argument. Like a lot of the domestic issues
I actually wanted to shout bull fucking shit, but I had like a burp. So I was like, mo.
that we have in our country are
That
because
into motherfucker.
let's talk about where they're coming from. Like San Francisco, who leads San Francisco? Democrats. Who leads, Oregon? Democrats. Who leads a lot of these blue states? They're Democrats. So a lot of these issues that we're seeing really has to do with those type of liberal progressive policies that are
Well,
very
yes,
damaging.
I
That's one
completely
thing.
agree with that.
But then, right,
No,
right.
Bianca,
But,
you
but
and I
then,
are aligned
but
on
you
that,
can't you
okay?
can't say that because what's happening in Israel is affecting us in,
It's
in that
because
type of manner,
money is a
because-
zero-sum
no,
game.
It doesn't work
Resource
like that.
allocation is limited. If you spend on one thing,
There's
you
no
can't spend
burp.
on
I
another.
didn't
And by the
burp.
way, the poorest states in the union, they're not
It was like
blue.
an
In fact,
internal.
California is California is
talking
so
and just
big. It's the
like,
fifth biggest economy in the world. So I'm completely against Gavin Newsom. But by the way, the poorest states in the union are Republican. 20 million out of the 24 million people who were just thrown off of healthcare because of the expiration of Obamacare subsidies, they're in MAGA states, Republican states. I care about those people, okay? I
Yeah,
care,
I care
about
about
the fact
them
that they
too, but
struggle
you're
to put
still
food on the
conflating
table.
two separate
I care
issues.
about the fact that inflation is still running at 2.7%. I want to make sure that
2.5.
Americans actually have affordable
No, they raised back to 2.7.
pharmaceuticals, affordable, quality education. That's what I care about. I don't really care about what's going on in the Middle East. And frankly, I think the vast majority of American people agree. This is the first time that approval of a war has been so low. Even when W went into Iraq and Afghanistan, it was like 80, 90%.
She's actually right now, she's lucky with that number because even she was like 0.5.
This time, Republicans are
Did Anna actually
looking
vote?
at the situation askance. They are
No,
not
because
on
it's
the
a lot
last
more
one.
nuanced.
Hold on.
Well, both things are not true. The Islamic
Hold on. Sorry,
extremism
guys.
is a threat to the world
Missed
and to
that.
us. Zionism is not a threat to us.
Zionism
I
is getting our
believe that it
soldiers
is.
killed.
It's sapping our resources. It's damaging our international prestige. And our enemies, they don't even have to do anything. They can just point and
Well,
laugh
she
at us as we
jumped
bleed
off
out in the Middle
camera.
East. All of
Well,
our resources have gone to waste for a country that frankly doesn't give a single damn about us. The Israeli people don't care about us. They use us and they move on. They're building their greater Israel project, while here in the United States, our streets, here in Philadelphia, there are drug addicts on the street who don't have food, they don't have treatment. They're just languishing there because we spend all of our money overseas.
It's just I think it's
We
crazy.
spend most of our money at
I
home,
understand your point,
and we spend it
but
very
it's
poorly.
conflating. It's conflating
What am I
because you're also
conflating?
because you're also making an overly simplistic argument. Like a lot of the domestic issues that we have in our country are because let's talk about where they're coming from. Like San Francisco. Well, 9/11, but thank God that it hasn't happened.
Did you just say
since.
Sorry. Didn't mean to
Why?
hit that.
Because we all see the long-term effects of allowing another adversary like Iran to continue terrorizing American
Yeah,
communities
Anna
and
left.
citizens
That was
and
it.
the rest of the world.
Not, honey,
They
they're
are
not.
a threat.
That was anticlimactic.
But they are.
When was the last
Do you
time
not
Iran
see what
attacked us?
just happened in Austin?
Tell me
like,
when
not
last
a
time
couple
Iran
days
attacked
ago?
us. When was the last time they
Austin.
attacked the homeland?
Austin was a terrorist
I
threat.
just realized that this was sent to me as Anna Kasparian walks off
It was
her
a terrorist
take.
attack. There was a shooting at a bar.
In response, by the way,
Uh,
I completely condemn that.
it's technically true, but
I disagree
Hey,
with
guys,
it's a little mighty touchy for me.
I just want to alert you that I cannot hear Lindy. So
Yeah,
just
I know
the
she
camera,
left.
if you guys
But let me
can-
just
No,
say that I
no,
completely
I
don't
agree
hear
with
you
you.
at
Well,
all.
now that I can
I
say
just
it loud
hear the
enough, I completely agree with you. Islamic extremism is a threat. I do. But that guy was attacking us in response to the attack on Iran, to be clear.
Oh, it's almost like the internet connection.
But do you not see how they have been attacking us since?
No, I don't see it.
7
When
years
was the
ago?
last time? Answer the question. When was the last
They
time
have been
attacked our homeland?
constantly attacking us. They have kidnapped American service members. They have tortured
From the
and
homeland,
brutally
from the
murdered them.
continental United
They
States.
have bombed U.S. bases.
I'm asking,
before.
when was the last time Iran attacked the continental United States?
Well, 9/11. But thank God that it hasn't happened.
Did you just say
since. But
Iran
we do have
attacked the
terrorist
United
cells.
States on
But we do
9/11?
have terrorist cells. We do have
Did you
terrorist
hold
cells.
Wait,
on a
I mean,
second?
really?
There,
Did you
there's
just say
literally a
Iran
report.
attacked the United States on 9/11?
Oh, she's a special type of stupid.
Iran backed terrorist groups attack.
No. Saudi Arabia.
Attacked the United States.
Are
on
you
9/11.
kidding? Oh,
Shock is so.
wow. Okay. You don't even.
Wow.
And I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My friend, you really got to go back and read your history. Iran.
Yeah.
I know. I know.
My
Everything.
goodness.
I know my history.
Everything ties
Guys,
back
we gotta
to
move
Iran had nothing to do with that, bro.
on. If you don't know,
Jesus Christ. This is like like here, my arms are stretched, and because you can't see the rest of them, they're all they're like, Mr. Fantastic.
the basic tenets of
That's
history. I
what
don't know
we
what to
doing.
tell you.
Everything ties back to Iran. That's the ultimate problem.
I don't know what revisionist history you're
Wow.
living in, but we have.
Hey guys, I'm going to sign out.
Saudi Arabia.
Wow.
I can't hear Lindy at all.
Okay, please
So
go read history.
Something's wrong on the technical side. I hear the guests, but I just don't hear Lindy. I'm sorry.
Maybe that's a good thing, my friend. All right, so
Yeah.
let's move on.
Lindy, I see your lips moving, but I don't hear you.
You can't hear me?
I don't hear you at all. Now I hear your guests just fine.
I think, but nothing happens.
But I don't hear you. So
Oh,
it's all right. These things can happen. I don't really know what it is.
Maybe you can sign and come back on. But in the meantime, let's move on to the next topic.
There's another topic.
Oh, well, actually, I just want to say that in closing,
They said wrap it up.
Dinesh, I invited you on. I know you can't hear me. You can't hear a word I'm saying, correct? Okay.
No, I don't think.
That's
Dinesh,
fine.
she's trying to tell you something, but can you hear her or no?
He can't hear me.
No.
We're going to wrap.
She'll
We'll
try
try
to-
technical difficulties. Bianca,
Oh, that is so lame. So that means Anna had to jump off because she couldn't hear shit. Oh man, I think somebody tried to fix Anna's audio and they ended up like fucking the audio for everybody.
I really appreciate you coming on. I know we have areas of disagreement, but I actually value you. And
Oh, shut up. All right, we're done with that. That's enough of that garbage. Yeah, appreciate you. Yeah, appreciate you. All right, I should probably wrap up here. Although, hold on. Maybe I can pull a quick segment. Let's see. I want to. Let's see. I had something lined up here. How was it? Can't get this to work, then we're just gonna wrap up. Speakeasy has fucking Andrew Wilson on his channel right now. Oh God. Oh no. Nope. Oh no. Oh, I'm not gonna give in. No. Did anyone see Ryan Grimm and Jeremy Scahill on Tim Dillon's show? No. Wait, they were what? No way. Well, that's unfortunate. Well. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to wrap show up because, I have already gone a little bit long, but I do appreciate y'all hanging out. I didn't need to see that because now I'm just like, oh, damn. Now I'm interested because it's, who is this? Secret? What's the prompt? Trump is a fascist. They're arguing is Trump a fascist? And he's got Circa. Oh, Circa. I know who that. Okay. Wow. Haven't heard that name in a long time. Few years, actually. Well, you're heading out, Matt. You're heading out with the rest of us because I'm going to wrap up. I do appreciate everybody hanging out, especially for a little bit of, primetime propaganda and post-time propaganda. PEPAGANDA. Wheels came off. So now, all right, guys, I do appreciate y'all hanging out. So quick reminder, gonna do the plugs here. Please follow me over on my channel, Pep Talks TV on YouTube. I believe we will have it linked in the chat here as I file out. If not, here, let me do one. Just a quick one. I know y'all got it, but no left past 10 today. Unfortunately, there's been some technical difficulties with some of the talent. So right now they are on a little bit of a hiatus, but yeah, we got to hang for a little bit. But yes, follow me over on Pep Talks TV on YouTube, Pep Talks TV also on Twitch, and Pep Talks TV on X. And as I said, guys, please, with the X, come on. It's not worth it otherwise if I don't have all my my fans over there. So like you guys have reminded me though, you're just like, I think it's because I'm jealous. Like, I'm not trying to stun lock, but for real, I think I'm jealous of all you guys because you're like, I don't have a Twitter. It's just like, I'm lucky. But I do appreciate you all hanging out tonight. I will see you guys next week on this space on Tuesday to start off a new week of this space and also Primetime PEPAGANDA next week. I will see you guys then. Take care. Good night. Peace.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children. Pep Talk. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. Pep Talk. I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks. We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.